Well, folks, welcome back to the BlunderSpeaker Show. Ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, spirits of all ages, yeah, you are entirely welcome. Either back or for the first time here to the channel. I've been on a little bit of a roll recently of slamming these 6-6 games. Very similar to last time. In fact, it's the exact same as last time. If you didn't watch my last video, here's your final warning and final chance. Please do go click it and watch it. It has a rather spectacular ending, I must say. And as you've probably seen from the thumbnail and the name of this video, this is of course a rematch. Second one I've had to do in recent times after some pretty desperately disappointing losses at the hands of some of these horrific 6-6 combos. And of course, last time out, I did indeed lose in extremely dramatic fashion. I hit the 1 and 55er as my only event that beat me in that particular spot. So I was obviously devastated is not really the word. It took me, I won't lie, it took me a day or two to recover, but it's been a day or two, and I told the good woman, my darling wife, that yeah, I just have to get back and do the rematch. I had kind of told her that was probably more or less the last big playthrough that I was going to do. And then I had to come down the next day after staying up late a little bit, getting out of bed just a little bit late as well, and arrived downstairs to tell her the wonderful news that I hit the 1 of 55, and I've got to get back to the table sooner rather than later and put things right. And put things right is what we will do tonight. This is going to be the second time I've played the matchup. There's been no games in between. That was actually only a few days ago that I finished that game. So I haven't had to mull it over too long. I got all set up earlier on and ready to go. So yes, as I say, it's the exact same configuration as last time. It's the three spirits: Stone, Heat, and Shroud of Silent Mist. We're playing, of course, against France Habsburg 6-6, and yeah, I've got the same board configuration, same island tile, same starting setup, pretty much everything exact same. Of course, the invader deck has been randomized. Of course, everything else has been randomized. You hopefully by now trust me that if I'm giving myself 1 of 55ers as a loss after a 9-hour game, I'm not doing that on purpose. Now. What else do I have in the room? Well, of course, I've got myself a beverage, and look at how ridiculous that large drink is. Look at how unnecessarily large of a glass of lemonade I got myself. It's fancy lemonade. It's one of them overpriced lemonades. It's pretty good. Sharp. Very sharp. I like sharp lemonade. I think I mentioned before, don't like things overly sweet, so that's got a nice kick to it. Now, anything else to describe or talk about in the room? No, not really. Still a little bit windy. Last time out, I had to mess around with the window a little bit, and as I said, it was only a couple of days ago, so it maintains a bit of a bluster out there, so we'll have to see how that one goes. But I do have the window open for now because I'm sweaty, and this room is sweaty, and all of those kind of unnecessary details that I share far too often. I'm not going to go through all the sort of stuff that I went through last time because I did it last time, and hopefully, as I say, you've gone and watched that first. So we're actually this time 4 minutes into the video. I'm actually going to jump in and I'm going to do the opening explore. This is very unlike me. I very rarely actually jump into anything, but I will jump in here. And we've got some reminder tokens over here, of course. We hit Sands. And I think Sands was the second Explorer last time out, but we've hit it first this time. So we'll see how things shake out with Sands as our Explorer. I don't remember on the commentary last time exactly what I was saying about the board setup and which terrains were good and bad. I see 4 out of 6 terrains here contain a town, which is not really a great setup, truth be told. Jungles has 3 building lands, Mountains has 3 as well, and Wetlands has 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, it's one of the kind of foursies. which is, you know, it's a pretty even distribution actually across the board. So not in truth, not the worst. So we've got kind of one. Well, actually, no, I dare say it is joint worst. If I had to say whether it's good or bad, well, actually, we're not going to wetlands for a start. It's sand, so it's 1, it's 2, and actually, I've just noticed as well that's going to be a triangle trade. So that's pretty rough as well. Actually, not in love with hitting a triangle trade in the first turn either. So that's a double explorer over there. And then that's a single explore, and then this one over here. Oh no, it's not a double explore because it's the first turn. Again, usual stuff. France rules, you never actually remember. You always have to check it. So except during setup, you do the add +1 invader. So during the setup, you only do 1 explorer. And as we described last time out, basically everything in this matchup becomes a lost condition ravage, except for a single explore into a build into a ravage. That only ravages for 7 because it's explore, then it's town, then it gathers a town. So that's now 2 towns in the land. That's 4 plus the explorer is 5, and then the adjacent town will make it 6, 7. So it's ravaging for 7, and that is not a lost condition ravage. So the explorers in theory are technically safe. Don't love that we've got a blight there in one of those lands. We don't really want to be taking blight cascades this early in the game. We've got a 2 here, 2 here, and 2 here in terms of the hand. So they're 3 lands we will very much want to be protecting here. We have a setup here in this sands where we've got stone kind of ready to go to protect that particular land. So that's a no-brainer. That's an easy one. But other than that, everything else is somewhat tricky. We have, what do we have here? We have obviously our presence over here with rising heat, which we don't love just throwing away immediately. We last time out we ended up growing into this land on pretty much turn 1 because this was sort of the board configuration that we set up on purpose so that we could kind of have this land and this land being kind of combo lands with heat, because there are starting blight lands, so we could kind of jump across and get in there and use the combo of the -1 health and 1 damage to everything. So, you know, that could be something that we look out for on the first turn here, potentially. You know, with the fog closes in, that's going to be basically 3 invaders in that land. It should be reasonably easy for us to get. I say reasonably easy, not easy, but maybe doable. I think if I add 2 presents in here and then push 1 in there and then 1 in there, and then in the slow I do like 1 in there, that's 3 adjacent lands, and that's a kill on that land. So I think that's probably a way to go about kind of solving that problem with the Blight Cascade. But then we do have this sort of problem over here that these are going to be ravaging and wiping out our Dahan, which we don't love. But we do have stubborn solidity, so that will at least protect 2 of those Dahan. So we've kind of got stubborn solidity to solve 1 of those lands. Obviously, Stone can solve another one, and then generally speaking, then of course Stone is able to do things like you know, jump across maybe and, you know, solve this particular land without Rising Heat's kind of presence getting destroyed in that. So I think probably getting Stone over here to protect this land and protect the presence, and then the end result being a Rising Heat sacred site in a land with a blight is a good start. It's a good setup there. So I think that's probably what we would like to do if we can, but we do need to be cognizant of the fact that it's not straightforward to get to this land with stone. We need to do a combination of G2 and G3 to get across there, which is basically what we ended up doing last time out. Last time out we had mountains explore, we jumped across here and we protected this land. So it's kind of more or less the same opening here with stone. And also the other thing to bear in mind is last time out I took a major on turn 1. So I think I may well end up going and sort of doing something similar to that this time around as well. What I can do is I can do major, grow out range 1 into this land, accept those 2 Dahan as potentially lost, or I could jagged shards them away on the first turn. So I've kind of a couple of different options for that, but that does seem like a pretty decent way to go, because then with stone I can do the usual. I can solve God knows how many lands here. I can go grow in here, solve this one and this one, then grow across, solve this one, and then also play Stubborn Solidity and solve this one. Like Stone solves 4 of the opening ravages here, which is just completely insane. The question is, will we have enough energy to do it? That's the one thing we need to be aware of here. We may well need to use the Gift of Searing Heat to give Stone enough energy to do that, but it seems pretty solid to be able to solve those 3 lands on the first couple of turns. Like, that seems more than solid. That seems insane. So we can go, but we will have to pay the 2 per rather than the 1 per, unless of course we find something like Gift of Nature's Connection. But that seems like a very solid opening for Stone here, and we have to do it in the order of G3 and then G2, because we obviously want to go in here and then we G2 across into that one. That pattern there would look like G3 first, take a major, throw away one of the rubbish cards. That comes off there. That gives us 3 energy. Just going to lay this all out now because I think it's pretty well sort of aligned with the previous game and opening that I did last time out. I wouldn't call this necessarily a particularly standard opening for Stone. I've watched a bit of Red Revenge play Stone in the past, and I know he's played infinite games of Stone, so he knows the spirit pretty well. And I don't think he would ever take a major draft on turn 1. I think what he often does is he takes a minor draft on turn 1, and then he goes major on turn 2. And I don't think he really uses the +3 button all that much either. But he's usually playing at single 6 for the most part on his channel, and I think once you start getting into to double 6s here, it becomes a lot more important to have enough energy to stop as many of these ravages as possible. Anyway, waffling a little bit here. With that said, it would be G3, pick up a major power, do the draft right now, throw one of these away, and start an open on the Jagged Shard so that we can protect these to hand. Turn 2, then we go top again with a G2 this time. So we've saved 3 energy, then we're going to gain 6 more, and then that can allow us to play, we'd have 9 energy, so then we could just play, for example, Stubborn Solidity and Scarred and Stony Land. Don't play the major on turn 2, which is what we did last time. This time we just go 2 uniques. That costs 3. We have 6 more from the G2 and the top track, and that 6 will pay for 1, 2, 3 Leftinates, basically the whole the island fast, which seems fairly spectacular. And then Stubborn Solidity, as I say, over here. I think, if I remember correctly, Stubborn Solidity solves this. So it goes 2 more towns. And then it gathers a town, and I don't think I can stop a town gather here. So this board, I can pull away that one, but no, I can't pull that one away. So it will definitely gather a town. So that's basically 4 towns in the land. That's 8, plus 1 is 9, plus I may be able to remove an adjacent town here. I think I can, because I can gather that one over there. Yeah, and then that one will be gone, that one will be gone, and that one will be in here. So there won't be an adjacent town. So unless the event wrecks us, of course, but there shouldn't be an adjacent town. And if that's true, it'll be just 9. And at just 9, the Stubborn Solidity defense for 2, that brings us down to 7, and it solves the land. A blight comes in, of course, but then the 2 to hand fight back and kill 2 towns, which is all good news. In theory, we can do something like Jagged Shards on the first turn to. Oh no, I was going to say we could push that in there, but we can't because we don't have the range to it. So, but I probably wouldn't do that anyway. I'd probably be more interested in protecting these 2 over here. So all of that sounds really, really good to me. So, as I say, I'm going major power. So that's going to be my opener on Stone. Very clearly, very obviously. I'm not sure I'd say obviously. I only got to that quite quickly because it's very similar to my previous opening. So I'm going to be throwing away this rubbish here. This Plow Shatters on Rocky rubbish. We don't care about that card at all. So it'll be, what do we have? The Land Thrashes. a terrible card, but I love the Land Thrashers and Furious Pain. And my previous playthrough, there was Blight everywhere, and the Land Thrashers would have been fairly decent actually in that game, given that, you know, you can kind of sometimes get to the threshold if you pick up enough Moon Elements, but we'd rather do better than that, I can tell you that for sure. Death Falls Gently is not doing better than that. That's two stinkers to start with. Vigor the Breaking Dawn. Now there's the broken card we're looking for. And Flow Like Water, Reach Like Air. Okay. Two Windmill Slams, Vigor the Breaking Dawn, Stubborn Solidity. It's all kinds of good news. Let's throw that in there, and let's celebrate the fact that we found a good card. It doesn't contain Earth, obviously, which is something we'll need to keep a slight eye on. But realistically, here, this is a card we need to take, and you know, again, look for another minor that helps us threshold this. But this with Stubborn Solidity, you know, obviously Solidity is more of it's a defense card. It's not exactly comboing with the card. It's not moving the hand, but we have the Jagged Shards that moves the hand. This is a broken card. We'll be slamming this. Needless to say, we'll be slamming this. So that is all good. We'll take the Vigor of the Breaking Dawn. Did I show it? Oh yeah, sorry, I never talked about what the card does. I think everybody who plays the game knows this at this point. I do have this in my top 5 majors in the game. It's target land has to have a hand. We do 2 damage per hand, and then base effect is only okay. It's not great. It's kind of bad, to be honest. But if you have that very easily achievable threshold, push 2 to hand into any lands. I think I've had this on the channel already, so I think I did some work with this in a previous playthrough. And then in the lands you push into, it's 2 damage per hand. The threshold on this card is completely bananas. I love it. Very strong card. Flow Like Water, Reach Like Air here on the table is another actually very decent, very strong, and very enjoyable card to play with. I really do like that card, but it is in no way comparable to hitting Vigor the Breaking Dawn here. So we'll take that, we'll slam it, and we'll be all kinds of chuffed with all of that. Now, that's that. Vigor goes in my hand. That's still the plan for next turn with the Stubborn Solidity, I believe, because we don't really have much blight on the board right now. We don't really have, I think, necessarily a way to change our plan there. We have kind of this into this. In the meantime, we'll draft a minor next turn, which we can start to go towards thresholding the Vigor, and then maybe we can do a Reclaim, get Stubborn Solidity back in our hand. I don't know exactly how we go about doing all of that kind of stuff, but Vigor might not be a for right now moment card, but it'll be a later in the game, break the game kind of card. So we're very happy to take that and sort of think about it as we go throughout this particular game. Now, that's that. So these are back in my hand. The Jagged Shards will be the play on the opening turn, I do believe. Yeah, because we want to get those Dahan out of that land. And now certainly we have a very strong reason to be protecting Dahan if we didn't have one already. So that goes in there. The Jagged Shards is the play. We keep the 3 energy, as I say here. I'm not taking 2 growths this turn because Stone is broken enough. Let's not do anything silly like that. So that's that. They're the 4 lands that we're going to be solving with Stone because Stone is stupid. Now, what else do we have? We said over here we'd really like to get this combo going over there. So getting that combo over there means playing these 2. Not playing these 2, using a G2. We haven't solved this, but we can, because we can Sweltering Exhaustion next turn. What I basically did last game, should I say, and again, the opening is going to look really similar. It was jumping here with a G2, and then it was jumping here with a G2, and I'm going to do the same thing again. I can't remember the exact order I played the cards in. Of course, the Sweltering Exhaustion didn't go on the first turn, so that was a second turn play as well. And then it was, you know, on the first turn, I either played the Sandstorm and something else, and then on the second turn, I played the Exhaustion with something else. So it was kind of a combination of basically the 3 cards remaining. I played 2 of them on the first turn, and then 2 of them on the second turn, and then I reclaimed. And I'm just going to do that again here, because that will allow me get down and skip this Ravage, which also protects 2 to hand and also stops a loss condition. So that's definitely for the second turn. And the growth patterns involved make a lot of sense to G2 twice. Now I could G2 down here right now, get in this land and be prepared for next turn, but we already saw that there's a really nice play over here, because this again is going to go build a town, gather a town, there'll be 2 towns in the land, so then this turn in the slow I'm going to be able to go ahead and wipe that land with the fog closes in that I talked about. So that's going to be the play. Now question, Stinging Sandstorm. What does Stinging Sandstorm do for us here? This, I found out last time, is almost certainly the weakest card in this Spirit's kit. The other 3 are pretty decent, actually. I quite like the other 3 cards. Again, I don't love paying 2 for a skip, but 2 for a skip is pretty good. It's only skip 1, right? So there's kind of, you can get overrun, but like 2 for a skip is decent. Call on the Herders for Aid is a good card. Now, I don't need the Call on the Herders for Aid necessarily here, because I have no hand to protect. As we said, we kind of have them all protected from the plan that we made with basically Stone alone almost. So I don't really have to be thinking about anything on that front. Now, I could be trying to get ahead of the next Explore, right? If it explores jungles, 2 to hand in there, I just push them out immediately with the Call on Herders for Aid. But in that kind of scenario, I can actually push them out after the build and solve the land, because obviously here with Habsburg, because of that gather mechanic, if you try to solve a land before it builds, you kind of don't solve it because then it gathers back in. So realistically, you want to hit the Call on the Herders for Aid here, probably on the following turn, because right now we don't need to solve a Sands, and we kind of can't solve an Explore, because basically, let me see here. Yeah, like, well, I kind of lied. We can, in theory, solve and explore, can't we? No, because there'll still be towns in here. So yeah, I was about to say, I was thinking I could maybe wipe that land, but no, I can't really pocket anywhere on this board. So kind of more or less anywhere I go with an explore, I'll do the gather to the hand. I'll push the explore away, but there will be an adjacent town, almost certainly, that will gather back in after the build on the following thing. So I think calling the Herders for Aid next turn is better, which means Stinging Sandstorm and Gift of Searing Heat on this turn looks pretty good. I think that might have been what I did last turn, because it gives me the level 1 of the innate as well. So that can, from either here or here, go ahead and deal 2 damage to explorers, which can pick off this mountain explorer, this jungle explorer. Is there any wetland explorers? No. So it only picks off kind of 2 of the 3 terrains, but that's okay. Actually, no, it will pick off. It'll pick off a wetland, because that's going to gather away. So yeah, it actually picks off all 3 terrains, which it would the innate here, which is pretty decent. So that'll be this one. I do need, of course, to go bottom track, and then I think I just went bottom top last time out, which I think is fine. We went a very top track heavy sort of major build, and again, I like the sound of that this game. So that puts me in there. That starts reducing invader health in that land. I pick up 1 energy this time, which is quite fine. And then again, I can G2 top next time for 3 energy and play these 2 cards. So it's a pretty solid opening. I did say last time that I don't love this kind of forced double presence placement, missing out on cards, not really scaling myself from a cards perspective, but it sort of seemed to work out well enough last time that I'm scaling my energy early enough that I can start to get majors involved early. And as I said also last time, the bottom track build I tried on Heat before, not on the channel, a separate game off channel, I wasn't super happy with the kind of plays build that I did. I just didn't find that the innate came together all that cleanly and well. And I don't know whether that's just because the uniques don't line up super cleanly from an element perspective, or whether it I just didn't find the right nicks. I don't, or minor, should I say? I don't exactly remember, but anyway, one way or another, I didn't find the innate coming together pretty well on any of the games I've played with the Heat last time, including including the last time. So, anyway, with all of this said, I am generating 1 energy, not 2, so that goes back. 1 energy pace for Stinging Sandstorm. I'm not exactly sure. I'll probably just use that to kill a town or something in here, because last time I think I used that and I pushed out and I split up my sacred site, and I wasn't really happy with doing that. So I might just use that to like kill one of the towns that go in here. Oh no, actually, because that only happens after the ravage. So yeah, I don't exactly know what I'll do with Stingy Sandstorm here. I just don't like this card very much. This might take some of the pressure off my fog closes in, is maybe something to consider. Not sure. Anyway, yeah, it's okay. Fog closes in. We like the fog closes in here. Now, question. Do I want to open G3 or G2? I'm not playing the Flowing and Silent this turn, that's for sure. Because this combos extremely well with the other 2 spirits involved here, and I don't want to waste that. It's a good element card. It gives you some fear and all the rest of it, but I don't want to waste that. Anytime I'm using this, it needs to be a really critical usage of the card here. Again, if you hadn't seen the previous playthrough, I'll just talk through it for a moment or two here. This can allow me to gather a presence or a sacred site of another spirit, and gathering presence from both of these 2 other spirits is super powerful here. And that's kind of what the combo is all about with these 2 spirits. So comboing to gather the Heat Sacred Site gives you a -1, and you can use that to combo with Dissolving Vapors. You can also gather the presence of Stone to solve Ravages. So both things are extremely good. It worked really well last time. It was a critical card. So I never want to just be playing that for the elements, let's say. So anyway, Fog closes in here. What can this do for me? So imagine, for example, I opened with the fog closes in, start getting some cards in my hand. That only gets me 1 additional presence down. Let's say I add it there, just for argument's sake. And then I do something like, again, for argument's sake, a 1 and a 1, just move like twice or something. I basically only have in the slow here 2 adjacent lands to the fog closes in. So I could do 2 damage in the land, which could kill the 2 towns, but it still obviously has the 1 explorer. And then maybe we just Stinging Sandstorm at that point, keep our presence in there, and we finish off that explorer. Because as I said, Stinging Sandstorm here isn't really doing anything for me. I can't stop explorers with this card. If this wasn't France, and it was Russia, or basically any non-HME adversary, I could slam this and I could go, yeah, solve any of these explorers. It'd be great. But here, it's not. So I just kind of want to get it out of my hand, use it once, and then forget it to a major when I reclaim here. So Fog closes in, plus the Sandstorm can take care of that land for me, which is not bad. We don't need to use Gift of Searing Heat for the damage here, which is pretty good as well. I prefer to use that for the 2 energy. and probably just throw it over to Stone, because Stone is pretty energy hungry here, as we talked about. So that's pretty nice too. Like a G2 isn't really doing anything for me here, because if I go top bottom, it's still only one energy, and I still, as I say, don't want to play the flowing and silent, so I don't really want to do that either way. So what I can do here is go G3. Either from top or bottom, depends on what I draw. If I draw another miner I'd like to play in turn 1 that costs 0, I can go bottom. Otherwise, I can go top. So we'll see how all of that looks. As I said last time as well, I just like the vibes with Shroud. I just build in vibes with this spirit. I never really am sure exactly where I'm going or what I'm doing, and I kind of just figure it out turn by turn. And I really enjoy that about this spirit. It very much feels like a spirit where you can do that, and you almost have to do that. I know there are builds, and I think Ray has written a guide in the past on BGG that shows kind of the benefits of certain builds, and I think he talks about there being like kind of 3 or 4 different approaches you can take. But generally speaking, there is lots of scope for G2ing and G3ing, which I do really love. But anyway, I'm waffling a little bit. I said at the start of the video I wasn't going to waffle, but you know me, I just have to waffle a bit. So anyway, we're okay. We'll go G3 here, and then we'll decide where we're going after the fact here. The drafts are going to be Sunset's Fire. Now, we'd like zeros here, not ones. Like Costa likes another 1. Scream is another 1. And Sucking Use... That's actually the card I drafted on turn 1 of the previous game, if I'm not mistaken. Sucking News, again, we'll throw it in the card cam just for a moment or two there. We'll definitely be slamming this. This is our elements. I did shuffle the deck. Do believe me, I did shuffle the deck. Sucking News, we'll take it. It's an isolate, and it gives you some fear if there's stuff in the land as well. So Sucking News is all well and good there. Now, Sucking Use does open something up to us here, is the thing. It opens up an alternative play if I want it. I can Sucking Use plus Gift to Searing Heat. If I wanted to use the Searing Heat for damage this turn, I could Searing Heat, deal 1 damage in here with Shroud, play Sucking Ooze as my card for the turn, and then just isolate this land. That doesn't seem particularly interesting to me here. It's like I'm giving up on the 2 energy for Searing Heat, which is a pretty big opportunity cost, and I'm giving up on a 0. I'm playing a 0 and not getting that much out of it. I'd get the level 1 of this innate, which I don't particularly need right now. I'd rather kind of keep that 0 and use that to kind of start building up my left innate, maybe next turn or something like that. So, well, it doesn't contain air, so that's unlikely. But still, anyway, it sort of feels like something I could just pad out on my growths across the next couple of turns. As opposed to just throwing it away on turn 1 for not a huge value. Like one thing, for example, here that I talked about is if Wetlands explores, I can go in the slow, kill 2 explorers in that land, and then next turn I can Sucking Use the land and stop it gathering, type of thing. So there's kind of different things I can go about doing there. It's only one of the other 3 explore or terrain types, should I say, that's available. So, but anyway, it's okay. I don't want to waffle on too much about that. We'll keep it in our hand, and we will go in that case top and just start to kind of generate a little bit of energy here. So I'll go with the Fog Closes in from top. That's going to give us 2 energy, because I took Sucking News what gives me an energy because it doesn't contain a fire, and then also 1 from the top track as well. So 1, and then we'll bank 1, and we'll go ahead and start thinking about all of that. Energy or presence placement wise, I think I will go in there. This can give me an isolate also. And an isolate right now is generally just picking off, I think, trying to spike an Explorer. So I think just isolate that, and I think, again, I can start thinking about, like, isolate a land, like maybe go in there and isolate that land type of thing. That can stop the gather, and that can sort of more or less guarantee that the stubborn solidity solves that land on the following turn. But to be honest with you, I'm not that worried about it right now. If it was later in the game and I had 2 or 3 lost condition ravages taken already, then I'd certainly do a play like that. But this early in the game, I'd rather spike and explore there if I can. So it's only a 1 and 3, of course, but it would work pretty nicely if I did manage to get that. And I kind of have an interest in getting over there anyway. So that's fine. That's going over there. We played the fog closes in. Do we have? Actually, I didn't want to use that color presence. I wanted to use this one. Do we have 2 moves that we'd like to pick off here? I mean, as of right now, we know for sure we want to be in this land at the end of turn. So I think I'll go ahead and just move in there now. Other than that, I think we're pretty fine over there where we are. And I think we're good. No and 8. No innates, of course, over here. And then we do have the innate plus this thing. I'm going to put these obviously back in my hand down here as well. So that's all fine and dandy. Where we put them? We put them here. Okay, let's go ahead and flip an event that we won't resolve. Sprawl contained by the wilds. Can't remember what that one does. Building lands with the most buildings. Yeah, okay, fair enough. We of course don't resolve it. We've no fear cards here, so let's go ahead and build. Build. 2 builds. We did, of course, run very low to the France loss condition last time out, so I want to be a little bit careful about that this time too. 2 over there, 1 over here, 2 over here, and as I said last time out, this is a city build which creates a triangle trade, which is add a town to the adjacent land with the fewest towns, which is of course that land there. So that's build, 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 build. We built in all of them, and then now we'll do the gather after the build. So board land order. So this board first, we said we wanted to do things like gather that away. Then we go gather in here. Then on this board we have board land order goes this land first. Yeah, we gather out of there. No, sorry, we gather out of there. So we either want to gather this in here or here. Just thinking here now, if I gather this town out of here and then this explores, it actually solves itself from a loss condition perspective, because 1 explorer plus a city is 4, and then it gathers a town up to 6. No, actually, it doesn't get solved. So regardless, that isn't a solve, because it'd be gathered, and then it would be an adjacent town as well. So I was thinking if I could shut that loss condition off, I would do it, but I can't. So I will. What I don't really want to be doing here is solving lands with Dahan in them, because I can do that next turn with the call on the Herders Raid in and around this space. So I'd rather solve lands that don't have Dahan, meaning maybe this one. Okay, gather that. That's that. Over here, I kind of wanted to protect that Dahan a little bit on the coast. And also getting it off the coast stops triangle trades as well, which is pretty nice. And then finally over on this board here, this is the first land. I'll gather you. No, I'll gather you, and then I'll gather you. And then this, as I say, this one we can kind of solve with the other card I talked about. So I think all of that is good. Now, that's that. So let's see where we actually go and explore. It is mountains. Okay. Unfortunately, we didn't gather out of that one. and we didn't gather out of that one. But we did spike the isolate, which is pretty nice. So let's go ahead. So we'll do, first of all, I'm just going to remind myself here, I'm going to put this explorer over here so I remember France 6. So now we'll go ahead and we'll go here 1, here is 2. I'm quite happy with myself for isolating that land over there. Now over here it's going to be a deuce, and that can combo with the presence placement of rising heat next turn and probably dissolving vapors in that land as well. So that's a nice setup right there. This is probably our best explorer, I'd have to imagine, because we also talked about being able to solve that land with the other card. This one is isolated, and then we take that one as a single explorer there. So we hit everything, right? 1, 2 here, 2 here, 1 here, 1 here, and then none here because it's isolated. So we're pretty happy, I think, about that one, all things considered. And then, of course, we have France 6. 1, 2, 3. That moves along. And then after the explorer with France 6, we have to add an explorer to a land on each board without any. Yeah, I mean, I guess on this board, it'll be in the beast land for sure. And then on... So interestingly enough, this left innate here isn't... Yeah, I made a mistake here. I should have isolated this mountain as opposed to that one, because if this mountain hit, I could solve it with the left innate. So that was a mistake. That should have been my isolate target. So anyway, where do I France 6 to? So what did I do? I did here. I did here. I'm just wondering where I actually France 6 now. No, where I left an 8 is what I'm wondering. I can't solve a land with that left an 8. Unless I add this, for example, in there, which is what I'm thinking about. Because that at least allows me to kill the France Explorer. It's not great, but it's something. And then on this board, put that in there, I think. So not completely in love with that, but it's kind of okay. It's no more than okay. Oh yeah. I never used Gift of Searing Heat. Look at me here. I talked about what I was going to do with this card already. I just never actually enacted the thing. So I was giving 2 energy to Stone. Yeah, it's a waste. Having to do this 2 damage in here to that is super wasteful. But it's like, it's wasted anyway. You know what I mean? It was poor play for me. I made a mistake clearly here. If I had isolated that one and then I could solve this with the left and 8, that would be significantly better. I'd be in a much better spot here. Because I also wouldn't be gathering. I've nowhere to gather a town into this. If this was solved, I'd have no town gather because there's no adjacent towns except for a mountain. So I made a mess of that completely here. But anyway, we shall continue on. Okay. Now we did our France 6, didn't we? Yeah. So slow. Immediately here we have the 1 damage to a different invader. So we'll just kill the 2 towns because we've got 2 adjacent lands. 1 and 2. That's 2 fear. The Stinging Sandstorm. Gather up to one of your thing, 1 fear and 1 damage. Again, kill this. That's that explorer gone. So slightly inefficient use of my stuff here, which I don't love. And I'm also not setting up a fear farm, which I also don't love. But, you know, I sort of feel a little bit locked into this stuff. And then left an 8 in this land here kills that as well. So sort of slightly ugly. And then we can just isolate this again next turn to sort of solve that land. We do have, of course, a couple of challenges ahead, such as kind of this land and the other one. But if we reclaim, we can get ourselves into that one on the G1 with Stone, which is not too bad. So yeah, again, all of that is kind of okay. We had no 1/8s over here, so we're done with Shroud. Well, I say we're done. We can move. And the question is, do we want to move here? We do, because we want to get over to this side of the board. So I think I'll go move. I'm going to want to be in there next turn anyway. So I think that just makes sense. So we'll do that. This is done. This is done. Energy is gone. And then we have jagged shards that we talked about before. Out of Badlands. And push these two to hand, and we won't push them to this land clearly here, and we can push them to I think I'll push them in this land, because that's a land where Vigor can start getting stuff done, because there's a Badlands in it, so I can in theory combo that with Vigor. It's not great. The Dahan are better situated down this side of the board. Like if it was in this land, I could go push in here and then in here, and that kind of works better from a Vigor setup. But I can sort of do that over here as well. You know, one in there and one in there, something like that. So it's not perfect, but you know, it's okay. But as I say, this has the blight, which makes that much better. So all of that's good. Jagged Shards is gone. We're finished for the for the turn here. And we have no fear from, as I say, at the end of that. So that's 46 minutes to get a full turn done there, which is better than usual. Big old sip of lemonade, and let's keep moving. We know what we're doing here. It's G2. It's down into this land. It's top track. And it's 3 energy to play those 2 cards. Simple. Easy peasy. 2 plus 1. No harm done. No hassle. No 1/8s. But it's all good, because the call on the herders here can gather those 2 out into there, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it actually ends up being 5 invaders in the land. But we can push everything out and then maybe get in and isolate it next turn with Shroud, which could kind of work okay. Clearly here, it's a very good target to be able to kind of use that card on. Over here, we've nowhere near got the Dahan and all of that. So that's kind of a no-brainer. So that's fine. And then, of course, we'll be skipping this land here. So that will be skipped. And this will be solved. Now, Stone is going to go G2. It's going to go top track. It's going to gain a minor power. We'd like to see a kind of a Earth Sun card here is, I think, more or less what we're looking for if we can find one. Gift of Constancy, let's be honest. We're looking for Gift of Constancy. If we find that card, we'll be pleased. Now, we'll do the energy in a second here. Seer Anger. It's Gift of Nature's Connection. We'll take that one. We'll definitely take that one. And it's Sky Stretches. Oh, and doesn't that sting the nostrils? Ah! I'm appalled. I was so happy. I was all ready to slam Gift of Nature's Connection, sing all my way to the bank, and be very happy with life. And then they flip Sky Stretches. Oh, that's such a Two absolute slams here. It's two windmills. We throw the other two things in the bin. We'll set fire to them down there in the bin. They'll never be needed again. They're gone. And then we've got like second best miner in the deck, and then maybe around about the fifth best miner in the deck. But an absolute, I literally talked about getting a sun earth card to try combo with vigor, as well as kind of, you know, earth elements and all of that. Sky stretches, it's incredible with the dissolve over here to set up the kind of dissolve combo which came up in the last game. Obviously Shroud found this card in the last game and it was insane. And Stone just goes into reclaim loops. So Stone can just do amazing things with both of these cards because they're both broken. I'm so sad that they're both in this one single draft. That's me being greedy. Let's be honest. I'm being incredibly greedy that I'm really sad to see these two insane drafts here. If I had have found a slow major, of course, this would be probably a no-brainer. But given that my major that I found is fast, that sort of takes away from this a tiny bit. But as I say, I've got the slow Shroud situation that makes Sky Stretches so enticing. Gift and Nature's Connection is so good. Just be reclaim looping and playing Gift and Nature's Connection every turn for the rest of the game is insane. Like whatever Rising Heat finds on its major draft next turn, like Nature's Connection might just go ahead and threshold it for them. Like this can turn on broken things. Very broken things. It's such a broken card. And like I can do things like Stubborn Solidity, Vigor the Breaking Dawn, and then I can use like Gift and Nature's Connection just to pick off like 2 extra earth elements. If I find one more like Sun Miner, it just really helps pick up the slack where maybe I'm throwing away some earth elements to try threshold the vigor, but then Gift and Nature's Connection just gets me back, you know, gets me back on track. Like, oh, I genuinely don't know. Like the amount of problems that Sky Stretches solves later in this exact game, this specific game, I know there will be a turn later where I'll go, I'm either so glad I have Sky Stretches or I desperately wish I had Sky Stretches. Where you're making a dump land and you're running out of towns and you're just like, okay, quick, dissolving vapors, knock off like 7 towns, get them back in the pool and save the game. I can't believe it. I can't believe I'm about to pass Nature's Connection. Actually, I online the other day on the Discord, I talked about this and I said, I don't think this is the only card in this game I don't believe I've ever passed. I don't think I've ever passed this card once in a draft. That's how good it is. I've passed Constancy a bunch. I've passed Constancy on this channel, actually, I think. I don't think I've ever played a game where I passed this card. And I think I might be about to pass it. I can't believe it. First time ever. I can't believe I just did that. First time I've ever passed that card. Wow. I'm shook. I'm just looking at this as a reclaim loop and I'm kind of thinking, like, is that not just really strong? Later in the game, when I get to 6 energy, I play that as a reclaim loop. That's like 5 energy or whatever. And like I can save like 1 to maybe like stop a ravage or 2 or whatever, maybe combo it with the other card, and I can just give out Sky Stretches every turn, which can do the call on the Herdus for aid, it can do the dissolving vapors, it can just do nice things. It feels to me like I will be happy. My future self will be happy that I did this. I'm genuinely devastated that I have to do it, but I feel like I'll be happy I did it. In before 2 turns from now, massively regretting passing the bloody Nature's Connection. I'm shook. I'm actually shook. I'm fully shook here. Okay, let's get ourselves back on track. Jump over there, Stone. Let's figure this out. Oh no. Scarred and Stony land requires a sacred site. Ugh. That's not ideal. Jesus. That's really far from ideal. I'm certainly not paying 2 energy for an earth element. And Sky Stretches is basically blank text here. Well, I might have to change my mind. Take the Nature's Connection, because Sky Stretches is blank text and I can't really be playing blank text at this stage of the game. If I take Nature's Connection now, I can either give it out and take a single earth element to turn on the left innate here, or I can take 2 earth elements and give myself 2 earth and turn on the this innate over here, which is only okay. It'll deal 3 damage in this land. I mean, that gets me 1 town back in the pool. It's not particularly exciting, but I could give out some elements over here. I was already looking. I can't really do that much with the innate here. I'm 1 earth short to level this up. If I could level that up with 2 fire, it's almost great, but it doesn't quite get there. I suppose let's have a look before we finish that draft choice. Then with Stone, let's have a look over here and see what the shroud situation looks like. We did say that we wanted to isolate that one again. We want to play Dissolving Vapors for certain. Sucking Ooze. I mean, it can just Sucking Ooze in that land to guarantee, or not to guarantee, but to pretty much guarantee that it doesn't push a town adjacent. It could, in theory, place a town in that land. That can happen. But, getting a town in an adjacent land wouldn't give us a loss condition with the Sucking Ooze, so it's not awful. Otherwise, for the other lands, we don't care. And as I say, Flowing and Silent here isn't really doing it. I mean, the one thing that I can do with Flowing and Silent is I could move a presence in this land and then Flowing and Silent the stone presence out of there into there. That could give me a sacred site for the Scarred and Stony land. That's one thing I can do with it. But again, I don't really want to waste my my Scarred and Stony land, or sorry, my Flowing and Silent on a stupid thing like that. That just feels careless. Feels like once I see this explore, I can use Flowing and Silent to set something better up. Dissolving Vapors and Sucking Ooze. G2. It still doesn't give me my top innate. And I can't set up a Fear Farm, so a Nerving Paw will basically do nothing next turn. That's kind of a problem I'm facing here. Sort of feels like I need to G3 again. G3 again can give me up to 3 energy, and then I don't play the sucking news and I play something else with an heir. And that could, in theory, give me give me some progress on the left and 8. I'd need to hit a moon and an heir though, wouldn't I? Yeah. Not ideal here. Well, gift and nature's connection, of course, can help, is the other thing. Yeah, I can't quite make it to the suffocating shroud. Sorry, to the second level of suffocating shroud. If I go G3 bottom from there, G2, that puts me up to 5 total cards. Play 2 this turn, G2 next turn only gets me to here. Yeah. Pity. I still think I might do it though. Give me a little bit more information about what's going on. And then I can come back and decide with the gift of nature's connection. So, okay, let's go G3 and let's look for a minor pair. 1, 2, 3, 4. Encompassing ward. Not really. Flow down river, blow down wind. That almost hit the elements that I was talking about. Nature's resilience. Defend a 6 is just still not really going to do it. And trap the forces of corruption is not really it either. But I have a 0 cost there that's not awful. Lets me do something or other. We'll take it. That gets me an energy from the card and 1 from my track. 1 and 1. I think I play it. And now I still don't ping with this damage, is the problem. I'm having a little bit of trouble with these 2 lands over here. This is solved. This will be solved. This will be almost solved. This we can solve with stone next turn with either a G3 or a G1, or G2 technically. But these 2 over here then start to become a problem. I suppose on my reclaim loop next turn with Sweltering Exhaustion I can stop one of them. How do I stop the other? I guess I stop the other by growing across with stone into one of these other lands, and then I use Flowing and Silent to pull this presence out of here in here. That's how I do that. So Flowing and Silent next turn solves this. So stone is solving that next turn. And stone is solving this. One of them. That. So stone is just solving everything because he's stone. Growing mountain at range 3 will get me over to, yeah, 1, 2, 3 gets me over there. And then this will be, it's going to build a town, and then it won't gather a town, so it's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's not actually a lost condition. So this one we can let go. I tend to use this orange thing for let that go. So then I take no lost conditions next turn either. We do need to get ourselves across here with Shroud and across here with Shroud. That should be okay. Right now we can grow at range 3 into that land. And then we can go kind of push or whatever, move to get into that land, to isolate it for the Ravage next turn. So I think that's all pretty good as well. Flow down river, blow down wind can maybe push like the town out of this land or something like that. But I need a sacred site for that. So I need to think about also how do I get a sacred site. So I think right now I'll grow into probably over there. And then I've got 2 pushes. Might just push that in there because I know I want a sacred site, and that's got pretty good coverage to basically the whole board, more or less. So I'll use one push there, and then I think after that we're probably okay. And then in the slow, I can go push over into this land. So yeah, that's pretty good. Flow down river. Now the only thing is, again, as I say, I don't have a fear farm on the way here, so I can give up on a fear farm again, or I can use nature's connection to give me 2 moon, set up a ping, and then use that to potentially, oh hey, you know what, I can actually solve this ravage if I do that. So hang on, that was there, wasn't it? Let me think about this. If I isolate in here and then I go move, then in the slow I go move. In this land I can go flow downriver. I can go, so that gets the town out of the land, and then I can ping one of the explorers, which will allow me to next turn, in theory, I can isolate this land and protect this land instead. And then over here, I've only got one explorer in the land, but I can reclaim loop the stubborn solidity and stop that. And then I'm just like preventing all of the blight coming in on this board, which is how I ended up losing that last game so badly. And it feels okay to me. Like Stone will take blight in on the game anyway, so that'll start to put some blight on the board anyway without having to take ravages off the blight card. So I think this looks really, really, really solid. So okay, so let's undo obviously the cheat that we did there. So that was that and that. They didn't actually move yet, so that's fine. As I say, I want this the thing in the slow phase, but that's okay. So yes, move are my 2 moves. Now this won't set me up a fear farm, but I think that's okay. Fear Farm is kind of a little bit rubbish with Shroud anyway. Super fun. I love it. I love that gameplay, but it's not that strong. Shroud, I tend to find, is better actually at doing this little pingy stuff, which we saw, of course, in the England game as well when it was doing all the super ninja business. So, okay, all of that seems awesome. So we've done it. We took one from there. We took one from there. That's paying 2 for Dissolving Vapors. We've got these 3 cards in our hand here. We don't play the Sucking Ooze in the end, which means we have to hope that this doesn't get edge cased. If it does, not the end of the world. And all of that is good. We don't have an innate over here. We have a faster 2, and we're now choosing to keep the Gift of Nature's Connection. I am finally deciding I will keep Nature's Connection and use it in a reclaim loop and be thoroughly delighted about it until the point in the game later on where I rue every decision I ever made by pitching the Sky Stretches. So actually, this is my favorite card in the minor deck. I think it's the second best card behind Constancy, but it is my single favorite card, and my second favorite card in the minor deck is the one I just threw away, which is Sky Stretches to Shore. So that is the level of difficulty I had in making that choice. But I do now maintain my 100% record of drafting this card every single time I see it. So with all of that said, we haven't taken our energy because we have infinite energy coming with Stone. It looks like 3 + 3, 6. And then we're going to hopefully be able to maybe pick up another major power at some point in this game, which should be quite nice as well. So it's 3 off the top, 3 out of here, which is just infinite energy. And then we pay only 1 for this, which is cool. And then at some point we'll try to fit in a G3 to do a major draft a little bit later on in the game. But that's all kosher. Right, Gift of Nature's Connection gives 2 moon over to Shroud, which gives them level 1 of the innate. This all feels slightly wasteful, in truth. Gift of Nature's Connection to give Shroud just a single moon, when generally they don't need that much moon in the first place, is kind of ugly and gross. But look, it is what it is. I take 1 earth element with that, which gives me level 1 of the innate. I've just run out of pieces to run out of tracking things here because stone just solves too many lands on the board. Okay, so that's that. Now, stubborn solidity, as we said, gives me a defender 2, and the hand can't be changed in that land. That's all kosher. Now, sweltering exhaustion, that's a fear plus skipping a ravage in that land. We've already tracked it. Over here we've got 2 slow powers, we've got a slow left power, and they'll stay slow for most of the rest of this game because we're not hitting the sky stretches. We would have loved to have found that over with Shroud, of course. If we'd have done this draft in the opposite order, things might have changed. We might have been forced to take the sky stretches with Shroud. But anyway, that's all of that. Slow, slow, slow. This is a fast power that we've activated, but doesn't get used until the till the ravage. We're good to go. Let's get a drink. Oh yeah, I put about 1,000 pieces of ice in that drink as well, so it's still super cold and delicious. Event. Let's go. What do we got? Fortune Seekers. Well, I ignored the escalation, but that's a disaster. That puts 1 million explorers on the board. Look at how many empty lands there are. Awful news. Awful news. I'm getting absolutely wrecked by this tell the old stories as well. But anyway, Fortune Seekers. The next Explore card matches all lands without buildings, which is approximately half of the board. Okay. Grimtoll. On each board, choose a land with disease, and that land 2 damage to invaders and 2 damage to the Han, or 2 damage to the Han. In here, kill that Dahan. Dead. 2 damage to invaders. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to scoop myself in there to take advantage of this 2 damage in the slow, which is a pity to make it a fear farm. So I'll just kill the explorer and deal 1 damage to the city. Won't make a difference. That's that, and then I will do it to the town instead of the city because technically there's a combo I can do here. It won't matter because I'm very unlikely to do the combo, but there is something I can do about that if I so please. And then what else? So that's that. Over here, 2 damage to invaders, and then over here, 2 damage to invaders. And this actually will work because I'm in that land, so that does create a fear farm, which is quite nice. I will. What'll I do? I'll 1 damage to the town and 1 damage to the explorer, I think. Something like that. Okay. And that's nice that that's going to get the fear farm, the fear factory rolling. I'm happy about that. And then, so that was that. And finally, then we have each spirit with at least 2 Dahan among its lands, which is only Shroud at the moment. The other 2 don't. Pity. We get to reclaim a power card or regain a unique power it previously forgot. So reclaim a power card. I'll just put the fog closes in back in my hand. So that's okay. Right. Not in love with it, but we're fine. Ravage, let's go. No. Yes. This is where we take 1 blight. It's not a loss condition. And then 2 Dahan will die. Or 2 towns, should I say, will die. Over here, it gets skipped. Over here, we're paying 2 energy to take this from the box. Stone is fine. Over here, we're going to put that from the box and pay 2 energy. And finally, over here, we're going to pay 2 energy and take that from the box. And of course, because the stones Special rule: we will not destroy any of Rising Heat's presence in that land, because the blight does not outnumber my presence. Now, if I hit sands here, things might look slightly hairy, because basically every single sand is now blighted, so that will become quite challenging and tricky for Stone to deal with. So we would not be particularly chuffed to see sands flip here, I can tell you that much. But we'll build first. So over here, build a city. That is going to triangle trade, and that will force a town into this land. Here, we're going to build a town. Over here, we will build a town. Over here, we will build 2 towns. Over here, we'll skip the build, and then over here, it's isolated and there's nothing in it. Now, then we will go ahead and do the gather. Board land order over here, this board. Gather. This land can't gather. This board, this land, gather you, and then this land, it's isolated. Now, this board here, gather out of here, and this gathers out of here. Okay, that's all of our gathers done. Now, here we go. Explore, not sands. Okay, it's jungles. So now remember, because of the event, we are ignoring the escalation symbol, and we are going to put an explorer there to remind us about France 6, and then we are going to now explore into every land that doesn't contain a town. So 1, 2, and this of course just forces double explorers. 1, 2, so that would have hit anyway. This is isolated, so that's quite nice. It's not going to force an explorer in there. How's that wording? Explored card matches all lands. Yeah, so it just doesn't explore in there. So matching all lands, so it actually will explore anyway into that jungles and this one. So they're both the same. But then we're going to force an additional 2 explorers in there, which is kind of annoying. So it hurt us on that board. It kind of was a wash on that board. This board is also hitting a jungles, which it would have hit anyway. And then it hits this as well. And it hits that wetlands, makes a triple stack in there. So that does not contain a building. So that was a little bit unfortunate on that board. We don't love it. I think that's everything there. Did we make sure we hit every land? Yeah, and then we of course skipped the escalation, which was pretty nice, because that didn't force some towns or maybe some blight on the board. So yeah, overall probably around about a wash, I would say. Let's take 2 more explorers. So we France 6. France 6 will go where? So let's move these along so we know where we're ravaging, just to be a little bit more obvious about this. That's going to go there. 3 explorers, that will go there, just to remind us for next turn. Put that there. Now we go and explore to a land that does not contain explorer. And again, if we remind ourselves, putting it into something like that would usually be good against France, but here it's not really, because we have to isolate that land, and we can't. We want to isolate this land and that one technically next turn, so we can't be wasting an isolate on that. So that's no good. After that, we have 2 choices, and I suppose that one down there, given that we're gonna stone that land, is probably okay. Over on this board, then I'd imagine the dump land is a fine place to put that explorer. And then on this board here, do we have an option? We don't. Our hand is forced. It has to go in that land. Okay. That's all of that. Now, hang on. Oh, yeah. I was about to say, were we supposed to gather in here? But no, we weren't. Now, That's gone. Oh yeah, it's raining outside there now. Probably not getting picked up by the mic if I had to guess, but I love the sound of rain. Not sure if I've said that on the channel before, but I am a huge fan of sitting inside while it's raining outside and listening to rain. It's one of my favorite things. So I'm quite enjoying that. Stone is done. Might be picking up the wind. Again, not sure. I have that about half sensitivity, and the whole thing is kind of configured to not pick up the laptop. So hopefully it's not picking up the wind. But it's all very relaxing sounding, I have to say. Now, so we can take this back, get rid of that. That was there. This can go back. This can go back. This can go back. Clean up a little bit here. Clean up shop. We know we want to do this in this land, and that's unlikely to change. We did, however, say that on the reclaim, well, the flow down river, blow down wind right now could be used to... I could just like kill a town with it. One thing I can do is I could push that in there. That's one way to kill a town with blow down river. I could, for example, here's a slightly unfortunate thing here. Ideally, I'd like 3 movements here, and I don't have 3 movements. If I had 3 movements, I'd be in the money. I could move in here, push this to hand in there, and then I would be able to move all 5 of those. I can still do this, move in there, push that, and then the column, the herders, gathers 2 more in, and I can push all 5 things out of there and solve that land. However, if I do that move, then I cannot do the blow down river. I can't resolve it because I can't make a sacred site anywhere else on the board. So I have to choose between either flow down river or that play, and that play just kind of can't really be what I'm doing here. So yeah, I don't think that's what I'm after. I think I do need to set up the flow down river. I want to stay here, of course. Don't want to move out of there because that's a fair farm at the end of the turn. Also, technically moving in there would be really nice because that's also a fair farm, but I can't move in there either because that doesn't give me a sacred site. So I think, yeah, it is just 1, 2 in here. The play that I was talking about, flow down river, push this town into here. Left in 8, ping for 1, ping this. And then use my isolate on this land next turn. And then that is no longer something I have to throw away. That is an isolate target for next turn. And then we just use the stubborn solidity on this land, like we talked about. Now, next thing, dissolving vapors in here. 1 fear, 1 damage to each invader, wipes all of these 4 things out. 2 explorers go, 2 towns go, and that is, of course, because there's a -1 effect in the land. So that's the combo. Second time in the game so far, and I do, as I say, quite like this combo. I think it's pretty decent. It's not broken, but it's good. It's viable into this kind of game. I think I came across, I've never heard about anybody talking about this particular combo before online. There have been plenty of times I've heard people talk about Shroud as a combo piece. Of course, it's kind of known as a combo piece, but I don't remember ever hearing it about the Rising Heat with Shroud before. Actually, no. You know what? Now that I say that, maybe I have heard that. Maybe it's one of them cheesy beast level difficulty 27 kind of combos with like Bringer and Shroud and like a couple of others. I think Finder isolating a land or something like that. And I think maybe Rising Heat might have been one of the ones involved. Anyway, sorry, I banged the mic there. What else was I doing? Call on the Herders for 8. Gather up to 2 Dahan. I mean, it's got to be out of that land, right? Out of there. And then push the 4 towns into the dump land. 1 explorer left behind. Okay. That's that. That's gone. Don't have any innates left. Everything is paid and finished and done. Done over there. Done over here. Done. Okay. Now, reclaim cards. Look for a major power. That's part of the plan here for sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. What can we find? Anything nice that we can combo with Gift of Nature's Connection? That's what I'm wondering about very, very clearly here. Indomitable Claim. We like the sound of Indomitable Claim. Cleansing Floods, not as much. Fragments of Yesterday, not as much. Settle into Hunting Grounds, not as much. But if you know me, and you know me, talking out shite online, as they say, I will very often be heard talking about the importance of an Indomitable Claim in a game of Spirit Island. So there's basically no chance on earth that I'm passing that card here. It's yeah. The other things just don't win me the game in any sense of the word really here. Indomitable Claim is just super clean, super consistent. It's not broken like Exaltation or even Vigor or something like that. It's just such good stats. It's just a defend, it's a proliferate, it's just everything you need in a game, and I will not be passing it here, that is for certain. So Indomitable Claim, and then as I say, we throw away this rubbish here, this 1-cost rubbish that we don't need or want or care about. So that one goes. It has reasonable elements or whatever. It's got like a fire and an air and stuff like that, but yeah, it's in the bin. Okay, and that will give us 4 total energy. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we won't be Indomitable Claiming this turn because we don't need to. We'll save that for next turn. So it's 1 plus 3. So we've hit some pretty decent cards this game. Let's be honest with ourselves here. We've hit the Nature's Connection. We've hit Rigor the Breaking Dawn. We've hit Indomitable Claim. So I'm fairly happy with kind of how all that's going. We shall see now. So we said definitely this turn the Flowing and Silent is part of my plan. So that's a no-brainer. Now, I would really like to hit the the 4 if I can, because I have to solve another 2 lands here, and I don't really want to throw 4 energy at that if I can at all avoid it. And also I need to do the reclaim here, because I actually can't reach this land without it. Now, technically I could, like, Indomitable Claim the land or whatever, but again, if I'm gonna, use my G1, it's probably got to be on mountains, when they come up. So the G1 seems kind of a no-brainer here. So it will be reclaim, jump across the island, and solve this land. I'm already in this land. No, I'm not. I have to gather myself in there with the Flowing and Silent. I never gained my one fear at the end of the turn with the what do you call it? The mist stuff, the shroud stuff. Okay, so we definitely want to play Flowing and Silent. That solves 1 land, 2 lands. We want to isolate this. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that now. That gets isolated. That solves that land. This is solved, this is solved. And this over here, as I said, I can either Stubborn Solidity it. I could, in theory, just let it go. Which, I don't really want to be doing that. Again, not looking to really do Vigor the Breaking Dawn here for the simple reason that I can't threshold it and I want to just hit the 4. So I think I'll go reclaim. I'll go from top, which gives me 4 energy, 1 plus 3. I'll reclaim these 2 cards, and I think at this point, so now I can be thinking about next turn setting up the vigor where it starts to look okay. And for example, this land, vigor in here and then push in there and then do damage in there or something to that effect. Maybe we explore in there and then that's like 4 explorers in there, push thing in there and do like a bunch of damage or whatever. So that could be pretty good. So I think vigor into this land is not a bad play. Now, the other thing is about that is how much damage does that actually do? So that's going to build a town. It's going to convert a town, and then it's going to gather a town. There will be 3 towns in there next turn. I would need to jagged shards and place a badlands in that land to clear it with... sorry, no. I need to jagged shards plus get another Dahan in there. So I'd need to kind of use Shroud to get a Dahan in there. So I can do that. Like I could like get over here, push that with the right and 8 or something like that. So there are ways to do that. So that might be a way to go about sort of addressing that land and solving that land, which would be pretty good. I have down here these 2 jungles, and Indomitable Claim can solve one of them because it's range 1 from that land. So that's pretty good. I could also Indomitable Claim up here. That's also an option as well. So I've kind of 3 different options that I can play. Actually 4. I can also hit that land. That's one I can't hit, but I could solve that with the skip. Or call on herders for things. So what am I doing? I think call on herders for 8 here looks like it has some good options. I can solve this land that can go double town and then gather a town, and then I can go like pull those 2 in there, push all 4 out type of thing. So that could be pretty good. Vice versa over here, what can I do? It'll go town, replace town, and then gather town. So that'll also be 4. So I could solve one of them 2 lands with the call on the herders red. So that seems like a no-brainer to play that this turn. What else? Fog closes in. Is that going to be able to do anything for me over on this side of the board? Well, if I play Sucking Ooze now, that is a way to isolate this town and not gather a town into this land. So I could go build a town and then don't do a gather. And then could I Flowing and Silent? I've already got 2 adjacent lands. So could I Flowing and Silent in there? If I get 1 more adjacent land, if I like say G2 or something like that, have another adjacent land here, get 1 more in there, that's 3, pings the 2 explorers, pings the town, and then next turn I can Unnerving Paul the town. So I think likely Shroud solves that land. And that's also another Fear Farm going, which is pretty nice. That healed at the end of turn. Apologies there. So I think that's solved by Shroud. This got damage and also healed at the end of turn as well. So we had to give up some healing lands there, but it's okay. But then the thing is, then can I also get over to this land to do that push that I talked about? Suppose I could maybe go in there. That's only range 1, and then push that back in there. That could work. And the slow push in there, then do that, and then push back in. Yeah, I think that's probably not bad. But kind of like the sound of that. Fog closes in, the fog closes in. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. I need to play the fog closes in, don't I? That would be helpful. Kind of fog closes in. give up on the sucking ooze. But can I get 4 adjacent lands is the question. I suppose I might be able to. If I go G2, place 1 in here and 1 in here, and then go move, and then move, and then in the slow I go move. Yeah, okay, well then I'd need to go, yeah. Oh yeah, no, because I also unlock a move of presence. I think I can get it all. I think I can get it all. So, G2. Bottom, I think. And then next turn, if I want to, I can go G3 bottom to 3 card plays. And then that gets me a little bit cleaner on getting the engine going. My last game, I went a bit too top track. That was one of the mistakes I think I made in the game. I ended up all the way down to the air track, which is kind of known to be a bit of a trap. And I fell into it somehow. So hopefully I won't fall into that this time. So let's go G2 bottom. And that will give me the abundance of moon I talked about on the previous turn, which is why I hated having to give myself moon, but that's okay. So we'll go fog closes in. And what can we do? As I say, we go 1 in there, and I think we go 1 in here. I don't think it matters. Technically, either of them will work here, I think, because I'm going to go then a move of presence, use 1 move of presence to move in here. And then I have 2 fast move of presences, which look like 1, 2. That's my whole setup. Now I can fog closes in for 4 invaders here, which will ping. Oh no, yeah, so there won't be 2 explorers. There'll be build a town, convert a town, gather a town. That will ping 1 explorer and 3 towns. And then next turn, Unnerving Paw can stop all 3 participating in the Ravage, which I think pretty much gets the job done there. And it creates a fear farm, as I said. So, and it makes use of the Unnerving Paw as well. It's not perfect. Would I rather be killing 5 explorers with it? Yeah, probably. But you know, it's one of them things. The other thing to be aware of here, I guess, is if I had to in the slow, I could maybe try configure it where I pick off some explorers in this land instead. So that's kind of a way to go about doing this. So I kind of set myself up for a couple of different scenarios here, in a sense. Okay, and the Flying in Silent, as I said, I need this turn as well. So I'm using this to stop a blight and a loss condition, which is what I talked about before. So, okay, that's perfect. Now we've gone bottom track here. We take 1 energy, and we play the fog closes in, and that's all good to go. Now on the side of the other 2 spirits here, we say we definitely want to play Call and Hurt Us for Aid. We're generating 4 energy this turn. Next turn we can go. We can do a number of things. But given that we're kind of indomitable claiming here, we want to look at a kind of a path of how do we potentially get into a reclaim loop type of thing. Because this can give us the option of going for energy as well as plays, because it gives you an extra growth type of thing. And it's a good card to reclaim loop as well, generally speaking. Again, as I said, it doesn't win you the game, but it's still a strong reclaim looping card. So I just wonder, is there anything I can do with my innates here that kind of pop off? Not really. Again, we're sort of slightly short. Obviously here I'm reclaiming, so I get 2 card plays. I can play the Stubborn Solidity with the Jagged Shards, which just kind of solves this. But then I'm not playing the Nature's Connection, so I'm just wondering whether playing the Nature's Connection can enable anything for the other 2 spirits. I give myself a second Suffocating Shroud level 2, which is pretty decent, because I could go ahead and stop an Explore type problem over here. That's not bad. It does mean I'd be kind of hoping for a event, defend 2, or a fear card, ping or defend per Dahan or something, or push or whatever, and it would just give me the better card in Gift of Nature's Connection. Because what that allows me to do is actually get up to this on the innate. So yeah, if I put Stubborn Solidity back in my hand, I gained my 4 energy, didn't I? I usually stack this to remind myself. Yeah, I did. I gained my 4 energy. So if I Nature's Connection and give myself 2 Earth here, give up on this land and hope it gets solved by event/fear card. Now I can give myself 2 Earth off this, and that gives me the right innate, which can start killing stuff, which I quite like. So yeah, I think we do this. And now either in this land or this land, I can, so this would obviously deal a bit more damage. So we choose this one. I can just pick off like a few towns and just put some more towns back in the pool, which sounds pretty good. And I did tell you, looping Gift and Nature's Connection is all kind of good news. And as of right now, I don't need a Sky Stretches. So for sure, as we're looking at this, it's 1-0 to Gift and Nature's Connection. So I'll try to keep a little bit of a running track on what that might look like every time we loop, and think about which one would be winning the race, shall we say? Okay. So again, this is free, so I'm just making infinite energy, which works pretty well. It just becomes a little bit tricky to actually break out of the reclaim loop and go and look for a major power, which is the slightly unfortunate thing, but you know, it's okay. Yeah, it's just Stone is just too stupid. It's just too dumb with the reclaiming stuff. Like, why do you have to? Why is it so good to reclaim with this spirit? Like, I just really, honestly don't understand. I complain every time. I'm sorry. I know I'm terrible. Okay. So, can Stone do anything else interesting with for argument's sake, a Gift of Searing Heat? So I actually think I want to take the Searing Heat this turn, even though this is a little bit awkward for my innates, because I'm not really enabling either innate at any point here. But Sweltering Exhaustion next turn is the one, plus the skip. I basically give myself 2 skips next turn, and I don't need a skip at all in this turn. So clearly here, giving the Searing Heat and the Column of the Herders is pretty good. The question is, does Searing Heat do anything for me from a damage perspective here? I think the answer is no. And I definitely don't need the energy on the side of Stone here, given how this game is played out. So I think I will be interested in giving energy to Shroud, because pinging for 1 is doing next to nothing here on this board. Technically, I can ping here and then I can use my Isolate on something else. But again, I think I'd just much rather have 2 energy with Mist and not have to go any further down that top track. So yeah, I think I'll do that. So the Sweltering Exhaustion and the Claim are back in my hand. This is costing me 1 and I bank 3, and then I can use that energy towards this 6 cost hand next turn, which is all kinds of pretty good news. Now, they're there. It's okay. It was only Sky Stretches. They're there, Goose. Okay. Now, so we did all our moves. We did our presence placement. We didn't, but we will. It goes over there. We gained the 2 Earth. We have 5 Earth. That gives us the right innate. What is that? Did I see a mosquito? I did. Or some kind of tormenting rotfly. Get out of here, you. Okay. We have the left innate at the second level, so that gives us the kind of 1 energy business there. Right. We're done. No, we're not done. We have to use our fast powers. Have we placed all our presents? I think we have. Yeah. Okay. Fast powers. Give myself 2. We know that. Use the left innate. The right innate goes in this land here. The Gift of Searing Heat gives 2 energy to Shroud. Flowing and Silent, 2 fear. gather you in there. Fog closes in is slow. We've got what, level 1 only of this, of course, and then over here we've only got level 1 as well. Would have loved to have gotten to the level 2 there, but again, I kind of am thinking about avoiding top track this time and going a little bit further down bottom track if I can. So that's all good news. What else? That's all the fasts. Yep. Let's go. Event. And of course, we've got Slave Rebellion sitting on top for next turn. The event this turn, Healthy Island. In each land with at least 2 explorers, push 1 to an adjacent land without invaders. Why do I feel like this is going to wreck me? Yeah, this one wrecked me in a recent game as well. This card is horrific. This is going to wreck me here. Well, actually, not quite. I get to defend 1. So I actually get that solved, and I do get that solved, which is okay. I thought it's going to hit me in here for sure, which is awful. And Stone can't protect it. It's such a pity. I really... I really need a way to be able to push the hand or remove an explorer or something with this fear card, because otherwise it's going to go Blight Cascade in this land and it's going to destroy a bunch of my presence and it's going to ruin my plan down here as well. Oh, this is awful. It's such a pity. This is wrecking me. Horrendous. Okay, in each land with at least 2 explorers, push 1 to an adjacent land without invaders. Okay. There's that bloody fly. Can you see it on the screen? Flying about the place down here. He's down on the sands. You can see him. You can just about big him out. Little tormenting raw fly. Okay. So this can help here, because I can push from there into there. We already know that this is where we want to vigor the Breaking Dawn, so I don't have to push out of there. This now has no target. But this was a little bit better, because now that's slightly more manageable up in that corner. So that's kind of okay news. Anywhere else where this matters? There's actually very few places where this matters. But unfortunately, the places where it matters are really annoying. Because of this. This is the one problem. So where do we want to push? Technically, we had that land solved, but now if this gets destroyed, this land isn't solved anymore, because we don't have the adjacent land with our presence, and we can only deal 3 damage in there. I suppose technically even 3 damage in there still does solve the land, because it does solve the land because I can still ping the 3 towns, and then next turn I just stop the towns participating in Ravage, and then I just isolate the land. Actually, I don't even think I need to isolate the land, because I'll have no adjacent towns. So yeah, it'll only Ravage for 1 next turn. So actually, that is still solved. I didn't think of that originally. I actually didn't need these 4 presents around here. But anyway, that's okay. So we don't need to do it to here. So we can do it here instead, which makes that slightly less problematic next turn. So that gets pushed in there. And that is the whole thing. Now we have this distant hunt. On each board, push a town to an adjacent land with no blight. It deals 1 damage there. So obviously we can do things like push that in there and solve that, but that's about to die in the Ravage anyway. No, it's not, because that's ravaging for 3, and I'm only defending the land per 1. So okay, no, that's not doing that. So yeah, that's way worse. So here we can. So in this land, we can push this to somewhere. This is going to die in the Ravage, so this is fine. So we don't need to take care of that. So then we can just push this in here to pick off 1 Explorer, which is fine. Then this one to an adjacent land with no blight. So both of these can go in here and kill this. Can we do better than that is the question. And the answer is no, this literally can't go anywhere else. So that has to go in there and kill that. And then this one over here can jump into there and kill an explorer. So that's kind of okay. I got to kill 3 explorers. That's not bad. During Ravage, in every land, defend 1. So this is now defended of 4. So that land is going to be solved, which is great. So I'm glad we didn't have to dedicate our stubborn solidity in there. That's good news. So 1 fear card to solve this. Move an explorer from an inland land or something like that. That'd be beautiful. All kinds of beautiful things here. Come on. To save the game now. Don't do this to me. Come on now. Be good. Be good. What do we got? Not matching Ravage. Every time. Every bloody time it's this stupid not matching a Ravage card nonsense. You hate to see it. However, we can at least set ourselves up a little bit for the Slave Rebellion next turn. So, not matching a Ravage card. Yeah, so actually, in fact, Slave Rebellion could solve part of this problem next turn, so we don't actually need to worry too much about the adding the Badlands in there. We can instead get a little bit more creative, maybe with pushing some Dahan into an adjacent land or something, and make that a little bit better. Although looking at it now from our presence and range perspective, that's not really true. So we can't really get creative because we don't really have the range to get creative. We do a little bit. No, that's about to die, so we don't have the range in there. God damn it. Okay, anyway. Dahan Insurrection. No, not Dahan Insurrection. Slave Rebellion. Like that just dies to Slave Rebellion next turn if we put that in there, which is fine. It's 1. Like I'm conscious we can put that up there, but it actually doesn't die to Slave Rebellion because it takes 2 damage. What we can do here is we can strife, for example, one of these, and use that as our gather land, as our gather town, and then that'll just automatically die to Slave Rebellion next turn. And then we could also, like, Slave Rebellion another land in that land, technically. That kind of thing. So that's maybe 1, maybe 2. I was about to say, I wonder could I call on herders for aid? No, sorry. Jagged shards. No. I was thinking, could I like maybe push that in there? That's now 6 Dahan. If I, strife that. And then, sorry, not 6 Dahan, it's 3 Dahan, of course. Strife that. And then next turn on Slave Rebellion. Well, it's each board, right? I was talking about doing it down here as well, so I can't do it in both. Yeah, no. I think that has to be just a kind of a skip situation with the call on the herder stuff. So we gather that in there. It has a town, and an explorer. We actually do still want another Dahan in the land is the thing. To deal 5. To deal 6. And then we can push 2 out, leave 1 Dahan. Yeah, so we still do want another Dahan in that land. So we are going to have to use our Jagged Shards to put a Dahan back in there. But that's okay. But that is that land solved next turn with the Vigor. And then Colin the Herder solves one of these two lands. And then we have these two other things down here. Okay, so yeah, that, this, and then we just strife this because this gathers into one of those other two lands, maybe in here. And then we, I don't know, we may be stubborn solidity it or something like that. Okay. Okay. Not matching a Ravage card. Yeah. Right. Ravage. Over here. Pay 1. Blight comes from the box. Trigger the right in 8. This is dealing 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 12. So I deal 6 damage back in here and kill these 3 towns. It's 3 fear. Okay. Now, Ravage dies. Yeah, technically, again, I didn't actually need to isolate this land because there wasn't going to be a town adjacent to it if I'd thought about that. But anyway, look, it's okay. That's fine. Now, over here, defended, dies. Over here, we take this from the box by paying 1. And this is safe. And now this is very much not safe because it is adjacent to towns. So it's going to Ravage and it's going to Blight Cascade. Light and Cascade into... I can actually pay... Yeah, I'll pay 1 to take that from the... Sorry, so those go back. I'll pay 1 to take it from the box. But it still does now outnumber my presence. So it will destroy... It'll Cascade and destroy 1, 2, 3. Kill that fly. So those 3 get destroyed, and I still have to Cascade, and I don't have anywhere else where I can, save it with my presence with things. So I'll just put that in there. Okay. That's that. So that's all of the ravaging done. No loss conditions or anything happening there, needless to say. And then we go build. So over here, build, convert. Here, build. Over here, build. Down here, build, convert. Down here, skip. And then down here, build. Now, no triangle trades happening there, so that's fine. So next up then is going to be the gather. So board land order over here, have to gather out of there. Over here. Such a waste. Gather that out of there. I forgot. Bit all over the place here, guys. Making a few mistakes for sure. That, of course, is getting gathered out of that land. Completely forgot about that. That was poor planning. Over here on this board then, so board land order. So here first we said we're gathering that out of there. Up here then we gather out of there because we're forced to, and then down here we have a gather situation. In actual fact we don't. We have to gather that out of there. Which again is poor planning because I was planning on putting that in that land. So that's again kind of dumb. But yeah, it is what it is. And then we go out of there. So yeah, look, I found some cards. Look, I left that thing up as again. I found some good cards and I lost the run of myself entirely. I've just been making mistakes left, right, and center here. So generally 6-6 games do not allow you to make mistakes. And I've just made about 3 or 4 of them. So it doesn't bode well. But the lemonade is still nice. Okay, that's the build. That's all of the gathering done. Now we explore. And then we will be hitting an escalation. Well, I say we will be. What I really mean to say is we won't be hitting an escalation because we're going to, of course, be hitting the coasts instead. And this is the last explore before the reminder card, which is next turn. So we need to be really careful about this. Explore. 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 Over here, double explore. Single explore. Single explore. And then over here, single, single, and double. And the one thing about that is we talked about we can actually push some stuff in there and actually get a bit of damage done, which is quite nice with the vigor, which can kill all of them, which is pretty good. So done, done, done. And again, as I say, that's the last explore before the reminder card underneath there. But we've missed on 2 France explorers so far, which is not awful. We also, of course, have to remind ourselves about France 6. Let's not forget about France 6. Now, anywhere on the board that does not contain an explorer. That's forced. That's forced. And that's not forced, but obvious. Okay. Now, so we said then next turn. Yeah, I know. I was saying, again, I'm slightly all over the place here. I was saying that I needed to push another to hand in this land, but I don't, because Slave Rebellion in there can kill one of these. Oh no, the reason I was saying I wanted to push a hand in there is because when I push them out, I want to leave a hand behind. So I do need to push a hand in there. So if I go hand in there now, next turn I can go 6, which goes 2, 4, 5, and 1 damage on this. Push 2 hand out, and then that will I'd go 1 in there and 1 in here, for example, which would be really nice. And then it leaves 1 behind, which when the Slave Rebellion triggers, hits that and kills that. So that's super cool. So that does require me to push a hand back in that land. So I'm going to do that. So range 1 in here, jagged shards, 1, and then place that Badlands. So that's all super kosher. Those are gone. And that's the reclaim sorted, or that's, sorry, the turn sorted from Stone's perspective. So now that land is solved without having without having to what do you call it? Use the what the hell is the card called? The not the card, the bloody Slave Rebellion. I'm getting tired now, guys. So yeah, it's getting a little bit late on. So I probably won't play too much more here because my brain's starting to slow down. So Slave Rebellion isn't required on this land. I can, in theory, then Slave Rebellion up there if I wanted to, but it doesn't really do that much. It just stops, obviously, some of that damage coming in, but it's not super useful. What would be lovely is getting a hand in that land somehow. That would be cool. But I don't know how we go about doing that. I don't think we can. We're reclaiming next turn, and we are going Stubborn Solidity. That's a card that we're required to play next turn, so that's just something to also bear in mind here just a little bit. Stubborn Solidity is range 1, isn't it? Yeah. Can't reach that land with Stubborn Solidity, unfortunately. I'm doing the reclaim again with Stone next turn, because it's kind of forced. Also to hit the Vigor of the Breaking Dawn. So basically reclaim next turn, go from there, gain a minor power, get these back in my hand, and then play the 3 cards. 1, 2, and Nature's Connection. And then I can give out Nature's Connection and just take a Sun, which only unfortunately gives me 3 Earth and not 4. So we're not in love with that, but it's okay, because it gives me the vigor threshold, which is fairly decent. So I think that's kind of got to be the play. So with that said, I mean, where's Stubborn Solidity going? Like, this looks like an okay land if I could get more to hand in there, but I kind of just can't. I've got 2 moves with Stranded right now. They should probably be there, so I remind myself. But it's not like super intriguing. We're solving this anyway, so that's one thing we're definitely doing. So I don't know why that's there. Those should be kind of over here. Oh yeah, that was that one. We did this the 6, didn't we? Yeah, we did. France 6. That should be there. Fog closes in. For each adjacent land with your thing, 1 damage to each thing. So it'll be 1, 2, 3. That's got a strife, so it's not going to ravage next turn. So we're actually okay, and we don't have to dedicate our isolate to that land, which could be helpful. So we go ping, ping, ping. Yeah, by the time that land comes back around, we can do something else about it. So ping, ping, ping. And that's fine. That's another fear farm. Yeah, that doesn't give fear. The fog closes in. I mean, fog closes in should give fear, shouldn't it? But anyway, that's that. Now, what else? This needs to be skipped. Rising Heat will be skipping that with its skip card. That's a no-brainer. So that's that solved. So then Heat at that point has a Indomitable Claim, and it has a Call on the Herders for aid. The Call on the Herders for aid here can solve. Technically, it can solve one of these. Just gather 2 to hand out of there and just solve that land right now. Of course, calling the Herders for aid, I was planning it up here. But basically right now, if I call on the Herders for aid up in that land up there, what ends up happening is either or. Let's say, because this is beside a heath land, so I'd probably go gather these to hand out of there, push them in here, type of thing. Then I would actually no, it'd be the other way around, right? Because I can claim in here. So yeah, it'd be the other way around. So it'd be push them in there, push all of that out, and then I can Indomitable Claim in there, but there's no to hand, and it doesn't really do anything with the land. So I'm wondering then, can I instead Stubborn Solidity one of these lands and then Indomitable Claim the other one? I'm wondering, can that be a thing? So Indomitable Claim in, well, what are they ravaging for, I guess, is the question. 2, 4, 6, 8. Plus 2 is 10. So Stubborn Solidity in this land does not solve the land unless these towns were gone. Oh, just noticed something interesting. I can do better with I think I can do better with this stuff at the end. So anyway, that was my next turn, but I think actually I can do better with this. So the way I had played this turn was Nature's Connection and Jagged Shards, right? So Jagged Shards I already used it when I went there and there, but I actually think I can do slightly better on that. Give me a second on that one. Might be able to improve on that. Yeah, unfortunately, the Stubborn Solidity wants to go in this land. Because this is 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The Stubborn Solidity wants to go in there, and the Indomitable Claim wants to go in there. Can I make that work? Not really, because I want to reclaim next turn. Obviously, I'm jumping the gun there as well with that reclaim. That shouldn't be there. I need to place and place for the next 2 turns. I can't place anywhere else. So I can't get over to that side of the board with Stubborn Solidity. Like technically I could go place in there and then I have range to those lands. But right now I need to go place and place to continue to solve those 2 lands. So I can't get over there. And I don't have additional range or anything like that. So that won't work. So I can't do what I wanted to do there. So with that, I think then I need to just make this the Stubborn Solidity land, which is now 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Defend for 1 to protect the Dahan. I could even just let the Dahan go. But then where am I soliditying? Nowhere. So yeah, I just protect the Dahan and then I kill 1 town as well, which is pretty good. And then technically if something pushes a Dahan in or like adds a Dahan with an event or something, that could be pretty good. Yeah. Okay. So now, the other thing I was talking about with Jagged Shards, I still have this right innate. I also still have a ping of damage. What does that do for me? Does that do anything? Not really. Ping it down. I mean, I'm sure I can set up another fear farm somewhere, so that's likely what I want to be doing. But the other thing I was thinking was, so I can move. One of my moves can go in here and push this Dahan in here. That's one thing. Now, Jagged Shards, add a Badlands in this land and then push up to 1 Dahan, up to 2 Dahan. I'm going to push one of them in there. And that now solves this build and this build with the Vigor the Breaking Dawn next turn. And in here we deal 5 damage, which kills the 2 towns and the Explorer. Yes, there's a town left behind that won't die anymore because we don't have the Dahan or the Slave Rebellion, so that's not ideal. But it's okay because we would clear out this and this. So it feels like that's pretty good. And then I would be able to set up a Fear Farm energy thing this turn with Shroud by moving 1 more and pinging somewhere. Where else could I set up a farm? But 1 more move. So now we're going to call on the herders for aid in Said this land, wasn't it? But now we're gathering the hand out of here. So also the indomitable claim is pants. It's just terrible news, really. You hate to see it. You hate to see it, but you've got to do it. It's one of them, isn't it? Yeah. And then we don't like clear this out or whatever next turn, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Okay. Isolating this. Does that do anything next turn? Not as such. No. No. Okay. Call on the herders for aid. Let's gather. No, it's the other way. Gather. And then push. That's terrible as well. It doesn't even make a... No, it's the other way. Gather and push, because this is the coastal land, of course. Oh, but then we can't... Oh, then we can go claim in here and then skip that land. That's probably slightly better. Yeah. By a little bit, maybe. So anyway, but this clears this out, which is important. So, okay, gather in there, and then for each thing present, push them. So here it's 1, 2, probably just 3, 4. Get them all in there. Okay. That's that. And then we've got our 1 ping of damage. Again, where are we doing our 1 ping of damage? Maybe we want our presence back over here slightly more. So go in here. Oh no, that's going to just kill a town. We don't want to kill a town. We want to ping a town. Same in there. In here, pinging a town. What does that do? Oh, pinging a town actually solves that. That's pretty good. So it'll only give us a fear farm for 1 turn, but that's okay. Going in there and doing 1 damage actually does 2 damage now, and it creates a fear farm for a single turn, which will get me the extra energy. So that's not bad. Okay, that's pretty good. So that's the second move. Both of our moves are done, and then our left innate 1 damage is done. Deals 2 damage there. So now we're going to go to the time passes, which is going to generate us 1, 2, 3 fear farms. So 3 fear plus an energy for Shroud of Silent Mist. Now we might be thinking about a major power at some point in the game. Earlier on in the show, I talked about Mist and said it's one of the only spirits that never drafts in major. And then every game I've played, I've ended up drafting majors. Which is good fun. But anyway, that's fine. So those are gone. Those are gone. This is gone, and all of this is gone. What are we now? Almost 2.5 hours. Not a bad little run here coming into the 4th turn. That's definitely faster than the other game here, albeit with my mind starting to slow down, as I'm sure you've noticed. Still got loads of lemonade left. So I'll go for another few minutes. We'll probably go to a growth phase here and see what's going to happen. I think we more or less had it all lined up anyway, so that comes back here. I think we said we wanted G3. Definitely playing Unnerving Paul. The Sucking Ooze, might just stop something being gathered into that land. That's already a nightmare land, so ideally we'd like to find something to solve that. That's going to build a ton of towns. We're reclaiming again, of course, because that's what Stone does. So I hate playing the Spirit as well. It's just so boring, you know. It's just too efficient, and it's like, why would I not reclaim? It's too obvious. You know what I mean? So that's that. We do go from the top track to give us the extra card play. We do get a card play, and unfortunately, that's going to force the minor draft as opposed to any card draft. So it has to be a minor power, because that would be dumb as hell if you could draft a major. 1, 2, 3, one more. 2, 3, 4. What do we got? Here's the constancy now. Surely this is where the constancy comes into play. Swarming wasps, steam vents. Gift of living energy. Back to the giant hunt. Yeah, I mean... Gift of living energy gives us the other sun that we can loop with vigor the breaking dawn and then use connection on ourselves for earth elements. So that's a no-brainer. I mean, Steam Vents is fine and all, but yeah, Gift of Living Energy is a combo card, and it makes it much easier for my other two spirits to make their majors work. So we will certainly be taking that. That's another S tier stupid support card. So that should also help contribute towards us winning the game. But we won't be using it yet. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because we've got bigger plans for this particular turn. That's 4 energy. And I will stack them over here so I remember that I took my 4 energy this time. So that goes there. And we'll be placing this in one of the 2 mountains that I talked about, so that's fine. Now, over here then, we said we would go Claim and Sweltering Exhaustion are the 2 plays. We won't be able to make 3 card plays this turn, so not even taking a G3 here will not give us an additional card play. And we want to play these 2 cards as well. But, you know, it's not a terrible idea to think about trying to find a major power that could give us an additional option on the reclaim. But, of course, this does also give us access to a major as well. Just wondering here, can we do anything about getting to 3 card plays when we reclaim? So, for example, if I go G3, take 2 energy plus 3 is 5. That puts us up to 8. And we're only spending 6, which is pretty good. That means we bank 2. We can take from here. And then when we Indomitable claim, we can take from here. So then when we reclaim, we hit 2 in the bank. We get 1 more up to 3. And then we take 3 more up to 6. So I could reclaim with this again. And then maybe put this Gift of Searing Heat kind of in the mixer there. And I've gotten 2 shots at a major power at that point to kind of try close out the game a little bit later on. Like Indomitable Claim will be good for a turn or 2 or so here, but it's not going to be the rest of our game. So I wonder whether that's not a bad option. The alternative is just maybe G2 again. Go like top, Indomitable Claim off top, and then reclaim. That gives us 1 extra energy. We bank 3, then we reclaim up to 4, up to 8. And then that gives us a shot at Indomitable Claim plus a 4 cost major, which might be interesting. Not even, sorry, it's up to 9, a 5 cost major. Forgot we'd be taking that as well. I think I like that slightly better. We don't necessarily have a setup here for card plays. I think we've got a better setup for majors. It feels to me like that's the case. So I think I do just do this. Top. And this can fill in the Sacred Site here. Technically, it can give me range 1 to that Indomitable Claim. But as I said before, kind of one way or the other, we had to sort of solve that situation up there. So this is probably okay. And then on the side of Shroud, so I'm going G3. I'm going from bottom. This is costing me 1. I'm going to generate 1. That's going to give me 5 total. And then technically I can get up to 6 with this G3. So I can play a 5 class major, assuming I take one without fire. It does feel to me like a major power is pretty good here. And I've got, as I say, the living energy and the nature's connection, which can force energy if I find a really good card. So I think I'm actually looking for a major power here. And I can throw away like the flow down river or whatever from my discard. So let's go ahead and 1, 2, 3, 4. And we have, let's clear a bit of space over here so we can check what we have. It's Storm Swath. It's got fire. We don't love it. Tsunami. It costs 6. We can't afford it. Technically, we can if we don't play Unnerving Paul. We could threshold this, which is maybe interesting. Tickets Erupt. Not really. Vengeance of the Dead. Definitely not. So Tickets Erupt. 2 damage. And yeah, it's just, that's not it. So it's Storm Swath or Tsunami. If I would go top track instead of bottom, and I don't play Unnerving Paul, I can Tsunami with the Sucking Ooze and hit the threshold on the thing. Now, what does that look like? Is the key question to be answered. I'd have to form a Sacred Site, but like I just moved that out of there straight away. That's a bit to Ravage and Blight, but you know, it's just like it's 2, 4. Yeah, it's just 1 Blight, not the end of the world. Get that out of there, form a Sacred Site or whatever. Then we have 8 damage. Destroy 8 damage in here. What can that do? This is going to go no build, and then it's going to gather a town. So 8 damage actually solves that land. And then it does, in each other coastal land on the same board, 1 fear, 4 damage, and destroy a blight. This doesn't build, but it gathers a town. That solves that problem. And then this mess over here is about to go build a town and then replace a town in there. But then that can kill the 2 towns. Now, am I about to die here is the question. Am I about to lose the game to the escalation plus the reminder card? We know the reminder card is 9 towns. So that's all of them. We are going to kill 1, 2, 3, 4 towns with vigor. Stubborn Solidity is going to kill 1 more. That's 5 towns back in the pool. And we only have 2. 5 towns back in the pool plus 2 is 7 towns. And that is not great news. This is 2. This is 4 more. That's 6. This is 2 more. That's 8. This is 2 more. That's 10. This won't build. This won't build. This is a city and a thing. That's 11. I dare say we're in a spot of bother here. Wow. Do I need to be thinking about hitting the major button over here? Major button would put me up to 8. I could hit like sweltering exhaustion plus something else, and if I hit like a fast way to get rid of some towns, that could be helpful. Because I can give up an indomitable claim. It's just a skip. It's a good one, but I could give it up if I had to. Sweltering exhaustion this land, take this ravage up here, and just move on with my life. I think that's what I need to do, because right now I'm losing. I'm taking 11 towns, and that's not counting the France escalation, which will probably be like 2 or 3 more. If I hit... Like if I hit... what do you call it here? Exaltation. To give me a fast tsunami, that's probably pretty good. So Exaltation would be a pretty decent hit. It would be the only card I could play, but it would be pretty good. So I'm still thinking about this draft over here. I haven't really looked at Storm Swat because Tsunami seemed like a decent option, but I suppose we'll just put the other two back just in case. What is it? Tickets Erupt and Vengeance. And I suppose Tickets Erupt actually gets me what, maybe like... Oh, you know what? Tickets Erupt can get me... like 2 towns. So that might have to be the play. And then I could also play the Unnerving Paul or whatever. Okay, anyway, we have to hit a major draft over here. I think that's imperative. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on now. Come on now. It's just not Poison Land. It's just not. It's not the time or the place for Poison Land. It's just not the card that we want to see. Utter a Cursed Dread and Bone is definitely not the one either. We'll need fast powers here. Come on now. Infinite Vitality. You're not the one. Good card, but you're not the one. I have defense already. I've got defensive actions. Walls of Rock and Thorn. What does that do for me? Can't even threshold the thing. It's one of them where you sort of feel like you need a Sky Stretches to shore. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Sky Stretches to shore feels like it would be pretty good here. Sky Stretches a tsunami. Over in this mess over here. Deal 4 damage in there. That's like 4 towns that don't come off. You just got to imagine that Sky Stretches will be pretty good in this spot. It will be absolutely sensational, let's be honest. I can Indomitable Claim to skip here, actually. If I take the Walls of Rock and Thorn, put the Sweltering Exhaustion back in my hand, that gives me Indomitable Claim as a skip. And a skip with Indomitable Claim saves me a few towns. Because I can skip this, get 3 fear, which contributes towards a fear card or whatever. And it I have the 8 where I can play both of these cards. I think I need to do this. So let's throw away those 3 cards. It wasn't there, wasn't it? Yeah. They're gone. This might work, actually. Sweltering Exhaustion. I now have 2 very defensive cards, so I'm not sure I need Sweltering Exhaustion. But I'm also not sure that I'll be able to generate enough energy to reclaim loop with kind of 2 of these cards, so I might just need to keep the cheap one. But like, what else am I throwing away? I suppose I can just throw away this call on the herders for aid. Okay. Yeah. Throw that away. Sweltering Exhaustion goes in my hand, I think. Kind of hate it, but we'll see. Calling the herders can kind of combo with the vigor. I can sort of gather and move stuff with the vigor. I feel like that might work. I think I have to get rid of the Sweltering Exhaustion. I hate it, but I've got a skip now. I've got a better skip. I think this is the play. So we go top. We threw away a card. We can add a presence at range 1, which has to go into this land. I'm just wondering whether I go top or bottom here. I think I go top, so then I can indom up to 4, and then when I reclaim, it's 4 plus 1 is 5, and that can give me some options. So I think I have to do this. So that goes in there. That can now give me indom in here. Actually, I didn't need a Sacred Site from there, but it's fine. And then I can now Walls of Rock and Thorn in there to stop the blight. Although I probably just want a Walls of Rock and Thorn now somewhere to stop, like a town build or something. Like Walls of Rock and Thorn in there can give me kill a town, kill an explorer, and that stops 2 towns. I don't need to defend the land this turn, and it does mean I take my lost condition blight up there, but that's okay. Indom in here, which stops the build as well as the ravage. So that's now given me back a bunch of towns. So let's recount. No build, 2. Over here. Builds 4 towns, so it goes up to 6. This doesn't build at all now. 2 over here goes up to 8. None, and now this land contains, it's only going to build 1 town. That's now only 9. So I got only 2 towns back. How come that can only give me 2 towns back here? I suppose I get 1 back in the pool because I killed 1. So that's now, well, yeah. What do we say? So that's how many we're building right now is 9. The amount of towns we have in the pool is currently 2. And as we said, we would go 1, 2, 3, 4 more up to 6. And then 1 more over here up to 7. So we're now 2 shy. And the tickets can kill 2 towns in here with 2 damage, which puts me to 9. That puts me at level par. Obviously, I can get wrecked by an event. All sorts of things that wreck me here. But it's just one of them. You know what? I'm just looking at this. Gifted nature. Oh, yeah, no, we want to give out the nature's connection. Sorry. We're giving out the nature's connection and taking a sun. Which means I can give, technically I can actually give Walls of Rock and Thorn a threshold, which would kill a city and an explorer or something like that as well. No, sorry, it would kill another town. So that gives me 1 more town back in the pool type of thing. So actually that's pretty good. So yeah, that puts me slightly ahead of the curve. Gives me 1 more town back. So actually, yeah, I think this can potentially work. Not in love with taking Tickets Erupt here, but you know, you just kind of have to do what you have to do. And actually, it's got an air, so that gives me the first level of the innate. So, okay, we throw that away. We take the Tickets Erupt. We throw away the flow down river, blow down wind, I think, even though it's our only other plant card, but I'm not throwing away the fog closes in or flowing silent or dissolving vapors, and I want to play these 3 cards this turn. So yeah, that's gone. That gives us 1 energy off top, 1 energy from up here. We still have to place our presence, but now we can go. Yeah, sorry, we are still going from bottom track this time. And we go Sucking Ooze, Unnerving Paw, Tickets Erupt. We actually miss the right innate, but we get level 1 of the left innate, which we'll do. We pay 1 plus 3. Over here, we choose, I think we already chose top track, didn't we? Yeah, we already placed it. We gain 3 plus 2 is 5. 3 plus 2, which is 3 plus 1, and then 4 over here. So that's the full amount. And then over here, we already gained our energy. That looks like 1, 2, 3, 1 there. And then we place our presence, which I think I'll come back the next day and go ahead and place my presence and resolve all of this and all that kind of stuff, because it's a little bit late. This is about the time I was planning on stopping and trying to get to bed. I think we survived this. It looked really bad when we were planning this G2 situation, and then when we realized we're in a bit of trouble, hitting here actually gets me the skip. You know, you can see it. It's kind of coming together. I feel like if I can get over the hump of the 9 towns, I can kind of try to turn this around. The problem with this one is, if you watch my last game again, I had the combo with the heat and the Shroud of Silent Mist, and it worked really well because I had the portals. The portals were gathering stuff up and they were conglomerating the invaders. I'm not doing as much of that this time. I'm kind of happy I kept the call on the herders, because that can do a bit of that. It can do some conglomerating here, and I can kind of try to get stuff into. I don't want to have this happen where I've got randomly just kind of 4 stuff up in the corner, because that makes it much harder to clear plastic. I'd much rather these in individual lands so that 1 dissolving vapors can clear loads. But it's just one of them things. It is what it is. We don't have a great setup here for our kind of Dahan. Right now we're going to go in here, then we're going to push in there and there. So that's kind of separating our Dahan over there. They're very much around the outskirts of the island. They're isolated. Pocket of 4, pocket of 4. So the setup for Vigor here is horrific. I haven't found any kind of Dahan movement cards really here, but hopefully, because we're going bottom track right now, soon I'll be able to get to kind of 4, maybe 5 card plays. I can start leveling up this right innate to as far as I can, and then use that to push my Dahan around and set up some good Vigor stuff. So we're a couple of turns away from getting all of that to work, but we've got the tools. It's just whether or not we can bring all of this together. So I hope you'll join me after our almost 3 hours here of gameplay. But we've gotten through kind of 3.5 turns. We're well on the way, albeit only with 1 fear card earned here. But the gears are starting to turn a little bit now. We've got the Indom that's going to start getting stuff off the track. We've got the Vigor. We've got kind of things happening. So pleasure to have you here. Really enjoyed this evening. I will see you back momentarily. For me, several days, who knows when. But anyway, that's going to be it for tonight. Thanks for joining. See you in a bit. Welcome back, folks, to session 2 of this particular playthrough. It's been a day for me. It's been about probably 10 seconds for you. Thanks for waiting. I managed to get back to the table after 1 day. I did say it might be a while, but in fact, my good woman, my darling wife, had decided to go off gallivanting. with her friend, which really means they were going for a walk, which really means they were going to drink wine, and that's all super cool. So mom's ladies who lunch or dinner or drink or whatever, they love getting off and doing something for a couple of hours, and I usually don't complain because that usually means I get to play some Spirit Island, especially in the evening time. So yeah, she jetted off. I got the kids to bed. I have the monitor thing on here, the baby monitor on here. So hopefully that's not being picked up by the mic. It shouldn't be. If he starts crying, it most certainly will be. But if that happens, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. Otherwise, the kids might disrupt me because she's not around to keep an eye on them. But that's all pretty okay. I did decide that if she's off out drinking wine and I'm on non-alco plans here, I don't mind going and getting myself my fancy bottle of Sicilian lemonade and finishing the rest of it. So that's what I'm going to do. I'll move that cable over there because that's just kind of hanging obnoxiously across the camera there. So we'll move that out of the way. That's the first thing. I probably shook the camera a bit there. Apologies. Probably still shaking a bit, is it? Let me see. I think we're okay. Now, let's get a drink while that's settling and relaxing itself. Unfortunately, I did not get to really study this today. I had a very busy day today. All the usual stuff, plus a bunch of life admin, insurance things, and car insurance, and home insurance, and electricity and gas providers, and switching, and blah, 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 blah. That's been my day. I hope you've had a good one. And I hope you're getting a chance to sit down and relax. Maybe in the evening, maybe with a nice beverage. We are rejoining this particular game. Oh, hang on. Let me do one last thing. Get that over there to keep that from dripping everywhere. Now, we're rejoining this game, which is in a highly precarious situation, as we talked about last time. We were in the depth of trying to discover how we could not lose to the town count. I had a small recap and a small count this afternoon, and I think we can not lose, provided we don't get wrecked by whatever's under that slave rebellion. Speaking of which, I have made a rather unfortunate sort of mess of slave rebellion here, really. I just didn't cover myself in glory at all with the slave rebellion situation here. So on the previous turn, I sort of made at least one mistake over here, really. I ended up pushing a Dahan in this land, which isn't necessary at all, actually, because pushing one Dahan into this land would solve that land, because it could do 2 damage, kill the 2 explorers, and do a ping of damage to that, which actually also isn't even necessary, because 1 Dahan and 1 town in here would actually be a slave rebellion kill. Now, that's true, but it also does mean that given the way that I've done this here, I can actually slave rebellion onto one of those towns, and that'll actually stop a loss condition up in the corner there. So that's actually not too bad. So while it was probably a mistake operationally, it wasn't a disaster for that particular reason. But as we saw before, I didn't preempt the gathers properly here at all. I was getting tired last night and I was making some mistakes. So this gather out of that town, that was supposed to be a slave rebellion kill, but of course I had to gather out of there. And then sort of similarly over here, I was preempting gathering from this particular town into there as opposed to here. So kind of I made a mess on 1 or 2 little spots there. But ultimately, it shouldn't make a huge difference. If this strife town had been in this land, that could have gotten me 1 extra kill, 1 extra town kill, which could make the difference here. Because had there been a strife land in there, a strife town in there, I could go ahead and strife the other town, stubborn solidity the land, and then ravage. And then each of these towns would have taken 1 point of damage from the slave rebellion. And then when the blight came in, the 1 Dahan would fight back and kill 2 towns. There was some risk inherent with that play, though, because if I hit a hand defend, it wouldn't blight the land at all, and no towns would die. So it wasn't a no-brainer mistake because there was a trade-off there. I could get wrecked by a positive effect, which would give me a defend in the land. So anyway, I'm talking about hypotheticals that actually aren't going to come true here. But the problem really still does lie here that I'm very, very close on the town count, and even one town can make the difference here. So with that said, we are. I've counted this up, and I believe this ends up working out at. I'll have 11 towns. I think I'll have 11 towns in the pool, and I'm due to place 9. I think that's the gist of what this looks like. So we'll do one quick count here just to kind of do a tot up. We're not building. Over here, we're going to add 2 towns, build 1, and convert 1. So that's 2. Over here's 4. That brings us up to 6. Over here, we're skipping all actions. Over here's 2 more. That's up to 8. And then over here, I'm going to knock out. I'm going to deal 4 damage in this land with the Walls of Rock and Thorn, which is going to kill town, and explorer. So this is only adding 1 more town, up to 9. Where is it? There it is. This land will be empty. This land will be empty. So there'll be no more builds happening. So it'll be adding 9. Now, what am I getting rid of? Well, first of all, I've got 2 in the pool. I'm obviously discounting these 9 over here because they're definitely coming off with the reminder card, so they're separate. This is the additional on top of those. 2 so far. Now, Vigor the Breaking Dawn is going to kill 1, 2, 3, 4 towns, so that's going to go up to 6. The Walls of Rock and Thorn is going to kill 2 more. That puts us up to 8. The Tickets Erupt in this land is killing 2 more. That puts us to 10. And then this over here, provided that the Ravage goes through and doesn't get wrecked by an event with the Stubborn Solidity, that'll put us up to 11. I won't get any kills off the Slave Rebellion because I'm not good at planning for that event, as we've talked about in the past. So unless something else happens where I can use a fear card to remove a town, or I don't know, do we have any beast damage possible? No, we don't even really here. We've no options to really deal damage to beasts either. So we're kind of stuck a little bit on that front. So it'll be a struggle to get any more towns back in the pool here. I'll only have 1 stage 1 event, so it's highly unlikely. But there are plenty of events that can add towns. And right now we have a delta of 2. I don't know why I used the word delta. That's way too businessy and consultancy or techie or whatever. So I should have just said a difference because that's just a lot more normal. We've a difference of 2 here. Those 2 are basically to cover 2 towns for the what do you call it? The escalation. Escalation wise, I've looked at all of my my terrains as well, and I think I'm fine on all 3 possibilities: mountains, sands, and wetlands. I've checked them all, and I think max I can add is 2. I think in every case I have at least 1 board where I will be able to add a blight. In some cases, I can add 2 blight. So I may get away with adding 1 single town with an event, but I'm pretty sure if I add 2 towns with an event, I'm dead. So that's something to look out for here. Other than that, I just don't really have all that much going on. So I just kind of have to play it out. We got kind of lucky on finding a Walls of Rock and Thorn that was able to get rid of 2 towns fast. Tickets Erupt got rid of 2 towns fast as well. So that put us back in the game. We were actually losing up until that moment with our sort of plans with our skip and our indomitable claim. So we did okay actually on our major drafts there. So that's pretty good luck. So let's just go ahead and do it. The last thing we have to do is we have to actually place our presence and think just a little bit about where they're going. As I said before, we've kind of got 2 mountains here that Stone is going to want to just kind of protect both of. Again, we could get a little bit wrecked by events here, forcing blight and other such things, but kind of it's very difficult to play around that. There are some specific things that will tell you add blight in a land with X and all that kind of stuff, but that's a little bit difficult to play around here. So I think I'll just go ahead and start with that land over there. And then next turn I can go into that one. So that's fine with there. We've done all the gain energy, pay energy. We did all that last time out. So all that's fine. Over here then with Shroud of Silent Mist, again, what we need to do right now is we need to make a sacred site with Enrage 2 of this land. That's one thing we definitely need to do. we will, what else will we need to do? We're losing Fear Farm and Fear Farm over here, which is fine. I'm not too worried about Fear Farms in and of themselves right now. We'll have a ping of damage in the slow. And a ping of damage, of course, can do things like maybe get into a land like this and ping off one single town just to get something back in the pool to help us for the following turn. It could also, for example, I think I already thought about this offline, getting into this land in the slow and doing a ping of damage can kill the single town that will gather in there. So, of course, this will get wiped by the Vigor Fast, and then it won't build, but then it'll gather one of these in there, and then that will be a town ready to ravage next turn. So I can, in the slow, just push myself in there and ping that town, which is fine. The other thing I can do is I can Sucking Ooze this land so that it doesn't gather a town, so that kind of stays solved, which is quite nice as well. So there's a couple of things I can do over there with Shroud. From a presence placement perspective, do I need to be anywhere in particular right now? Again, this is the only thing I'm really thinking about slow. We have a Reclaim coming next turn, which can do things like put Dissolving Vapors back in her hand and all that kind of stuff. But for now, where did we on to Isolate? That's the other question here. So we have this solved with a ping if we want it. So interestingly enough here, by the way, I'm going to kill these two towns. So this can't gather a town, and this can't gather a town. Now, this obviously can build, but that's just something to note on this side of the board here. Obviously, isolating this land can just save it for next turn because it won't ravage at all, which might be helpful. So it doesn't gather a town out of there. So that's one thing that we can do. Otherwise, over on this board, it's just like, you know, do I want to get in here and stop a gather into any of these particular lands? Not really. They're all kind of a problem anyway, so gathering doesn't really solve any of those lands. They'll all be lost conditions, even without the gather. So the Isolate isn't really doing much of anything over there. This land is already going to be solved by Stone. We already just talked about this being solved by a single ping. This will already be isolated with this Sucking Ooze. So I think realistically, this is the Isolate. It's the obvious candidate. It just solves a Ravage next turn, which isn't great. And it won't do anything about the Explore, because it definitely can't stop the Explore, because Jungles and Coastal have both already landed. So, but still, it's okay. So we'll do that. We will, I think, in that case, place here from the growth. The Move of Presence will push us in here. Then we've still got 2 Move of Presence available. One of them we know we want to go in here, so I'll just go ahead and do that now anyway. So that's one movement, which we can use the slow ping and the slow. We don't actually have the right innate, so that doesn't matter at all. What I think I'll probably do then... Is there anywhere I need to defend? No. No, I think that's fine. I think I'll fail to use my other move. I think I'm somewhat okay over here, I think. Again, you want to keep your presence clumped up. You don't want to just be randomly spread all over the place. And right now I am a little bit disparately spread across the board, which isn't ideal, but it's okay. So that's fine. So that's the presence thing. That's the moves done. The Isolate, as we said, is going in there. That's that done. And let's go ahead then and start resolving power. So, Gift of Nature's Connection. I give this out and I take 1 Sun, which gives me my vigor of the Breaking Dawn. I do not have my left or right innate as of this moment, which is a little bit unfortunate if an event starts trying to wreck me, but it is what it is. So I give out the Nature's Connection. I'm going to give 2 plant to Rising Heat so they can threshold the Walls of Rock and Thorn. Again, a bit inefficient here. Earlier on, we were giving out 2 Moon over to Shroud, which was only 1 was needed. So not perfect, but again, it gets an extra kill for us right now. It adds a Badlands, so that's something. So that's that. Stubborn Solidity goes in here. Defend 1. As of right now, the land is ravaging for 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that now only ravages for 5, which is edge case proof, which is pretty good. Vigor. No, we're doing with this. Vigor in here. Deal 4 damage plus 1 Badlands is 5 damage. Right now that kills 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kills all of this, which is 3 fear. This explorer dies. Actually, before I did that, sorry, just before I did the Brigger, before I did the Vigor, I'm going to resolve my Sucking Ooze, which is at range 1 into that land. I do want the 2 fear, of course, because the invaders are present. I'm about to kill those invaders, so I have to do that first. Now, this land is isolated. Get another purple one to mark isolate. And then the Vigor finishes resolving. Sorry, that's gone, that token. So then I go push 1 in here, and then 1 in here. Take that back. This deals 4 damage, kills those 3 explorers. And then 4 damage in here, kills all of this. And again, that's overkill. So slightly inefficient with kind of a bunch of stuff there, which I'm not in love with. Generally would indicate slightly off planning if you're trying to optimize to the nth degree, as I usually am in these bloody games. But that's okay. Now, Walls of Rock and Thorn has the threshold. Can target a mountain or a jungle. I have a sacred site. 2 damage, defend 8. Add a wilds and isolate the land. The land is isolated. I'll actually take the purple to remind myself of that as well. So that's an isolate. Rid of this. Now, plus 2 damage, plus 2 defend, and add a Badlands. The Badlands gets added after the damage. So it will still just remain 4 damage and defend 10. The 4 damage is going to kill town. 1 more damage to kill this town, and then 1 more explorer. Which from a preventing bills situation is fairly decent. So that kills, it stops an upgraded explorer, obviously, and then it gets rid of two more towns. So that's 2 fear. 2 towns back in the pool. That can go, that explorer can go back in the pot. And there's a massive bunch of defend in that land, but it's not ravaging, and it can't match the ravage card, so we don't care about the defend. Unless, I guess, an event forces a defend in a terrain not showing or one of these kind of things. But yeah, that's fine. Now, Indomitable Claim. Range 1. Take from the top track. Did I add a presence this turn? Why do I have a feeling like I didn't add a presence? Oh no, I think I did, because I needed to get down in there, didn't I? Or not that I needed to, but I think I added one to get in there. Why do I just feel like I was talking about getting to 5 energy? Let me quickly check that. See if I added a presence. Yeah, I did. Okay. All right. Still recording, okay. That didn't stop my recording or anything clicking out off the thing. Okay, so that's fine. So I Indomitable Claim in here. I am going to 3 fear because I'm using the threshold on the Indomitable Claim. If invaders are present, they skip all actions in target land this turn. Oh, interesting. I don't remember ever reading that first line of that effect. If invaders are present, so you actually can't skip all actions in a land if there are no invaders in there, which is quite interesting. But anyway, alas, that is now skipped. We won't lose our strife in there either, which is something. Okay. that's all of that. Now, over here, Unnerving Paul. 1 fear. Up to 3 damaged invaders. Do not participate in Ravage in this land. A Stricken would get me over here, I think. Oh no, Stricken would just stop a Ravage altogether. Stricken doesn't ravage if there's a thing, yeah, but there's another type of event that says ignore strife, and in that case that would get us there. But anyway, and then tickets erupt with every touch of breeze. Oh yeah, we never formed our sacred site, so we had one more movement, our presence movement here. We just formed a sacred site in, I think, there. So that was our last movement, and that is going to be 2 damage. In here they have -1 health, so we'll kill the 2 towns. That's 2 more fear, and then we add 3 wilds because we don't want to remove blight for durable reasons, and we can't do anything by removing blight for France 5 reasons. So that's all of that. So done with fasts, no innate, only 1 innate, and no innates over here. So we have next to nothing for reacting to what that explore card is, and we'll just be back into growth again. So sort of not in love with that either. It's nice to have some slows to kind of give yourself a kind of a way to react what the invaders are doing, but it is what it is. So let's go ahead and first of all resolve our terrible slave rebellion, which isn't going to do anything here. Well, it'll add some strife, but add a strife on each board to a town. We'll do 1 up there to stop that last condition. Over here, like I can still do 1 damage. I can do 1 in there, which could ping that town for 1. Which can do 1 or 2 things. It can allow me to kill the explorer after I counterattack in the ravage, or if my fear card says 1 damage per the hand, that would allow me to take out the 2nd town. So that feels good enough. It's a waste of a strife, obviously, but that feels like a good enough reason that I might be able to pick off a town there that's worthy of investment, I would say. So I think that's got to be the one there. And then finally on this board, I don't have a choice. I just put 1 of these on 1 of these. Okay, and then finally invaders with strife take 1 damage per the hand present. So this takes 1, and that's the only one. Very upsetting and unfortunate, but there you go. That's the way it is. We don't generate any of the hand when we're trying to win the game with Vigor of the Breaking Dawn. The whole thing is just, it's not lining up well. I feel rather frustrated with myself for how badly I did that whole thing there. So let's go ahead and draw another event. We'll do 1, 2, 3, put the Slave Rebellion back under, but ideally we will try to not have that actually trigger, because we'd like to end the game before then. And then what is this mess? Far Off Wars touch the island. Okay, well, this can destroy some towns for us. This thing is chaos, but it can destroy towns. So, invaders from a different distant land launch an assault upon the island, while the invaders here rally together in a wave of nationalism, which is actually pretty fitting, given that we just did a slave rebellion here. So here's the nationalism continuing, which is quite good. Defending the island with them might come at too high a price. Add a fear card to the top of the fear deck. Don't love it. On each board in the land with the most buildings, choose for that board either 4 fear, holy hell, that's 12 fear, which is the fear card back. Destroy half of the towns and half of the cities, round up on both, and then add 2 blight each. Oh god. Most buildings. So in this case here, 2, 4, 6. That's 3 towns back in the pool from over there. 2 towns back in the pool from either of these lands. And then on this board, I could skip the first thing. So that would give me 2 4 blight. And then on this board, I can just destroy 1 town, but not gain any fear. So that allowed me to get a bunch of towns back in the pool. And also a bunch of fear. I'm about to add a fear card to the top of the fear deck. So I wouldn't hit the 12, I'd hit the 8. Where was it? I think it was 4 short there. So that would give me another fear card as well, which is pretty good. Otherwise, I can just destroy a town on each board, which is 3 more back in the pool that I talked about from before, but I was already running pretty low. Like 3 more back in the pool is nice and all, but I'm pretty sure I was going to be adding about the 2 for the buffer that I talked about. So then that still just puts me back at 3 towns in the pool, and I'm probably looking down a situation next turn where there's a bunch of towns about to build again, which I don't love. I hate forcing 2 blight onto the board here, but sorry, 4 blight onto the board here. But I think I have to. So, first of all, add a fear card. Let's grab one from the fear deck behind me here. That is a shuffled pile. I obviously don't know what that is, so that's going straight on top. And then on each board in the land with the most buildings. So as we said, this land here, this board here, 4 fear, straight off the bat. That's that fear card we just talked about. Destroy half of the towns. So we're not getting any city kills here, but that's 3 town kills. That's 3 fear, and then I add 2 blight without cascading, which destroys one of my stone presence. We hate to see that, but it is what it is. Now, on this board, this is about to ravage. Interestingly, the bottom effect here, gather 1 or 2 Dahan into a land with Dahan setup symbols, is also useful. So it's going to help us down in this land that we talked about. This one, unfortunately, does not have Dahan setup symbols. That would be a really nice one to gather into here. But here, if I destroy 2 of these towns, I'm only ravaging for 2. If I gather 2 towns in there, 2 Dahan, should I say, in there, that's a couple of fear shots. It's a couple of shots at defending that and like killing one of them towns. They're not, they won't be, there will be a blight in the land, but if I miss, it's blight cascade time. Otherwise, I just destroy 2 of these, add 2 blight, but then I wipe out a bunch of presents, which is absolutely not happening. So I am going to take the risk on this and maybe flip the blight card here, but I'm going to do it. So 2 blight in there, destroy 2 towns, generate 2 more fear, because even 1 single defend will solve that land. It's only ravaging for 2. There's also like push an invader. There's all that kind of stuff. So there's damage from the hand. Damage per the hand won't do it. But anyway, look, we'll see how it goes. So that was that. And then blunt the offensive is destroy a town but do not gain fear, and that was going to be on this board, and that is going to destroy suppose I'll just destroy this one because that's about to ravage, and then remove the token, so I can just keep the 2 damage ones instead. So that gets destroyed. That doesn't generate a fear this time, but that's okay. So this was a pretty nice event to hit. That put a bunch of towns back in the pool, so pretty happy with all that, although I did pay a pretty heavy price. Ecosystem damage. On each board, add a Badlands to a land with blight, and we don't mind that either because we've got loads of blight, so we've got to be able to pick a pretty nice spot for that in 1 or 2 spots. That's surely a no-brainer to help us fight back maybe next turn. And then on this board over here, oh yeah, what was I talking about? Damage per the hand does solve that. Do I put a Badlands in there? Will that help me at all? No, because I'm just going to pull 2 Dahan in there, and then damage per Dahan will work. Defend per Dahan will work. Basically, everything will work, so I don't need to put a Badlands in it. Maybe I do just put a Badlands in there anyway, because then instead of damage to everything, I can now use like do some damage in that land, you know, like the tickets, for example, could help in there. So I think that's probably not a bad spot for over there. That's 1, 2, and then I need to decide down here where it's going. Maybe just in there, stop a bunch of towns building. Maybe if I have a little damage effect to wipe out like 5 explorers or something like that, that might do something. Okay. And then we maybe still keep considering this as our dump land if we can, if we get any control effects. Clearly here this game is not quite going the same as the previous one where we had the portals and the control effects, not as much as the other ones, but that's okay. And then finally, on each board, gather 1 or 2 Dahan into a land with setup symbols. So perfect, definitely gathering 1 in there. Do I gather 2 is the question. So 2 in there right now will wipe out what? This has 1 damage on it, so that'll actually clear that land anyway. Do I just want an extra Dahan there, though, for Vigor the Breaking Dawn purposes? Probably not, because that's a more likely land to hit right now. This can explore. Obviously, this jungle can't. So this explores. It goes up to 3 explorers. And then that would go up to 2 towns. And once it gets to 2 towns, I can't even kill them with the hand. So I'd have to kind of kill them before it built. Maybe this is better because it's just more central. That was what I was talking about before. I was lamenting how far away those Dahan were. So even though this isn't necessary, it's more central. And I also, this way, can then potentially pick off another kill if I get a gather effect. So that's probably not awful. Okay, that's that one. Now, this board, gather 1 or 2 into a land with setup symbol. So this is actually forced. So I can't gather into this land. I can't gather into this land. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So actually there is only 1 land I can gather here. So I have to gather either 1 or 2 into this land. And I suppose given that I'm gathering 1, I might as well gather 2 and potentially try to like defend that land or something next turn. Not exactly sure how I'm defending it, but we could try. So that's that. And then on this board, then, as we said, we're gathering those 2 in there for sure. And then that could set us up here. The fear cards might really help us here. Fear card to protect this land gives us such a nice spot in this game. If I miss on that, it's dicey. Flipping the card, all that kind of stuff. It's not ideal. But we've got 2 shots at it. So let's try. And also, these are the type of risks that you need to take. I'm sure I've said this before, but like in a 6-6 game, when you're at real extreme difficulty and you're really on the edge with things, like what I did there with taking all that extra blight to kill the towns, to give myself a leg up in the future of the game. Yes, it's very high risk because it puts me at 1 blight. Over here, I'm taking a very high risk play as well. You have to take high risk, high leverage plays in these type of games. Not always, for sure, and it is, of course, it's always a balancing act. But if you play the game entirely with the safest possible options, for me, you won't win as often. That's my experience with the game. I actually feel like a lot of the high end players would disagree with what I just said there. And there was a bit of a conversation on the Discord the other day about kind of this thing that I like to say, which is play to win, not play to not lose. And someone else, one of the other very experienced players there, said they felt play to not lose was actually a very good mantra, and that's how they see the game. So again, very much a difference of opinions there. But as I said before, I see it as you have to play to win. Anyway, waffling away here. Let us see our fate. We have 2 Stage 1 cards, which is not great. I'm not going to lie to you. It's not ideal, but we'll see what they do. Defend 1 per the hand is all I need to see. Each player removes an explorer from a land with whatever. So explorers aren't what I need to be removing here. From a land with beast, disease, or at least 2 to hand. Such a pity that I could not remove explorers from down in there. Beast, disease, or 2 to hand. You hate to see it. This is terrible. Doesn't matter at all. It's an old defend. Yeah, I mean, that's going to ravage next turn, so we'll just make that slightly easier to deal with. So that's fine. We can remove that. That's 1. If I had this at stage 2, it would have solved this land, of course. But anyway, that's okay. 1. There are no real good candidates for this, are there? I mean, I can just... Sands can explore, so maybe... Well, actually, no, that's a good kind of figure, the Breaking Dawn land, so I don't really care about that land. I have 2 lands here that can both explore, but they both have beasts, so they're not really great candidates for this either. But we don't have many great candidates. This is also another good vigor area, so I don't really want to be removing from there either. So I think I will just go 1 and 2 and, you know, just leave it at that. So that's 3. So that one is unfortunate. That was the first card, and that did not solve my problems at all. Oh, hey, you know what? We're France 6. We can't remove those explorers. So let's go back and correct ourselves. Glad I spotted that. So it was 1, 2, and where was the other one? It was here. So I now need to push these instead of remove them. Push you in there. Suppose I'll just push you in there. And then this one I can push in there as well. And if I explore sands, I put a bunch of towns in there and then I wipe them with dissolving vapors is kind of the idea. Okay. Come on now. Come on now. Let's see. Defend or damage per the hand. Come on now. Haha, yes. Each player removes a town from a land with 2 or more to hand. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's 1. An explorer or a town. 2 or more to hand, so that's 1. The other one's just going to die in the ravage, so we don't have to remove it at all. We're actually light everywhere else, really. We can remove that one. We can't remove it. We can push it. Because these are all going to die. So there's no point in doing that. We can actually push that in there, can't we? Because that will get a kill. So this is now 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's defended for 1. Oh, hey, Stubborn Solidity. This is actually flipping the blight card. I forgot Stubborn Solidity is a stone card, but it does not remove from the box. So we are actually flipping the blight card this turn. I forgot about that, but that's okay. The town got removed, which was the important thing up there. This will now get an extra kill because this is attacking back for 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the only other option on the board, unless I'm very much mistaken, is to either remove this town, which does nothing, or this can get removed and pushed into there. Nah, we'll put it in the dump land with the presence with this guy just in case. Split the differences just a little bit there. So that's that. So we hit what we needed. We got there. We played to the outs. We are flipping the blight card. It's unfortunate. I forgot that that Stubborn Solidity is going to take us 1 more blight here, so not ideal. Well, hey, actually, hang on a second. I lied. Why am I lying? Put you back. Put you back. And then... Don't I just... 1, 2. Why am I lying? Why am I flipping the blind card for absolutely no reason at all? Remove those two things instead of the other stupid nonsense that I was doing there. And then now I don't flip the blind card, which is significantly better than flipping the blind card. Oh, God, Goosey boy, what are you up to? You're all over the place. It's far too early in the evening for that kind of nonsense. Come on now, get it together. Okay, so we're not flipping the blind card anymore, which is super news. Let's go ahead and ravage. Over here, both of them are skipped. Happy days. Over here, nothing. Over here, this is dead. That's a fear. That's gone. Over here, skipped everything. Over here, it's dead and it's a fear. And all of a sudden, we've got approximately 1,000 towns in the blind pool, which is it's just good planning. I mean, I say it all the time. It's just good planning. That's what that is. I'm a project manager. I plan things. Other people are the experts. I'm not the expert. I'm just a planner, which works. So yeah, no. So safe and safe. So all of our ravages are safe. And all of that is good. Now let's go ahead and build. Over here skipped, over here no, over here yes, town and town. Look, we can get rid of those counting mechanisms there. We don't care about counting anymore. We're too busy for counting. We've got bigger fish to fry. Build over here. Build 1,000,000 towns. Sorry, so it was 4 explorers, so we build 1 town and then we convert 3 of them. So yeah, that puts 4 towns in there. Over here, skip all actions. Over here, build and convert. 1 explorer goes away. And then over here, no, build. Now, any coastal cities built there? No, there weren't. So there's no triangle trade. Next thing, we do after the build, we do the gather. Board land order. Over here, isolated. No towns anyway, so the isolated was kind of wasted, but it's fine. It was very wasted, in fact, but it's fine. Here, can't gather. Here, can't gather. Board land order, over to land B. This is isolated, can't gather. This doesn't have anywhere to gather. This can gather from there. And then finally, this board land order is here, nowhere to gather. Here, nowhere to gather. Here, I have to gather, and I'll gather the one with the strife because that makes a little more sense. So all of that is kosherino. Now, let us see. Excuse me. Let us see which terrain hits with the Explorer. It's wetlands. So we have an isolate online for one of these wetlands, which isn't bad. So that is gonna, of course, be our famous France 6, which will happen after these go. But let's, in the meantime, go explore. Oh, this almost doesn't have a source. There's only 1 town giving this a source. Such a pity. No, there's not. There's loads there. I lied. I'm lying today. It's one of them days. Down here, explore. Over here, this is the one that we said with the loads of explorers. So we get 2 of them in there. Not ideal. Over here, we have a source for that. That's 2. And then that's isolated, which is quite nice. Now, that's all of that. Now we've got the... Move this along. Take our 3 explorers. Move that for a second. We also have this mess. That happens after you move the thing, but the after the normal explore happens before that. So technically we'll explore now and then we'll do the other thing. They don't actually interact, so it's fine, but we'll still just do it now. So on the board here, in any land that doesn't contain an explorer, well, I think Beastland seems a fine place there. On this board, any land that doesn't contain an explorer, we have two options and it won't be going in the coast, so that'll be up there. And then on this board, any land that doesn't contain an explorer is only one land, which is there. That's that. Now we do this horrible reminder card. I'll stick it in here just so everyone can remember how horrible and remindery it is. First, cities. I'm getting wrecked by this again. This is the exact same thing that happened in the previous game. And if I'm not mistaken, it's the exact same land where it happened in the previous game, where this was about to ravage. And at the exact moment it was about to ravage, I was forced to put a city in it. And the last time out, I laughed and I said, I bet you somebody saw that coming. I didn't, but I bet you somebody saw it coming. And I'm just getting forced to do it again. And if I'm not mistaken, last time out, I even had the land isolated as well. But in this case, it's add. So isolation is going to do nothing. I'm forced to put a city down and that horror show down in there. And then up here, I don't want to put it in that land because I've kind of protected that land. So I'm going to have to go in there, which we don't love to see at all. But there's a Badlands, which might do something. We definitely do not love to see it. I suppose actually on my reclaim, I can maybe defend this land. Kill the town now and then defend the land for 2 using the Unnerving Paw again. Move one of my presents in, Unnerving Paw, and then defend the land, which might be good. That might work. Okay, so that's the cities. Now we've got the 9 towns. Let's not forget about the 9 towns. So each board, and I do like the way this is often forced. So added to the 3 inland lands with the fewest blight. So here it's 1, 2. It's just nice to sometimes not have to think. And then the fewest blight, there it is there. So that land is forced. That board is forced, should I say. Over here, board 1, 2, and 3. It's also forced. It very often is, actually. And then on this board over here, it's 1, 2, and I do have a choice. And of course, I'll put it into the mess. So there we go. So easy. I like when it's just bam, 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 bam. Horrible effect, but you don't have to think about it very often, which is pretty nice. It doesn't slow the game down like some events do when you have to start adding a whole bunch of stuff to the board. It very often just forces your hand where it goes. So that's all good. We did our explore, we did the France 6, we did everything, and we've got what, 3, 6, 9, 11 towns left in the pool. So I'm pretty happy with how that turn all went, and we still have not flipped the blight card, which is good news. Second main, no, it's not the second main. It is the slow phase, because I will never escape Magic the Gathering. I'll do a ping of damage in here, which kills that town. That generates a fear. I'm not setting up any fear farms or any of that kind of nonsense here. We don't have time for any of that. That is all good there. I do have 2 moves. One of them I think could just go there because we know we want to do that next turn anyway to defend in there for 2. I can isolate the land, which will stop the adjacency going on. If I could kill these, technically that could help. And technically I could do it with Tickets Erupt. No, I couldn't because I don't have my my Heat Sacred Side in there. So no, I'll probably just do the isolate then in that case. I would have liked to have been able to get over there and isolate that, but actually sucking ooze in that land might be good. It's not great anywhere else. It's okay over here, but I don't have a defend for that land. Indom in there on the reclaim has got to be good. Yeah. So we don't need an isolate. Indom on the reclaim, and then it counterattacks, destroys that, and then it's wiped, which is amazing. And then over here, if we wipe this with the right and 8. Oh, I can't hit the right and 8 yet. Not if I want to do the vigor play again. We might not need to, though. I'll have to think about that. What? Where's vigor right now? Is vigor doing anything for us on this board is the question. This is a mess as well. We also would like to indom that, actually. That's a pretty good target for indomitable claim. 2, 4, 6, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So yeah, indom definitely solves it. And then vigor can solve that. Vigor there, push into there, and then deal what, 4, 5 damage in that land, which kills everything except the city. And then stubborn solidity kills the city. Clears that land as well. That seems pretty good. But I need to hit. I actually need to hit. I need the elements here. Oh, you know what? I did have. What am I talking about? I was reclaiming. I had 3 energy this turn. Earlier on, I did something stupid. You'll forgive me this, I hope. I forced a blight into what land was it? This land here. The 2 blight that came off the card. I had a million energy, and I could have spent 4 energy to take those 2 from the box. I'm definitely retconning this here, but like, I have 5 floating energy, and my reclaim loop is like already paid for kind of thing. Plus, I've got gift of living energy. I've got the gift of searing heat. I've got loads of energy. Going that close to flipping the blight card was nonsense. Now, if I'd already flipped it here, I would not be going back because it would be flipped and I'd have the information. But given that the blight card did not flip, there's just no way I ever don't pay that 4. So right now I've gone reclaim. I have 1 earth over here plus 3. So I had the first level of this. I actually also even had the right innate as well. But actually the right innate didn't matter because I didn't ravage anywhere with my presence. So that was pointless. But the left innate forced the presence in here and destroyed my presence. So when that happened, I could have spent 4 energy to take those 2 from the box. So I'm doing that. You'll forgive me that. That's not a strategic change to the game at all. I haven't. What have I gained information wise? What have I gained since then? I mean, technically, I gained the information that I saved that land from the stubborn solidity. There was a little extra information gained, but as you saw, I would have done that for sure. And actually, given the stubborn solidity over here and the fact that that was about to flip the blight card, I would have even been more likely to make this play down here. I would not have allowed that blight card to flip when I had the energy to pay for it. So again, you saw me thinking through things here. I'm not even thinking about the maths on my next turn. I haven't even gotten as far as to think about the maths on my next turn. It's only that I just realized here. So I might be screwing myself on the next turn, but I'm just off the cuff saying that I would have paid for that. I would have paid the 4 energy and taken the 2 blight from the box. Of course, it's still outnumbered my presence and it still got destroyed, but it would have kept 3 more blight on the card, which is important. It's Stone's whole thing. So anyway, where was I before I rudely interrupted myself to do that? I was deciding on for next turn, do I need the vigor situation or not? So what I was thinking was vigor over here can solve this, and then it can go in there and deal 5 in there, which only allows this ravage for 3, 4, 5. Which is fine. I'll have an extra presence in there because I'll be reclaiming, so I can do the blight card trick again. But this time I'm wondering, do I go from bottom track to give myself up to the fourth energy, the fourth thing, which I probably do, and then I can stubborn solidity in this land. I can give out nature's connection again, and I can vigor to solve this. And now there are no adjacent towns to gather back in here, so there's no build or gather. So that's pretty good too. And then the city dies. You know, there's a couple of things happen there. Now, obviously, in here we're going to build a bunch of towns as well, so we're back to having a problem with a bunch of other stuff. But at least, you know, we're going to triangle trade down here, which is adding another town. We're going to add about approximately 1 million towns in there, which isn't great news. But we can do the dissolving vapors trick in there with the flowing and silent. So the 3 card plays on our next turn would be unnerving pollen there, dissolving vapors, and flowing and silent, and I'll have enough energy for all of that. And it looks pretty good from a an element perspective as well. And that means then I can gather this in there and then just deal with all of those towns, assuming I don't lose. So I'll need to do the maths on that, but that all looks good. So I think all that's a plan. So assuming I can pay for all of that as well here. So this will be 4, 3, 4, 5. It'll be just about able to pay for all of that with the gift of searing heat. I'll have to actually searing heat onto stone, which is fine. I can do that. So that's gone. All of this is gone. And then end the turn. Oh, did I want to move? I moved 1. Did I want to move anywhere else? I moved 1 there. It was one of my moves. Did I move a second move? Don't think I did a second move. I am going to do a second move over to there. That's my second move. And then I will have 1 fear factory here. It's the only fear farm available. That'll give me 1 more fear. Okay. That's all gone. 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 Back here. We do know that we're doing this again. We're putting all of this back in our hand. It's not ideal to have to go from bottom track because then we're 1 further away from the +1 card play. So I'm going to need to think about that. Because going bottom track makes the cost cheaper this turn, but going top track gives me 2 extra energy. So actually, this might work out okay to continue down top track. So I'm going to play the Vigor, the Stubborn Solidity, and the Nature's Connection. And if I go top track, that means when I reclaim next turn, I can add the Living Energy in there. So doing this would give me, again, it'll give me just 1 sun. It'll give me the first level of this, and it'll give me the first level of this. I can use the first level of that over here as well to deal some 2 damage in there and like kill a city or something like that, or kill a town or whatever, which is fine. And then we can I now have to pay 2 for each blight that comes from the blight card, in which case I'm doing this twice. Once here and once here. That cost me 4. Right now, if I go top track, I'll gain 6. Just do the maths on this. I'd gain 6. pay 4, which banks me 2, and that now cannot pay for the thing. However, Gift of Searing Heat, forgive me 2 energy, will allow me to pay it, and it'll allow me to keep 1 in the bank total. Now, let's do this the other way. Assuming I don't gain the 6, I gain the 4 instead, and I go bottom track. Now I pay 4. I get this leveled up to 2, and it costs me 1 energy per, but I still can't afford to pay for the 2 lands. So I still need the Gift of Searing Heat. The Gift of Searing Heat will give me 2. I pay the 2, and then I get to bank 1 anyway. So the end result is the exact same. Now, there are corner cases where the end result is not the exact same. For example, if I trigger this at level 2 and then an event forces a blight, I will then be able to pay for it, whereas the other way around I won't, because I'll only have 1 energy left. So it doesn't work out as an exact wash, but the difference is it's very close. But the other way is I get to generate more energy. Well, not next turn, because next turn I would have been going to 6 anyway, but I get the extra card play 1 turn earlier, which is pretty huge, which gives me living energy and all that. So it feels like I sort of have to do this. So I'll take the 6, pay 3, pay 1, bank 3 energy. Hit this at level 1, this at level 1. And then we know that presence is going in there. That has to happen. Now, Rising Heat goes Reclaim. We know we're playing Indome. We know we're playing Gift of Searing Heat. These things are known, almost certainly. The question is, do I look for major or minor? Walls of Rock and Tord isn't helping us next turn because we're ravaging in a wetland. So Walls of Rock and Tord just isn't it. I think I go major and I look for something better. Walls of Rock and Tord, you did okay for us. You pinged off a little bit of damage. You added a Badlands. Not the end of the world, but we can do better. Let's go. Fire and Flood. God, I love Fire and Flood, but this isn't the one here. Spill Bitterness. I doubt it. Dream. I also doubt it. Sea Monsters. Fortunately, we basically can't threshold any of these. Well, I lied. Actually, we can threshold Spill Bitterness with Gift of Nature's Connection next turn, but we said we wanted to get into a loop where we're going to start giving ourselves Nature's Connection. Spill Bitterness. It's kind of not bad. Oh, Jesus, it's kind of not bad. Holy moly, actually, that could be broken. Let me think about this for a second. If I would Spill Bitterness in this land, so what we talked about is next turn we want to do the Flowing and Silent to gather those in there, and then do the Dissolving Vapors. But I might be able to do this without Dissolving Vapors, because if I would play Spill Bitterness in this land in here, should I get my presence in there, of course, I can pick 3 adjacent lands that do 1 damage to each invader, wipe all of those towns, wipe all of these towns, because my presence will be in there, and then I could wipe, like, let's say, a bunch of explorers, which could be great if that's the land that explores, the sands that explores. That's kind of insane. And then I don't have to dedicate the Dissolving Vapors. And I also don't necessarily have to play the Flowing and Silent this turn either. That's kind of crazy. Is it not? And obviously, like, if this land explores, you know, I'm covering myself basically on either the Sands Explorer, which stops that mess, or a Mountain Explorer, which are my two available options. With the Spill Bitterness, it either solves this Mountain Explorer or it solves the Sands Explorer. I mean, it seems pretty good. Fire and Flood isn't it. Dream of the Untouched Land, I was looking and I was trying to figure out whether or not I could threshold that card. I nearly can, but I can't quite. With this Gift and Nature's Connection, it could give me the 2 Moon. I can hit the 3 Earth because I'd have the potentially. Oh no, I was thinking I'd need to play it with Walls of Rock and Torn, which I won't be able to afford. So no, it's not that. Sea Monsters I can't threshold because I only have one animal tag. I've no water tags, and again, Gift and Ages Connection can only give me, let's say, 2 water, so I'd be 1 short on that. And Sea Monsters is pretty poor without the threshold. I think Spill Bitterness can do work here. I think Spill Bitterness is the one. That looks crazy here. So they're all gone, and I do love getting a kind of a crappy major some love. As you know, it's been a while. We're out here jamming Vigors and Indomitable Claims and Gift and Aegis Connections and Living Energies and all sorts of S tier cards. Let's take a kind of a shitty C tier card here and let's do something with it. So Spill Bitterness is the one. Walls of Rock and Torn goes in the bin. That's fun. Of course, we'd be going Call on Herders for Aid with the fire, and then the fire from here. And then we would need the Nature's Connection with the 2 blue. But the impact on this is pretty high. So I think that all sounds decent. There's also some other stuff going on here with adjacent lands, adding Badlands and Strife and all that kind of stuff. But we can put those aside for now because it's the big effect that we're talking about. And that gives me the fast phase thing next turn that I talked about, which gives me a lot more flexibility on how Shroud plays this particular turn, which I do really quite like. So Shroud is on a reclaim. They're going to take 1 on the top track. Stone is again giving out Nature's Connection here. That healed because I wasn't in a land with it at the end of the turn. Oh, I forgot that was a a damaged invader. I wonder, did I waste a move there, not getting myself into that land? I think I might have. Yeah, I think I might have wasted a move there. But anyway, yeah, I did. I moved in there for no reason. Not no reason, but I could have done double move to get over there anyway. I did. I wasted 1 fear. But anyway, no, not the end of the world. So we know this turn we've got Stone solving this Ravage. So that isolate doesn't matter, and that isolate is back. The Stubborn Solidity and the Vigor of Breaking Dawn solve this land. Now, it's counting time again, I think. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. This is all probably a little bit tedious to watch, folks. Sorry, but I am starting to run into the problem of towns again here. So that's starting with 12. Now, we're going to kill 2. Actually, no. Yeah, we need to look at what we're going to kill first. So we're going to kill 2 towns, put us up to 14. Anything else we're killing in the Ravaged, assuming we Indomitable Claim this land, we won't actually be able to fight back and kill any of those towns because there's no blight in there, which is unfortunate. So that won't do anything. Neither of these get solved. This doesn't contain a town, and this will be hit with the 2 damage back. So that's 1 more, up to 15. Looks like we're taking some loss conditions down here as well for now, but let's see what that looks like. Yeah, we'll almost certainly be taking loss conditions there. And then the next thing we have to look at is how many towns are we building. So no, In here, it's 2 plus 1 more with the upgrade. That's 3. Down here, we will build a city, which creates a triangle trade. So that goes up to 4. And we convert 1. That goes up to 5. Over here, build 2 and convert 4 more. That's 6. So this 5 goes up to 11. Please go to 11. This doesn't build. And then this builds 2 and then converts 1, which is 3 more. 11 up to 14. And I've got 15 left. And I am definitely hitting an escalation next turn. And isn't that a thing of beauty? Okay. What I'm wondering here is, where am I giving the gift of nature's connection? So let's have a look energy wise here. This is going to be 1 plus 4. So this will be 4 plus 1. I'll bank 1. And then next turn I can go, if I need to, G3 top to 5, which gives me basically 7 more energy. I go up to 8, pay 6, bank 2, and then on the reclaim I can maybe do some good stuff again. So that all looks pretty okay from that perspective. I could also, because I'm banking 1, I could G2 next turn, go top bottom, and that oh yeah, I'm actually getting to Indom here. So Indom up to 5. And then maybe go G2 bottom. Bottom is a way to kind of maybe get something going there, so that when I reclaim, I can have 3 card plays. So I might look at doing that as well. But in the meantime, yeah, that's probably not bad, actually. But the point there is that I do not need to take energy on Rising Heat necessarily, at least not to cover next turn. So I can get... I can give out elements with nature's connection. Now, giving out elements could involve giving out 2 plant, which gives me an additional 2 damage, and 4 damage with this card could be 5 towns back in the pool, which sounds pretty nice. I could, of course, also deal a bunch of damage in here to stop those towns building, but I have a combo set up next turn where I get loads of fear and loads of town kills off that land. So I just need to make sure that I can get there and I don't lose to an event or the escalation. So I think that sounds pretty good. So give out tickets. That means I have to play tickets this turn. That means I need to play zeros. Sucking ooze. Oh no, don't I need to play the fog? I need to play Unnerving Paul. So I just need to draft something that doesn't contain fire, basically, to play these 3 cards. And then next turn I can Flowing and Silent to pull that in. I can Dissolving Vapors and Fog Closes in, and that'll give me, with the Reclaim 1, if I G2 bottom, I'll have level 3 of this innate, which is pretty spectacular. Probably won't have the energy for that, though, is the problem. Yeah, I won't have the energy for that at all, will I? I will nowhere near have the energy for that. I could maybe go G2 top to 2 energy and play the 3 cards if I find a way to gain 1 more energy. Gaining 1 more energy would generally involve getting a fear farm online this turn, which I might be able to do. Possibly. It feels to me like giving the gift of nature's connection, it's more important to take out the extra 2 towns with the 2 damage to guarantee that I make it to next turn. That feels better. So I think I have to do that. Okay, So Unnerving Paw gives me a defend a 2 in here. Sucking Ooze can give me a isolate in that land, which is quite nice. I can also isolate this land as well. Can I reach it though? I don't know that I can. Yeah, I guess I can. I've got a move and then I've got 2 moves. So yeah, I can like jump across here and then target that so that I don't need to worry about that land next turn. That seems pretty decent. So I draft a miner here, obviously. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just need to hit something without fire. Move that sort of business up there out of our way so we can have a look. Haunted by Primal Memories. We'd rather not a 1, but we can take it. Delusions of Danger. We'd rather not a 1, but we can take it. Shadows of the Burning Fires contains fire. And Lands of Haunted Embers contains fire. Neither of which are any use. So they're both no good. We need the what do you call it? Oh, hey, you know what? Now I can get a defend at 3. So actually defending this land by 3, and it contains a beast. So I don't now need to isolate that land because defending that land for 3 next turn would be excellent. Build no, gather 1 town, defend the land per 3, and then it's good to go. So actually Haunted by Primal Memories could be great next turn. Take 1 energy for that. 1 energy for the top track. Delusions of Danger goes in the bin, but now we're very much in energy trouble territory. Because this is 1, 2, 3, and 1. So do I get super greedy here and give the Nature's Connection out as an energy boon? That would give me 2. Next turn I could G2 top. That would be 2. That would give me 2 more. Actually, do I need 2 more? I guess I do need 2 more. Or if I G1 bottom, take anything that doesn't contain fire, and then play these 4 cards. Because that'd be 1 on the top, 1 from here, and then 2 from the boon. That would give me the 4. And also, as I say, I could actually get the 1 energy from the Fear Farm this turn, in theory. But I don't really have Fear Farm sort of things here, do I? Apart from this, I can go defend 2 damage to a town, and then I could do a push in the slow to get back in there. So that would be 1, 2. But after that, I'm not sure. Maybe if I go in here as well, kill that city. So that's a Fear Farm as well, because I can kill the town and then 1 damage to the city. So that's also a Fear Farm, and that's easy to push in there. So I need to have 3 pushes available. Is that what I'm saying? Haven't moved any presence yet, right? No, because there were 2 in there. Here, here, and here. Yeah, that's where my presence was. I don't need to get into this land yet this turn for the Flowing Silent. That's next turn, so that's fine. I have a Sacred Site to there, so that's fine. So moving in there in the slow gives me that Fear Farm. This Fear Farm is already set up, and then all I need is to get into this land. So right now I can go move a presence 1. Technically I can move a presence 2. Yeah, I've got it. So I have the Fear Farm. Fear Farm's fine. And then once we have the Fear Farm, that means I will get 1 energy at the end of turn. And then next turn, I can still do the play that I talked about, which is this, but that won't give me enough energy. I'll still be 1 short. At that point, maybe I could swap out like a Haunted by Primal Memories for a 0 or something like that. Oh, this is close. This is really tight. Because otherwise, with the tickets are up, if I don't take the threshold now, I had the 15, that's what we said. And then I could do this to kill 3 towns now, which would put this up to 18. And that will put me 4 clear. 4 is quite a bit. But, well, if I look at the board, over here, the city will be gone. And there will be a building in here. So if I explore mountains on this board, I can choose. I can blight in here if I want. This board, I can blight in here if I want. And then this board, I can actually blight in here if I want. Don't really want to, though, if I'm going to be going in and adding more blight with the spill bitterness next turn, but I could. That's a way to avoid adding any towns. So that can give me a pretty big buffer for a bad event. Exploring sands can give me, I have to add a town on this board. This board, I have to add a blight. And both of these lands are blighted, so that's Blight Cascade, but it's still only 1 town. And then on this board, I will also have to add a blight. No, I won't, because that land will be empty. So I have to add a town. Technically, I could Blight Cascade in there, but I won't be doing that. So it'll be 2 towns for sands, and then technically, I think with mountains, we said I can take blight for all 3. So it's a max of 2, buffer of 4. That gives me 2 spare with the event, and then next turn, as I say, I wipe a bunch of towns. Oh, actually, yeah, I was talking about wiping those, wasn't I? But now I don't wipe those anymore. Or sorry, that land will be empty. So the 1 damage into all adjacent things won't do as much anymore. What could it do? I have no idea. Definitely solves this, and then it solves either this or this. Well, then maybe then I just use... I don't get greedy. I just kind of maintain the same play for next turn. I use Tickets Erupt to just reduce my risk this turn without having to take the triple plant. Because if I Tickets Erupt in here, then I can kill a town and an explorer, which reduces the overall impact by 2. It's 1 less than... it reduces the overall impact by 3, because it's 1 in, and then it generates... In fact, actually, it generates 3 less. No, 2 less. Total of 3. It's a swing of 3. Whereas right now I'm thinking about going in there and it also being a swing of 3. So I think this makes sense. I've gotten very matsy on this one. Sorry guys, I'm getting bogged down a little bit on this, but this matters. And what it means is here, yes, I'll have less of a farm to harvest towns off next turn, but I'll still keep a bunch of towns in that farm next turn, which is pretty good. And also then, of course, if that explores, I get to wipe the whole thing out, without it just being like 2 explorers or something. So Sans Explorer next turn would be like wipe this, plus this, which would be really pretty damn good. So I like the sound of all of that. Okay. So that means that the Gift and Aegis connection is giving the 2 energy to Mist, which makes my next turn quite a bit better, and it also gives me a little bit extra, I think, on the reclaim for next turn as well. So I think that works pretty good. Okay, so we finally got there. It does mean then as well that I said I need to just think about the fear farm application of the fear farm. So my moving my presence. So where am I isolating as well? We can isolate this with Sucking Ooze, or no, we said we can isolate that with Sucking Ooze, but actually we have that covered by Haunted and Primal Memories. Yeah, so next turn, actually, it would be nice to go unlock water on top and 4 on bottom, because that will give us access to the full and 8 Lost in the Swirling Haze, which could be pretty good. for the likes of figure the breaking down purposes. So okay. Jesus, this is something, all right. Okay. Paid for the stuff. We'll move. I think the way I do this is I move here with this move, and that will allow me to sucking ooze in there. Oh no, I'm not sucking oozing in there. Geez, why do I keep saying that? I'm sucking oozing in here. Where's the other land that I'm isolating is the question. This won't have a way to gather, so that's fine. It also won't have an adjacent thing, so yeah, that doesn't need isolating. 3, 5, 7, 8. That's a lost condition. I was about to say isolating and removing an adjacency for that could be good, but that is already a lost condition. This is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's not a lost condition, which is pretty good. It's obviously not in any way solved, but it's good news. Oh yeah, this bloody thing is ravaging as well. I forgot about that. That was the other isolate. Christ. Nothing we can do about that. That's just gonna ravage. We can get our presence out of it though, so it doesn't die, which is okay. We might want to keep our presence in there to stop that, to give it a chance at defense. I think I will do that. So I don't see any, apart from just like randomly isolating this to stop it gathering a town, which I can do, right? I'm just wondering, can I do better than that? I'm not sure I can. I can take a 50-50 shot and maybe try to like isolate this so that it doesn't explode, but that's not great. And I can't really pocket anywhere on the inland really here either, so that's not really doing anything for us. So yeah, I think I'll probably just isolate this thing and stop it gathering a town, which makes it a slightly less of a problem. But it's going to build 2 towns, and then it's going to gather a town, or well, 2 towns, and then convert a town. So it's already a lost condition, even without isolation. So that's rubbish. Same problem over there. Isolating this does nothing. What am I hitting with my innate here? Only the first level, unfortunately. And no levels of the right innate again. Ugh. Awkward. All kinds of awkward. I guess beast damage in here might make the isolate useful there. So that's where I'm going to isolate. Okay. So moving the presence. We don't care. We're keeping our presence in here. We need to get down into this land. So we probably just go move with that and then move in one more with one of my moves. And then the other move, I said I'm going to keep that in there to try protect that from a ravage. That might help. So we'll do that. Actually, isolating this land might actually help us because it defended 2 in all coasts or something like that. Might be useful there. So yeah, I think I will isolate that land actually instead. And keep my presence in there. So that's fine. So finally, after all of that, we go top, we go 4, we bank 1, we moved our presence with Shroud, we gained a power card, we did all of that, we did all of this over here. took us about bloody an hour to do this this growth phase. So apologies, folks. This one was a little bit slow, but it's on a knife edge here. So Gift of Nature's Connection, we are using this as an energy boon in the end. I'm getting a little bit greedy here. Ever so slightly greedy. We're giving 2 energy over the Shroud. Why do I think Stubborn Solidity is doing... Oh, yeah, sorry, because Vigor the Breaking Dawn, of course, yeah. So Vigor the Breaking Dawn now has its threshold, of course, because I'm giving myself a sun in here. 2 damage per the hand. 4 damage. That's a city killed. 2 fear. Push these 2 in here. Oh, interestingly, if I push them in there, I just stop that, don't I? But what does that do for this land? It doesn't get us the 2 towns back, which is kind of ugly. Nah, we gotta get those 2 towns back. Yeah, push in there. That's 5. 2 towns and an explorer. Yeah, that's 2 more. So that's a fear card. We're still miles away from Terror level 2 by the looks of things. 2 more towns back in the pool. What have we still got? 3 cards. Oh my days. We did add 1 from an event, but Jesus, this is slow going. Okay, that goes in there. That's that. Now we've got Stubborn Solidity, which gives me a defend of 1. So that's okay. We will be able to do the pay the energy stuff in there as well. Gift of Searing Heat now gives 2 energy over to Stone. Got the left innate. The right innate is going in this land. So we target it. That's fine. Now, over here, Indomitable Claim in this land. Defend. Oh, I think that said 18. I'm going to need it anyway, haven't I? Yeah. Okay, defend 20. I'll use the other dice. It's clearer. Defend 20 and add a presence from... Yeah, top track. In there, that's fine. And then finally, and we've no innates on that side of thing. Actually, fire, earth. Yeah, no, we don't, because the innates on Rising Heat are incredibly awkward for some reason. That's okay. And then over here, we've done all our movement. Thickets Erupt, Sacred Site. From here, in here, kill a town and an explorer. That's a fear. Add 3 wilds. I mean, actually, again, let's look at this. Town and an explorer removes 1 and then removes... Yeah, so it removes 1 and it prevents a double build and a conversion. So the double build and the conversion is preventing 2 more towns, essentially. So I kill 1 and I prevent 2 more. That's 3 towns. If I leave the town there and instead I just kill 3 explorers, doesn't that also just prevent... Isn't the net change 3 towns? It's a net change of 3 towns, right? I think the land should end up the same after the fact either way. Because now it's going to go town and then convert 3 explorers into 3 towns. So it'll end up with 4 towns. Okay? So it started like this. 1 and 1. God damn it. I want to see, is there actually any meaningful difference here? So it started like this. What I did was I killed the 2 of them, and then the land is going to end up with 4 towns and an explorer. If I do this the other way and I do 2 damage, I killed the 3 explorers, then I'm going to go build 2 towns and then convert a town. So yeah, it's going to end up with 4 towns and explorer. It's the same, except doing it this way, I get 1 extra fear. So yeah, it's better. So kill the town and the explorer. Okay, and then we put 3 wilds because I'm not removing the blight. obviously. So that's all good. Sucking ooze to fear in there and isolate this land. Purple token back in action. We used our isolate over on that land already. And then finally, unnerving Paul is 1 fear, defend per presence in this land. So there's 1 more fear and defend of 2 in there. Oakley dokley. And then we've got our leftinate over here, and then all of that kind of good news. So we did what we could. We shall see how it all shakes out. That's all of that. We've got 1 fear card on board, and we will go and have a sip of lemon. And an event to wreck Christmas. Healthy. Cities rise. In the land with the most towns, replace 2 towns with 2 cities. Well, that will put towns back in the pool. If nothing else, it'll put towns back in the pool, but it's likely to ruin our plans of spill bitterness into the earth. I can tell you that. Let's look at what that looks like. On each board, in the land with the most towns, this is likely forced as well. So over here, we're going to make a whole bunch of cities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 towns. So that's definitely the worst one here. And oh no, this might push us over the threshold for the ravage of 20. Probably won't. Replace 2 towns with 2 cities. 2 towns, 2 cities. No, it's probably still okay. A lot of cities though. Not in love with all that. That's that board. This board, the land with the most towns, which is this one, replace 2 towns with 2 cities. Okay. Shouldn't make too much of a difference to the game. And of course, replacement here means one of those does stay damaged. So those 2 get replaced by that. That's on its side because it's signifying only 1 damage. And then finally on this board, clearly here, this is 5 towns, the land with the most. So I'm going to change 2 of them for 2 cities. And actually, I don't think that will impact the spill bitterness, because spill bitterness can add a badlands in that land, and it will still take out the 2 cities, I think. But that's for next turn. Okay, that's that. Next, on each board, push up to 2 explorers or town from a land with beasts. Yeah, we like the sound of that. That's good news. On this board, at least, it's good news. Where the hell is my beast on this board? Oh, I must have pushed it at some point. Okay. On each board, push up to 2 explorers or a town. So again here, pushing explorers will prevent 1 conversion. So the net gain is a town back in the pool. Pushing this out will stop a double build, but it's rather than a single build. So actually, again, the net result is only 1. It's the same thing, right? So if I push this, so as it stands right now, well, if I push this out, I end up with 2 towns and an explorer. If I push these out, I end up with 3 towns. Oh yeah, so no, actually that's not the same. So I will push the town out. Where will I push it? Into this mess, because that gets picked off by the searing heat stuff that we talked about, which is great news. Well, in actual fact, if I push it in there, that just definitely dies to the spill bitterness, and it means I don't necessarily have to dedicate to that land, because it's 6 damage. So if this explores mountains, I still get to wipe the land. So yeah, no, that's better. Push in there. And then on each board, oh, now I can just push the 2 of these. Sorry, not the 2 of these. I could push 1 of them. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to do it, am I? Because we're wiping that land, so let's go in there. Okay, that's fine, I think. Okay. And then finally, when invaders ravage, if the land has the hand, defend 2. So actually, I wasted my defend over here and my isolate. Well, no, I needed one or the other. And then this will now not require me to... oh, no, it will, because it's defender for 1, plus 2 more. It's defender for 3, but it's actually attacking for 5. So I need a fear card to help me if I don't want to have to pay for that. That's okay. Oh no, because sorry, there were 2. It's not defender for 1. It's defender for 2. Stubborn solidity. There were two. There were 2 the hand in the land, so that's already that is solved, which is great news now. Okay. Is that the only land where that matters? Oh, technically over here, yeah, but no, all good. Okay, no, that's not bad actually. That didn't wreck us too badly. That event, we're happy enough with that. So let's go ahead and resolve our single stage 1 card, and it says each player may replace a town. Oh, it's angry mobs. Replace a town with 2 explorers. We'll probably be doing that. Town with 2 explorers. We don't really want to be doing that in any land that's a bit to build, however. Again, I keep needing to do the maths here. So right now, when this builds, it'll be 2 more towns and then convert. So the net result will be 4 towns and 1 explorer. If I change this for 2 explorers, it changes to 4 towns and 1 explorer. It's the same. Yeah, it's the same. So it doesn't make any difference in a land that's about to build. It's just a waste of an action. But like in here, for example, that seems pretty good. Well, I suppose that could be about to explore. We probably don't want to do it in there. No, we probably don't mind. I guess we'd rather do it in a land that we know for sure isn't about to explore. Something like this. That makes that easier to hit with vigor later on. So that's 1. We could remove adjacencies to this land, but this is still 3, 5, 7, 8, so it's still a loss condition. So it doesn't actually help in there. Probably similarly over here, bigger the breaking down business. So there for 2 explorers, I think is probably not bad. And then finally, I mean, if we're talking about bigger the breaking dawn, let's just continue talking about bigger the breaking dawn, shall we? 2 more over there. Makes it easier to clear them. Okay. We'll hit mountains now and we'll just have to place in a bunch of all of that, but that's fine. So, okay, not the best, but 1 fear for each player who does that, so that's 3 more fear. Okay. Oh, you know what? On the previous turn, I think I did that each player removes an explorer from a land. Did you remember when I stopped the flipping the blight card in this land? I actually removed the explorer accidentally, I believe. I didn't push it. I think I removed an explorer instead of pushing one. And at the time we had a bunch of stuff in that land, so I think I just go into that dump land over there is probably the play. So that's already a mess. So yeah, I think I made that mistake last turn. There was 1 card where I remembered, and then I think in my flurry of figuring out that I wasn't about to blight the island, I think I just removed 2 things quickly. It was a town and an explorer. Oh, bang that, sorry. And I think I forgot that I had to push it, so I forgot about the France 6 rule. So I think think that fixes that board state. Doesn't make any difference to the game right now, but it might be about to hit sands, and one extra explorer, of course, might matter. But it's okay. So that's all of that. So let's go ahead and ravage then. This doesn't now get defended because we couldn't get the hand in there. So that's going to ravage and blight. We'll lose a presence. No, over here it's ravaging for 4, and it's ravaging for. In fact, actually now it's only ravaging for 3 because we were able to remove the adjacent town, so that's all good as well. So this dies. 2 more fear. Over here, this is now 3, 6, 9, 11, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, it's nowhere near enough. So this ravages, and it's a safe ravage, and we will now. So that gets removed. Strife is gone, and then we're going to damage an invader for 2, which will be that city there. And that's okay. Yeah, because we're probably going to want to keep that fear farm. I don't think we want to be gathering a damaged town away into a blighted land anytime soon. So we want to keep the fear farm going here. So that's good. And then we have ravage here. Another blight, but it's not a loss condition. This strife gets removed. This presence dies. And then we have... we do have a loss condition over here, but I won't flip it yet. I'll kill this first. That's 2 more fear. Another fear card. Because that was defended for 2, plus 2 more is 4, and it was only ravaging for 3. So that's that, and then finally we added the ping effect into this land. So this is going to ravage. We are now actually. It's funny, we didn't need the gift of searing heat in the end, but that's okay. We'll pay the 2 energy, take this from the box. The ravage comes in, and we deal 2 damage back, which is going to be increased by 1 because of the Badlands. So we'll kill the town for 1. And then, as we said, we'll ping the city for 1 to create a fear farm in the slow. So that's that. I'm going to remove this defense stuff. That's all okay. And then that's all of our ravaging done. We had... Well, no, it's not. Sorry, of course. We now have the actual loss condition ravage, which is going to put this up to 1. And it's going to, unfortunately, flip the blight card. What do we have? Oh, god damn it. I think this is the terrible one for Stone. Oh, no. No, this is a good one for Stone, I believe. Oh, no, it's not. It's each invader phase. Yeah, this is awful. Ah, no, this one's terrible. Each invader phase. So it's going to start next turn. On each board, add a blight to a land adjacent to blight, and you may prevent this on all boards. On each board to be protected requires paying 3 energy or destroying a presence. Ouch. It's not a terrible one because it gives you a lot of optionality, and it gives you 4 blight, so it's probably a bit much to say this is terrible. And also, of course, Stone can technically sort of pick this off with paying like 1 energy as opposed to paying the 3, so there's a kind of an element of play to it with Stone as well, but it's not really ideal, let's be honest. Anyway, that's okay. So that's going to give us 4 blight per player, and we will have an ongoing effect. The ongoing effects are annoying because you you really have to think about it. It's just an additional thing to think about. So this already got so much blight on the board, and now I have to add 12 more to this card. Time we at? Half 11. We'll play a little bit longer. I'm not going to get this game finished tonight. It will require a 3rd session, as the previous one did, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, and of course, as we all know, the blight cards start getting, or the events start getting significantly worse now that we have flipped that blight card. Move that down so I can actually read the bloody thing, because this is a kind of a slightly weird one. Okay, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Okay, and that was that one, and that's the one lost condition so far, which we are tracking in this box. Okay, we gain some fear, but that's a fear card next turn. That's fine. So the ravage is done. Now we go build. No, build, town, and then convert down here. So we now have 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. So we're no longer building a city in here, which is kind of okay. We build a town, and then we convert 1 to a town. Then we have what else do we have? We have over here, we'll build a town, and then we'll convert 3 towns. Over here, we'll build 2 towns. And then convert this into a town. And then we've no build down here. Okay, I think I hit everything there. Yeah, no triangle trade, so that's all fine. Now we do gather after build. Here, know where to gather from. Here. That's unfortunate. We've only one place to gather from, which is annoying, because that's where we want to be destroying that town next turn in the thing. So that's an annoying place to have to gather that out of, but that's okay. Now this board here, gather. We actually also don't really want to be gathering out of that land either. We're now about to gather 2 things out of that land, which is stupid and annoying as well. So okay, there and then there. We didn't really think that through 100%, I would say. But that's okay. And then finally, this board here, we have to gather, which has to come out of there. And then this we gather out of here. Ay, caramba. That's the gathers done. Now we still have to explore. I dare say we want this to be sands, I think. I'm still not even sure I wanted this to be sands. The reason I say sands is at least I get to wipe these 2 lands. Because I'm kind of locked into making this play over here and solving this land, because I didn't do the dissolving vapor, so I have to get that done in the fast, which means I was kind of locked in to doing what I said. So that kind of works, but like I'm still facing down lost condition and lost condition here next turn, 2 more lost condition ravages, and here. So this is quite problematic. I dare say this is very problematic, in fact. Anyway, so we've got sands. France escalation comes after exploring. Did I just forget to escalate last turn? I did, didn't I? Oh, god damn it. I absolutely forgot to escalate last turn. How did I manage that? I need to go back and check just to be sure, but I'm quite certain I forgot to escalate last turn. Ugh, wrecked the game. I'll go and check. Ah, yes, I did. I forgot to escalate. I'm glad I caught it, because I'd be super annoyed if I got to the end of the game, maybe won the game, and then realized that I hadn't done it. So super annoying. And actually, I say maybe won the game. I feel very behind here, but I did spot it at least. So Where am I? Let me just make sure I'm actually recording properly here because I've just closed my window. Yes, I am. Okay, so I've gone back and I've checked the state of play. And if I remember while I'm editing, I'll try to bring up a screenshot of the previous turn, but I doubt I'll remember. So you're probably not looking at the screenshot right now. The state of play, as I can describe it, is when I explored with this wetland last turn, here's what the board looked like. This land was empty. This land contained 2 explorers. This land contained the two Dahan, the city and the explorer. This land in here contained 2 explorers. This land over here contained a whole bunch of crap with the one Dahan. And then this land in here contained 5 explorers. I probably should have done this board by board because it'll be easier to describe. So I'm going to almost have to just do that again now. So we'll do board by board here. And what I'm going to have to try do is put myself in the mindset of where I would have been at the time, as opposed to make a decision influenced by the future information. It's the best I can do. At the time, I had just resolved this Far Off Wars Touch the Island event, which put a whole bunch of towns back in the pool. The other thing to note about the thing at the time was I only had 1 blight on the card, but technically that was before I remembered this thing where Stone could have paid 2 to keep 3 on the card. So in theory, I had 3 blight left on the card at the time. If you're wondering, if you're looking at the screenshot, if I remembered the screenshot, you'll see 1 blight on the card, but that should be 3. At the time, given that I had just put a bunch of towns back in the pool and I was running still reasonably close to flipping the card, I think I would have been probably pushing more for getting more towns on the board, most likely. So, given that, and I had already made a plan for this combo land in the middle here, right? At the time, had I? Oh no, actually, I hadn't made the plan because I hadn't drafted the spill bitterness into the earth yet. So no, that wasn't a combo. But actually, I think at that point, my plan was to do the dissolving vapors wipe because yeah, I had talked about that before that. So I was already planning on doing the dissolving vapors thing, which means I would have been fine with adding a town in the escalation land in the middle here, as opposed to blighting this mess over here. So I think one change to this is I would have put a town in the middle, which means everything else basically stays the same, right? Because I flipped the reminder card, and the reminder card is forced by the number of blight as opposed to the number of towns. So let's just say everything else stays the same. I would have put the town in the middle here, and what that means is this turn. Let me see what happened when I built this turn. I'll just check here. Yeah, you remember I got to remove some stuff in the middle. It was, I built up to 4 towns and an explorer, and then I gathered to the town. So my build instead would have looked like it was 4 explorers when the build happened, but there should have been 1 extra town in there. So overall, I believe the net result is 1 more town. No, I don't think it is actually. So hang on. If there was a town in there, it'd be 1 town and 4 explorers, which goes up to 3 towns and then converts 3 explorers. So that's 6. And then it gathers. So yeah, I actually need to add 2 towns in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 6. And again, my decision here is not influenced by the spill bitterness stuff. It was influenced by the dissolving vapors. Let me just be absolutely crystal clear about that. On this turn, the build that actually happened was 4 explorers. Instead of 4 explorers, it should have been a town and 4 explorers. And in that scenario, it builds 2 more towns, which puts us up to 3. And it converts 3 of the explorers into towns as well. So that's 6 towns. And then you gather in and you make a 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that is that. And the net result here actually does make sense because I had to add 1 for the escalation and 1 for the extra that gets built because of the Habsburg thing. So that does make sense. So that costs us 2 towns. So that's 1 board dealt with. I think that one was quite easy. So let's go back where I was in the video. Here. Slightly further. Okay. Now, this board, it went empty and 2 explorers. So, empty can take a town and 2 explorers can take a town. I'm forced to add a town here. The question becomes, and I also knew because of the what do you call it? The reminder card, that I was going to be adding a town in that land. So with a town already going in the land, that meant that putting an extra town in there didn't change the maths on building the double town. So the net result is actually only 1 extra town here. And I wanted to keep the land empty, this land empty. I wouldn't have wanted to put a town in there because then I would have built a city and all the rest of it. So actually the net result there is also easy. That one is kind of a no-brainer. I just add 1 extra town, which means that when I get to the next turn, where is it? Yeah, when I get to the build, it looks like 2 explorers and 1 town. So now it will be 2 explorers and 2 towns. Build 2 more up to 4 towns and then convert up to 5 towns and then gather up to 6. So that is now accurate. It only cost me 1 town to do that. So that's fine. So that's the second board handled. God, this really is a mess. Go back finally to the third board. The third board then, as I described, looked like a city and an explorer. And then over here, it looked like 2 towns, 2 explorers. Now, the way this was going to go was I had already planned out the turn, and the turn looked like Vigor the Breaking Dawn, do the damage in the other thing. And then I knew there was no gather going to be happening into that land. So I had already planned that out. So here, the impact of adding the town in the interior is actually huge because it's only 2 explorers, and well, actually no, it's 2 explorers, and then I also had to add the town. So it wouldn't have been a huge impact, but it would have made this much harder to defend from the escalation. No, not the escalation, the loss condition. But I know that if I had added the blight to the coast, that the coast was safe on the following ravage and build and all that. We knew that was all solved. So actually, I think in that sense, I would have been placing the blight. I think that is also a pretty obvious choice. So I would have added a blight in there, and that wouldn't have changed the blight flip maths either. That's also important to note here, because I flipped the blight card in the middle of the ravage, but I added 2 blight in the ravage, 1 here and 1 here, and I only flipped it on the second one. So technically that would have been ready to flip on the first one of these ravages, but the way the blight card worked out, it didn't change the maths of the ravages. So I still would have flipped it during the ravage. It wouldn't have changed anything else. The blighted island effect happens at the beginning of the invader phase, which wouldn't have happened yet. So actually the game is now at parity, and hopefully you followed along there and realized that actually very little of what just happened there would have really been a choice. It would have been all pretty obvious as which play I should have taken. Now, I'm still in a mess here because I still have lost condition, which loses me the game. And I still have to deal with that somehow. But ultimately, I think my plays would have all been more or less the exact same. So I think all of that's fine. I mean, technically, I can actually stop this lost condition by just 1 single isolation. So that's probably not the worst. Anyway, with all of that said, I've just now explored Sands. And I didn't do anything yet, right? I just flipped over the card and then I remembered the escalation and then I didn't actually do anything and I panicked and went back. So I flipped over the card. Yeah, and I didn't do anything and I stopped the video. So hopefully everybody's with me and I can get back to playing and trying to win this game. So let's look at what that looks like. We have this land isolated this turn, which is quite nice. So after exploring, so the escalation happens after you explore. So let's explore first. That gets removed. Over here, we do a double explore. Don't love it, but it is what it is. Down on this coast, big problem land. That's another explorer. Big problem land. Over here, another explorer. That was the sands we talked about where we pushed that explorer out as well. Now that's going to be a problem from a build perspective, but it's okay. So that's that one. Over here, isolated. Over here, we take one explorer. So that is all of that. And now we need to think about the escalation. Which I hate. So escalation wise, it's quite easy. That takes a town because we're wiping the land anyway. I think. Now that I say we're wiping the land anyway, we might not be, but it's definitely the no-brainer play. But we might not wipe that. We might wipe this, let that build, and then dissolving vapors it might be better if we can afford the number of towns. I'm not sure that we can. But either way, that's a no-brainer. Now, this board, we're forced to take a blight, which is horrible. It's all kinds of horrible. Next turn, call on herders for aid. Can't even solve this because I've nowhere to gather the hand from. This will be dead to a ravage most likely. It's such a pity as well that I had to gather that town out of there. I'm now about to spill bitterness into the earth to kill one explorer next turn. Like, how pathetic is that? I mean, technically it's either or. So like I can like blight cascade into this land or this land. I can't cascade out that way. And I can't cascade in this way. So actually technically the decision here is I have to blight cascade and then choose which of those other two lands are the problem. So one, and then I guess I'll just pick that because it's easier for me to get in and solve mountains, something along those lines. So that's that escalation. And then on this board, I can't blight in there because that's too important. I mean, technically I could pay to take it from the box, but because stone only has one presence in there, that won't work. So I will take a town in there. Okay, that was rough. And then we also have to France 6, of course, because France is sound, like that. Land without explorer. No such land on this board. And then land without explorer in... Okay. No, you wouldn't give me like a HME effect or something where I could like HME 5 in here and then build that up a bit or something like that, and then I actually have a use for getting in there with my my spill bitterness next turn. Like I am spilling so much bitterness over having to go in and dedicate spill bitterness into that land. I just realised as well, I was half thinking about trying to break out of this reclaim loop, but I can't because I need Gift of Nature's Connection for the spill bitterness play next turn. So I have to do that. So my hand is forced. Now, we have 2 moves in the slow. And then we have a Fear Factory sort of situation happening. It does feel like I probably need to kill this and stop that building a city, and thus creating another town. Can do that with just 1 ping of damage here. I've already got the Fear Farm, so I don't need to get greedy. So yeah, ping of damage in there seems fairly useful. So ping, kill this. That's 1 fear. That's done. Shroud is done. Rising Heat is done. Shroud's not done, of course. We need to move our presence. One in there. And then this is where we need to be moving ourselves over towards that land. So we'll go... We don't actually need to isolate this because there won't be any adjacent towns, assuming I killed this. Yeah, I need to get over here anyway. Oh, actually, no. I can just get over there with this, right? Yeah. Okay. Easier. Okay, and then that means my fear factory at the end of turn is 1, 2, 3, which is 3 fear plus an energy. All right. And then, as we know, Stone is done. Big Papa Stone is slowing down. It's one thing I have to say about Stone is definitely slowing down. Now, the problem here is I have to reclaim loop, but I don't have a good place to target. I can't get into any of these wetlands or sands. It's just all kinds of problems. I'd love a sky stretches to shore to get my dissolving vapors online in there. That would be a beautiful thing. That would be really nice. Because then I could spill bitterness next turn, assuming I could get enough towns back in the pool to survive this build. Then next turn I could go flowing and silent and spill bitterness with Gift of Nature's Connection. But of course I cannot do that. So let's not be silly. So it does sort of feel to me I do need to play this whole call on the Herders for AIDS, spill bitterness thing, which means I take a lost condition ravage here. Like, I still have somehow 2 fear cards left in stage 1, and I'm about to hit my first stage 3 card. Like, what on earth is going on? Just not getting through the plastic at all. So the Haunted by Primal Memories, we said we wanted that. The Dissolving Vapors, see it solves which land first. It solves a land, probably this one. Although no, because then I can't get... No, that doesn't work. I said maybe just Dissolving Vapors, that and the slow, which means I can stop this problem with Spill Bitterness. That might be the correct play there. So Dissolving Vapors then lets that build up and then gets a bunch of fear out of it. Very risky, but it could work. Fog closes in, then I need to think about my adjacencies. But we could probably make something work. Spill Bitterness. Let's read this card again. I'm not sure I actually put this into the card cam. 6 damage. Kill 1 explorer is what that says. Add 2 badlands / strife and a blight. In up to 3 adjacent lands with Blight, add a Badlands and or a Strife. So in this case here, I could go Badlands in there. That's what we talked about before. So that in the adjacent land, I can wipe that. And then we have a choice where we can do like in adjacent lands with Blight. So adjacent land with Blight, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know at that point, because we don't need a Badlands in here. We're about to wipe all of that. We're going to wipe this as well. And then, yeah, maybe we just Strife that or something, because then that's going to be wiped by the Dissolving Vapors in the slow. And then we take 1, 2 Lost Condition Ravages. And then this remains. Oh no, because now we're not killing this. So now we have to isolate this land. 2, 4, 6, 7. And then we isolate. And hopefully we don't get edge cased. So that's kind of got to be the play. Figure the Breaking Dawn then. God only knows what that card is doing for us here. Because I have no way to... maybe I just don't play Vigor here, actually, is probably what ends up happening. And I just go in more on... No, sure, my innates don't do anything either. What I can do is at least I can place a presence in there, and then the Blight from the where's the card? This card here. I can at least take that from the box. So that's one thing, I guess. It's not great though, is it? And then I take like Nature's Connection. Stubborn Solidity doesn't do anything either. Stubborn Solidity actually solves that land. No, it doesn't. Not quite. But a minor power could maybe do something for us here. So the thing is, I need the gift of Nature's Connection. I have the Nature's Connection here, so I have to reclaim. It's the only other way I can get the Spill Bitterness online, and I need to Spill Bitterness in. Surely I need to Spill Bitterness in here and in here. Do I? I mean, I say surely. Yeah, because we also wanted to take these out as well, didn't we? So that gets some towns back in the pool, and that stops these, 3 towns getting added to the thing. So again, we're back to doing maths, unfortunately, here. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Let's put this at 10. And then I would kill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from there, which puts this to 17. And then 2 more in there, which puts this to 19. I'd kill this town in the Ravage, which goes to 20. And for now, that's all. So that goes to 20. Now, build. This will be empty. This will be empty. This will build 2 towns and then convert a further 5. So that's going to build 7. This will build a city, which places a town from Triangle Trade up to 8, and then it converts 1 explorer up to 9. And then this land over here will build 2 towns and then convert 2 more. That's 4 more. So from 9 up to 13. So we have 20 versus 13. That's a rather large buffer. That's not losing to any event, I imagine. I say that before I lose to an event somehow. But then I get hit by the stage 3 Explorer, and the wheels really start falling off. But what I'm wondering is, Is there a way for me to get Spill Bitterness back into the game on the reclaim and do it again type of thing? Can that be interesting? Because if I don't do this now, this builds 2 towns and then converts. So that adds 3 more. This adds 3 more, and that's 6 more. And then I haven't killed these 2. So that actually puts me over the limit. So I basically have to Spill Bitterness in those particular ways right now. Then Dissolving Vapors, as I say, hits this in the slow. So that puts a whole bunch of towns back in the pool as well. But I still have these 2 huge problems down here. So how on earth am I dealing with these problems? Fog closes in, just like deals no damage in that land at all. I'm wondering, like, if I go G2 over here into this land. Oh dear, we've got a awake child. I better sort that out. Yeah, I managed to offload the baby monitor at the very least. But I am going to need to get to bed here. I just wanted to kind of finish my train of thought because I'm really deep in permutations here and I don't really want to walk away from it just yet. So we said we can solve this and this and this with the dissolving vapors. Solve this with the isolate. This with the haunted by primal memories. Take 2 lost condition ravages. Puts us in a pretty bad spot, but we don't lose. And then we've got the really big mess of these 2 to deal with. A really rather spectacular mess. I guess on the reclaim next turn, I can indom to solve one of them. This one, I guess. Because I can't reach down here. Well, actually, I can, can't I? Because I have a presence placement this turn. So as long as I get near here, I can indom down there. So that actually might be useful. So the question is then, how do we solve this? Can Vigor the Breaking Dawn do anything in that land? Well, right now we're talking about getting a big old Loss in the Swirling Haze going. So I can push, like, I could go in here and push like 3 to hand into that land. I could also, because I'm getting another card play here, I could get Jagged Shards of the Earth going and use that to start setting up a big Vigor next turn, which might be the play here. If I can get a bunch of the hand in this land, then I can solve this by pushing 1 in there, because it's not gonna build, but it will gather a town. Well, actually it won't, because that'll be empty. So no, this isn't the problem. Is there any way for me to go load up the hand in here and then do like Vigor from here and then push like 1 in there and 1 down here or some sort of stupid thing like that? Sorry, yeah. So it'd be like, if I got 2 to hand in there and then those 2 to hand in there, and then I Vigor in here and push 1 into each, I do 6 damage in there and then 6 damage in here, and then Indom in there next turn can like wipe the land kind of on defend. And meanwhile, I have what? Haven't been able to create the Sacred Side in there. That's the one thing that would be nice. Sacred Side in there could mean a much better. I could just reverse this, can't I? Go over here and make the Sacred Site in here, and then next turn just indom straight in there, and that means then that I can use the Sacred Side over here to do a much better job of damage with the Vigor. So I think that actually works pretty well. Question is, if I go here G2 and I take this, I generate 5 energy. That puts me up to 6. Then when I reclaim, I go to 6, and I do have Indom, Call, and Gift of Searing Heat available. Yeah, that's actually amazing. Yeah, this looks really good. Okay, we have a plan. We have a plan. So that's that. That gives me 5. I'll set this up and then I'll lock it down, and I'll come back and play the rest of this the next time. So we're going to gain 5 here. We had 1 in the pool already. We gained the 5. That puts us up to the 6. So that'll pay for all of that. And we do, of course, have Call on Herder's Aid here, which we can also use to start setting the hand up to make the vigor work even better. So I like the sound of all of that. Oh, no. No. I need to place a present in here. Mm. Ha. Got it. Think. Do have a solve for this. G2. 1 in here. 1 down here. That gives me my Spill Bitterness target this turn. Next turn, Indom in here. That gives me the Sacred Sight. I also have the range, of course, but it gives me the Sacred Sight to make everything weaker so that the counter attacks are better and the vigor is better. So that should clear that land, more or less. And then I also have from here, I have Flowing and Silent to pull those in there, and because I can reclaim Flowing and Silent, and then hopefully set up a big vigor in that land to wipe the whole land. Oh yeah. That's the one. That's the one. Okay. Just hitting this G2 button nonstop with Rising Heat, and I'm so unapologetic about it. I'm enjoying it. Okay, so let's have a look here then with Stone. I think we have a way here. We have a way. Stone is going reclaim because that's what Stone does. We'll have a look for a minor power. That goes back in the hand. Minor power. Give us something. I don't even know what I want here, to be honest with you, because I've got most of the good stuff. A card that might be good here could be Spur On with Words of Fire. It would give me an extra... Actually, it wouldn't give me an extra anything. I don't want Spur On Words of Fire. I don't even know what I want. Dire Metamorphosis. It's unlikely to be it, I'll be honest. Treacherous Waterways. It's free. It does some stuff. Teeming Rivers. Probably not. Call to Isolation. Now, you do love to see Call to Isolation. It's an alternative option to thresholding the vigor as well. What does Call to Isolation do here? It means I don't have to play the Flowing and Silent in theory, because I could Call to Isolation that town in there and kill it. That's one thing. It gives me, in theory, a... What does it give me? I mean, Haunted by Primal Memories is such a clean answer to that land, because it's like 3 fear as well as the defense. So it's like I'm almost certain you have to be doing that down there. So what else is called isolation? It obviously just pushes one single the hand, and then it can also push another one next turn to kind of really set me up well with this vigor play. So it sort of feels like a bit of a no-brainer to a certain extent. I also don't need to load up on earth elements here because I'm not hitting the ravage. To let them break themselves against the stones. So call to isolation is just a good way to set up this turn and then into next turn type of thing without worrying about the elements. Like Treacherous Waterways is okay. It's not a bad card. But like pushing an Explorer now is like, it's not saving this, you know what I mean? I think Call to Isolation might be the one. Just try to get this vigor going for the rest of the game. And we're going to need it because of these stage 3 cards hitting here. So let's go ahead and take the Call to ISO. Strong card. Let's get our 6 energy on the top track. Have that set up. 3 plus 3. 1, 2, 3. We have 4 card plays. Do we need bring vigor this turn? I don't think so. I think we can maybe just save the energy. We definitely want Jagged Shards. Stubborn Solidity we don't need. Call to Isolation, setting up for next turns feels appropriate. Giving out a gift to living energy seems good if we don't have to be worrying about elements. And then one more Earth card can just give us the left innate at the second level to save a bit of energy. I mean, surely Gift of Nature's Connection is the one at that point. And then next turn we set up for a big turn. Gift of Living Energy, obviously it gives out 3 energy. Nature's Connection gives out either energy or no, sorry, it's giving out the elements. So of course we have to play that one, and then the Jagged Shards and the Call to ISO are just setting up for next turn. So that all sounds pretty good. Yeah. There's all the energy. Everything is free, so we're just banking 1 billion energy. The Gift of Nature's Connection will be taking 1 Earth. We'll get the Spill Bitterness online over here. We've got the Call on Herders for 8 to help us out as well. We've got lots of useful things happening over there. We have then on this side of the board, we've got a couple of different lines of play. So they're all gone. We said we can G2, which is probably better from a Flowing and Silent perspective. No, for a Fog Closes In perspective, should I say. We're definitely playing these 3. So the question is then, do we just jam Fog Closes In, or do we like reclaim 1 and play something else? And I think just Fog Closes In has got to be the one here. So let's... Oh yeah, because we can go G2 bottom top, and then it gets 2 more presents on the board. It gives us the 4th water to max that in 8, and then we have the 3rd level of this in 8. So 3rd level of that, plus the Fog Closes In, plus the Dissolving Vapors, plus the 4th level list. There's lots of nice things happening there. This is where Shroud really becomes super fun. So that becomes a G2 exercise there. That's 1 energy, which is going to pay the full 4 on all of this, which is what we talked about on the previous turn. We managed to make it. And then we don't need to reclaim 1 because next turn we're going to reclaim all anyway. So all of that seems much cleaner than in the previous game when I felt a bit all over the place with my card plays. Here, this seems to come to a get her a lot cleaner. The board is still a mess. This is still going to be a big challenge. We have no more lost conditions to give because we're taking 2 of them now. But I do believe we more or less have the sand set up for next turn. And with all of that said, I believe that is everything. So we took what? 1 from here, plus the 3 that we had in the pool. We have 3 in the pool, yeah. So we took 2 and then we gained 1, yeah. So plus the 1. Yeah, so 1 plus the 3. I just want to remind myself, make sure all that's clean. That'll pay for all that. That'll pay for all that. That'll not pay for anything because it's all free. And we will start to resolve things when we come back for the play session next time out. Another long one, folks. I did say I didn't think this one would be short. There's a lot of thinking involved with these France games. It's very thinky, very puzzly type of adversary, which I do love. I just love playing against them. I think they're great. There's a lot of planning, and some people really don't like that. And of course, they're swingy. All of that kind of stuff is true. But this is a very puzzly thing with like making extra towns, gathering towns. Where's it all going? It's super fun. I love this. Having a lot of fun here. I would love to win this game. It feels very much on a knife's edge at the moment. The vigor feels like it's starting to come together, but let me tell you, those stage 3 cards are going to start hammering me. So the fog closes in, the left and 8, getting that stuff online right now can start to help a bit. And we can start to try push towards a position where we can maybe clear up enough lands to push towards the stage 2 win, but we're still very much lacking in control effects. Everything we have is like single land, big nuke, wipe a land, which is all well and good, except when the stage 3 hit, that doesn't work anymore. You need, of course, multi-land hits like Vigor, but you need ways to kind of like, what would be a great card? The big beam of light, irresistible call, that can solve like 4 lands at once, which can start to solve things like stage 3 cards. But if you don't do that, you're starting to get into pretty big problems. So anyway, that's all of that. I didn't move any of my presents over here, so that's all left to be done as well. We'll do all that when we have a little bit better of a plan of how this is going to come together, which I will think about over the coming days and hours and all of that until I get to play next time. That's going to be it for me now. Off to bed, sleepyhead. Busy day and busy weekend ahead of me. Thanks for checking in. I shall see you in several seconds. Bye bye. Well, everybody, I do this a lot, don't I? I'm welcoming you to my sermon or something like that. I don't know. Just one of them things. I just always seem to do it. Welcome back. It's for you, as I say. It's probably been just a few seconds. For me, it's been a number of days. I had a busy few days there, culminating in a big old party, in the house here. So a lot of cleaning and prep and loads of cooking and yeah. The good woman, her side of the family is enormous. She's from a family of, I think there were 7 or 8 kids or something like that. And they all have a million children, and so it's just like the grandkids and all the rest of it. It's just bananas. So anytime there's any kind of event on, it's a big deal, generally speaking. So we've had all of that. It's done, and I am finally feet up, relaxed, ready to go. I didn't get to really study this at all, as a result, because it's been a busy number of days, as I say. But thankfully, we're kind of over all of that now, and I can actually get back to the game. Now, before I do, I've been desperate to open this can of Coca-Cola here, sitting beside me. I did just make a YouTube short about the house being full of booze and everybody drinking all around me, but I didn't succumb to the well, I won't say peer pressure. It certainly wasn't peer pressure, but. Yeah, I didn't succumb to the temptation, shall we say? So I stuck to non-alcohol booze, non-alcohol beers, and cans of Coke and all the rest of it. So happy enough with all of that. I've been trying to do a little bit better health-wise over the last while, eating better and all the rest of it. You know yourself. So that's been that. I say being health better wise, I'm drinking a can of Coke with about 16 spoons of sugar in it. But anyway, because like you can't drink anything else other than the real thing. God forbid somebody tried to give me a can of Diet Coke or Coke Zero. Absolutely forget about it. I'd rather die of thirst. But anyway, now, the one thing that I did notice as I was wrapping up, not as I was wrapping up, I noticed this after I wrapped up last time. We had sort of set about a plan here, and the plan I think is pretty good. However, I started counting. I just was looking at this the other day for a brief moment. I was counting the fear, and the way I had this game laid out right now with these set of cards, I'm going to end up getting a fear card plus 6 energy. I think, or six fear, should I say. So if you can see there in the pool. Oh, no, you can't see there in the pool. Okay. My camera isn't on. So let me see if I can reactivate that camera as we're playing here. Do you know what? I think I'll stop this and then I'll reactivate the camera because I've just done my intro. I opened my can of Coke. I did all the rest of it. So I can't redo that because the Coke is already open. So I'll stop this. Because I'm afraid if I don't stop the recording and I reactivate the table camera, something will go wrong and I'll play 3 hours of Spirit Island and it'll all be wasted. So I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna reactivate the camera and then I'm gonna start the recording again. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. Our table camera is back in action, as you can clearly see here. Now, what I was starting to say there was, if you see over here, there's 7 fear still left in the pool at the top, unearned fear, if that's what we can call it. So the way I sort of sussed all of this was, I was going to get a fear card plus 6, which was 18 fear. That would leave me 1 fear short, and it would be 1 fear short of a fear card, as well as 1 fear short of leveling up the earned fear cards. So then I was thinking, oh, I have to be able to try find a way to get 1 more fear. And then I was looking, I was thinking, oh, actually there is a way I can get 1 more fear. I can call to isolation this town out of here into that land and let it die. Now it's already gonna die, so that's not particularly efficient. And you know, my haunted by primal memories wants to target that land anyway for 3 fears. I was thinking that's not great. Then I started looking around the board, and then I realised I'm actually having an absolute mare here. And I talked the last time about not using Vigor the Breaking Dawn because I couldn't use a particularly, I couldn't see a particularly strong usage for it on the board. But that was a lie, and I did lie several times in the last video, as we saw. So Vigor the Breaking Dawn is actually great here, of course, because I'm reclaim looping one of the strongest mages in the deck. So clearly here, this is definitely excellent. So and I'll show you why. So I'm going to play the Vigor. Now, the question is at that point, so I need to play Vigor, I need to play Gift of Nature's Connection. I also need to play Call to Isolation here because it's going to work with the Vigor now in a moment, as you'll see. So then basically between those 3 cards here, it's whether I play Gift of Living Energy or whether I play Jagged Shards, Push from the Earth. Now, as we had said last time, the Jagged Shards was kind of in the name of getting some Dahan moved over on this side of the board, whether that's here into here, whether it's from here into here. There's a couple of different options available. Well, actually, no, I lied. There isn't really a couple of different options. There is technically, but I don't have the range to be able to take on those options because what I want to do is go into this land this turn so that I can, as we talked about before, pay for the Spill Bitterness Blight from the box. So I won't be able to get down into this land. But I can get to those to hand and push them in there, which can work pretty well. That's part of what I want to be doing here. So that's all okay. Now, so I do want to play the Jagged Shards, and it means, unfortunately, I have to give up on the Gift of Living Energy for about the 3rd turn in a row here, which is desperately upsetting because the card is bananas, and I have 2 Sacred Sites on the board, so I could be giving out 3 energy every turn here, which would be amazing. I'd love to be able to do that. Both Heat and Mist could both get great use out of that 3 energy right now. It would be exceptionally good to give them that 3 energy. So it's a very hard choice to do that. But we already talked about our board is pretty under duress here. And we are going to have to take 2 Lost Condition Ravages this turn. Now, what I talked about before in this land over here, I was saying, okay, that's ravaging for 7. I can isolate it and it's safe. That is the least safe land that I could possibly imagine because a single +1 damage on that land will lose the game outright because it will be the 4th lost condition because we've won now. 2 more are definitely coming this turn, and then +1 damage on there would mean 4 lost condition blight, and that would of course lose us the game. Let us very quickly jump over and remind ourselves on what that looks like here. Habsburg Livestock, track how many blight come off the blight card during ravage actions that deal 8+ damage. If that number ever exceeds players, the invaders win. So as I say, right now our little box up here is tracking 1. We had 1 earlier in the game. I can't remember which land it was in. That one possibly. Yeah, Yeah, we oh no, it actually was this one, I think. And then we're going to take 2 more right now because we're not doing anything to stop this land, this ravage, or that one. So I'm going to take 2 more. I'm going to have 2 more blight come off the card here. This won't blight. This won't blight. I'm now going to stop this one blighting, as we'll see in a moment, and then we've got kind of 1 over here that's blank, and we'll take the 2, and then hopefully we're now hitting the stage 3 card, so things are going to start to go wrong. If we hit the wetlands again, this is going to stink a fair amount. But I still have the Indomitable Claim. I'm actually going to be doing something about this land, I believe, up here. So we're going to talk about what all that looks like now. So I'm kind of changing up a little bit how this turn looks. So let's see what that looks like. So they're the cards we're playing over here. So let us go ahead and start to resolve the growth first. So we know over here we're taking the G2. That was getting us the 3 card plays. We were getting up to 6 energy, which is paying for everything that we have. And then when we reclaim next turn, we'll get 5+1. That'll give us 6. So as we talked about before, that can kind of give us an Indom plus 2 minors and sort of work about things that way. And that's okay. The one thing I had been looking at was if I gave out Gifted Living Energy for 3 energy over to heat, it could play Indom plus a bigger major next turn, which could have been quite nice. But anyway, that's all fine. We're not going to get to do that. No hassle. So that's that. We know with Stone, we need to jump in there. So we're very much lacking presence with Stone down on this side of the board, and this side of the board is an instant loss condition if any of these lands ravage, more or less, because it's like we're completely penned in on blight, and it's going to be very challenging to get over to, given that Stone can only go to this land over here, which actually hasn't got a blight on it, and on this one, which is like our kind of dump land type thing because of heat's -1. So the other lands over here are pretty problematic, including this horrible thing over here, which is going to ravage next turn. Anyway, as we said, we're going down there and we're going to Indom that next turn, and we're going over here because we need to spill bitterness that this turn, and that was our plan with heat. Now, over here then with the Shroud of Silent Mist, they're going to be placing 2 presents. They're doing a G2. We took those off bottom to get the 4 card plays, and these were the 4 cards that we were going to play. So we took all our energy, and that got us to exactly enough due to our planning last turn. So all of that looks pretty good as well. Now, where are we placing our presents and how are we moving our presents is going to be, I think, pretty relevant this turn for our Shroud of Silent Misty boy here. So I need to think about this. This I want to isolate, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that right now. That is going to still need to be isolated this turn. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to Vigor the Breaking Dawn this land, and then I'm going to push 2 Dahan into this land, and I'm going to kill 1 of these durable towns. Then I'm going to call to isolation in this land and push the other 2 towns out of here into here. Remember before we were talking about only killing the single explorer? Now we're going to get to pick off 2 towns as well. So that's going to massively improve the spill bitterness. It's going to kill 3 more towns, which is going to give me that fear that I talked about, and it's going to give me basically 3 stage 2 cards instead of 2 stage 1 card, which is great. So what I'll usually do, just as a sidebar here, while I'm mid-flow, I don't know why I'm doing the sidebar, but I'll do it anyway. What I usually do in this game is, if I can upgrade, so let me say this slowly. Here, I was going to have 2 stage 1 cards, and I was very close to upgrading them and getting another fear card. I will usually really push to try get the upgrade if it's taking 2 existing cards and upgrading it to 3 better cards. Like, that's a really big jump. Had it only been 1 card, had the exact same situation applied here, except I didn't have an earned fear card already. Imagine there was no earned fear card here. Well, then what would essentially be happening is I'd have 1 stage 1 card coming off with the old plan. And then if I had pushed and pushed to try get it upgraded, I'd only get to 2 stage 2 cards. So essentially there, I'd kind of be pushing to only get a single upgrade, kind of. So that I'm usually less concerned with. So there's a kind of a break point there where the 1 into 2 usually doesn't bother me too much, but the 2 into 3 is too big of a jump where I'll usually push hard and maybe even take a sort of maybe a less efficient or less optimized type of play pattern to get the 3 stage 2 cards. So anyway, I probably shouldn't have bothered going through all that because it was all a bit waffly, but hopefully that makes a little bit of sense and maybe sheds a little bit of light on that for one or two people. Now, so that was all fine. Now, and then what that means is here, this will have a single explorer left. I isolate the land and it only ravages for 1. That's the idea. Could still get edge cased, of course, there, but at that point I'll have a bunch of fear cards. There's a beast in the land. There'll be the hand in the land. My presence is in the land. It's very likely to not be an issue, even if I do get the +1. To be honest, you'd probably solve that land even without isolating it. But at this point, given where I am with the blight, I want to just be super careful and not put any blight if I can avoid it. So anyway, that's all of that said. Now, the presence. So with Shroud, we don't have to move anywhere for this to be a thing, which is fine. But we've got some pretty impactful slow powers coming off this turn that I need to think quite a bit about. So I suppose before I say what I'm going to do with them, let's think again about the Spill Bitterness, because this now is slightly different to what I said before. I was talking about Spill Bitterness into this land before, but that's now not the case. So Spill Bitterness will go in here. That's definitely one land, and that's just immediately getting wiped, of course, after I pull this presence in there. So that'll be wiped. That's the Spill Bitterness number 1. This land is Spill Bitterness number 2. As we said, after I put the bad lands in there, then that land gets wiped as well. So we'll go ahead and Spill Bitterness number 2 in there. And then Spill Bitterness number 3. Now we have a choice to make. I can target this land and wipe it and stop all those towns coming in, which would be quite excellent and safe. However, I have a Dissolving Vapors ready to wipe that entire land and create a bunch of fear in the slow. Could I be greedy enough to allow that to happen? Well, here's the other thing. I have this land up here, which is going to blight this turn. They're all durable towns, of course, but once they blight, they aren't. So is there a way, what I'm wondering, is there a way, because again, like I said, if that land hits on this stage 3 card and I haven't done anything about the land, I'm in a fair amount of trouble because I have to loop back and Indomitable Claim this land. And then what am I doing? There's not that much to hand in and around there. Like, it's going to be pretty challenging for me to get up and try to vigor that land. You know, I could, of course, do the Flowing and Silent to pull them in there, and that's probably part of a plan. But what I'm thinking is right now I can go Spill Bitterness maybe into this land, let it blight, and then now everything in there only requires 1 damage to clear it. If I had 2 Dissolving Vapors this turn, it'd be perfect. I could hit bam 1, bam 2. However, I do also have the Fog closes in, and I have the Left and 8 here. And maybe with the 2 of them combined, that could be used to clear another big land. Because we need to get moving here. I need to get moving on fear cards. I just need to get moving on clearing plastic. I can't be thinking about ping. I really want to try and make a move on, because we're now hitting stage 3. I really need to be thinking, how much of this can I wipe as quickly as possible, push through on tempo type plays with the vigor as frequently as I can, and try to close the game as quickly as I can, rather than sitting around waiting for all the bad blight cards to hit, all of that kind of stuff. Obviously, there's an effect on this Invader blight card as well. Every turn I'm going to have to start sacrificing presence. So there's all sorts of bad stuff happening here. So I want to try and get a move on if I can. And if that means using the Fog closes in and Suffocating Shroud in combination on one of these lands, that might be okay. So with all of that said, how can I get to this land or this land with a Fog closes in type of an action? So I have basically 1 move of presence, 2 slow, and then 2 fast, and then 2 slow. This land down here is going to blight, and I'm going to lose a presence down here, which is just sort of one of them things. having the presence in the land when it's going to ravage for a fear card perspective, I don't think will matter. I don't think there's anything there that says skip a ravage in a land where your presence is. There might be one, but I don't think so. There is at least one, I think it's one, that says skip a ravage in a land with the hand. So we could get saved on this land. It is possible that we get saved, and that would be excellent. But anyway, my point there was, yes, pushing out of there might be nice to save the lost presence on Shroud, but I'd rather dedicate my moves to optimizing Fog Closes In and Suffocating Shroud and Lost in the Swirling Haze right and 8. They're more important. And then when I get to the event, or to the Blighted Island effect, I can sack one of these presences. One, either or is the same because they're both going to get lost. To the Blighted effect, so that's okay. Other than that, actually, I'm just looking at it now. We can also take the blight down here and pay for it with stone, which is quite nice. I was thinking I wasn't going to be able to do that anywhere with stone, but actually I can do it here because there's only one blight in that land, so I can take that from the box as well. So we're kind of covered on this one and this one. And then on the other board, we'll probably just sacrifice this, would be my guess. Okay. And yeah, we'll definitely sacrifice this one down here in case this land skips, and then I get to save the fear from. So, Dissolving Vapors, Fog Closes In. No, sorry. Suffocating Shroud, Fog Closes In. So Suffocating Shroud. So what are the invader counts going to look like, I guess? So this is going to go build 2 towns, and then there's some conversions, but the math stays the same. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 9 invaders to kill, which is a lot. Over here it's well, actually, is there a gather happening? Yeah, no, there'll be a gather. No, there won't, because these will all be dead. So there'll be no gather. So it will be 9. Over here, it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This will be dead though, so then this is going to have to gather, and that'll actually gather one of them in there. So, and it'll immediately die, which is quite nice. So it'll be 6. So technically it'll be a lot easier to do the Fog Closes In business over there, but how on earth am I getting all of those presents over there? It's much easier to get to this land because I'm right beside it. So I'd have to do something like let's say, add 2 presents in here, push, so then my moves would be 1, 2, another presence goes 3, 4, and then one more presence goes 5. And that only gets me a presence in there plus 2 adjacent, which is crazy. Two adjacent presents will give me 1 damage, then 2 more, and then 1 more damage, which is 4. And then this one will do 2 more, which is 6. And what did I say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1 gets pushed out. So there will technically be 6 invaders left in that land. So with the Fog Closes In and Suffocating Shroud, I could get over there into that land and wipe that in the slow, which would give me 5 towns back, plus 5 fear and all the rest of it. It's probably not bad. I kind of have to think about this now. Like, technically I could decide a lot of this in the slow, but I can't really, because I have to dedicate 3 of my movements in the fast, and I also have to dedicate a Spill Bitterness 1 damage to everything in the fast as well. I mean, if I don't do that, what else am I doing? I'm just using these Fog Closes In and Dissolving Vapors type effects to ping off explorers after they explore, which is not terrible. But that's kind of stuff that Vigor can kind of take care of a little bit. Yeah, and doing all of what I just said there also hurts the Lost in the Swirling Haze. Ideally, with Lost in the Swirling Haze, I'd be using that to push some Dahan around for the vigor stuff. And at that point, like I said, add 2 presents in here. One of them gets up, and then the other 2 go to these lands, so there'd be nothing left in this land. Now, technically, I guess I could Lost in the Swirling Haze it first, because there will be 2 Dahan in there. If it explores, I could go push the 2 Dahan plus the explorers out and kind of solve that land. So that's sort of one thing I could do with that. That still plays into this, because some of that slow movement is only happening in the slow. I get 3 fast moves. Three in here. It'd be 1, 2, and then one of the presents goes to here. That's the 3 fast moves. And then in the slow, the final presence goes out and then out, up there, or here, or wherever. What am I talking about? I obviously can't move my presence directly in there in the fast. That's madness, because then it dies. But I can go one, another one in, and then one of them up there, and then that sets me up. And then finally in the slow, I just go 1, 2. So it's the same. I just change slightly the order. So that can all still work, and I think that's probably not too bad. But it does mean then that, like, this is the only land where I have Lost in the Swirling Haze equity. I suppose no, because that's not even going to explore. So that's a lost cause. This isn't going to explore either. So best case scenario, I just push like a single explorer out of there, which is useless. Up here, again, a single explorer, because I don't have any moves in the slow. So it is giving up a bit on the equity of this right innate. If I miss on wetlands, I suppose I'll be in here, won't I? So yeah, I mean, I could push out 2 explorers there. I could push a bunch of explorers out of there because I'll be in there. So actually, I cover wetlands, mountains, and jungles with that. So it's actually not too bad. Like, you know, if I explore jungles, I could push the explorers out and push the Han out. And the same story applies for wetlands. So actually, yeah, it's okay. And then, as I say, I just get 5 more towns back in the pool, and then I also get all of them back in the pool after the thing. So I think that is the plan I'm going to make. So the final thing I need to do before I actually enact the plan is just make sure I have enough towns to cover what I just said, and I'm pretty certain I do, because I did a calculation before. So although the calculation I did before, did it allow for this? It was 1, 2, I think, and 3. Yeah, so I think I was actually still planning to dissolving vapors that, but I am going to check here just to be certain. So it's 3, 6, 9, 10 so far. This is what I have in the pool, and then what I'll be killing, including ravages and everything else, is going to be, not everything else, including fasts and ravages, because this is for the purposes of the build. So fasts and ravages is going to be, those 3 towns will die. That's going to be 3 up to, where are we, 13. Nothing here. This one will die. That's 14 in the ravage. These will all die with just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more. So that's 21. 21. And then we'll kill 2 more towns in here. So that's 23. So we should be pretty solid on all of that. And I think that's all the towns that I intend on killing. In the fast, at least. Yeah. So then, and because there's no ravage coming in, I'm not using the innate on stone. So that's all fine. So then the next thing will be what's going to build. So these are all gone. Here we're going to build a city, which places a town, and then we upgrade a town. So that's 2. Yeah, we're not going to get anywhere near this, really, are we? Over here, it's 2, and then upgrade 5. So that's 7. So that puts us up to 9. Yeah, I mean, I could probably stop counting here because I don't think it's going to be anywhere near. 2 more over here, plus upgrade 2. So that's 4 more. That's 13. And then none here. none here, none here. So that's 23 versus 13. That's 10 extra, which covers. And actually, yeah, I don't even have any more France escalations, which is quite nice, actually. I've no escalations left in this game, as we talked about before. So that's a 10, a buffer of 10. And then in the slow, as I say, I kill all of them as well, which is sort of 6 back in the pool. So at that point, actually, we are fairly close to clearing all of the towns. We do, of course, have 1, 2, 3. We've kind of got a bunch of cities, though, so it's going to make our kind of rush to get the tier level 2 victory, the kind of standard Habsburg stuff, a little bit trickier, but that's okay. So yeah, we've got a plan, very much enacting this plan. I like the plan. I think it's good, and Vigor makes this all come together significantly better than otherwise. So town stuff, we're more than solid. We can forget all that counting now. We've placed our presence. We know what we're doing over here. It's going to be placing those presents in there. And then, as we said, in the fast, we'll move 1 in here. And then we will do 2 more moves, which, yeah, well, they would be here. They're going to there, and that's going to be 1, 2. That is all of our movement done. Okay. Let's do it. Oh no, let's pay, sorry, for stone over here. We have to pay for our card, not cards. 1 card is going to cost us energy. That's all going there. That's a 3-zy. And now this can no longer give me an earth. This has to give me a sun. Oh no. Oh yeah, call to isolation does it. Thank God. Thought for a minute I wasn't going to threshold the vigor. Call to ISO does it. So this won't give me this earth, which means I'm actually only going to have 3 earth this time, which will mean that I'll have to pay 2 for the other stuff, which isn't ideal. It's going to cost me 2 extra. It's going to cost me 4 actually. But look, it is what it is. I have to get it done. Yeah, I gained the call to ISO this turn. I came off top track. Okay, grand. Everything is kosher. Let us go ahead and start resolving stuff. Okay. Oh no. Well, no, actually, no. I say no. It's fine. One of those movements, let's undo one of them movements for a second, because that needs to stay in there for a sacred site first. So I will range 2 from this sacred site into here. 1 fear, defend 3, and then if beasts are present, plus 2 more fear. So that's 3 total, and we've defend 3 in that land. Now the second movement can happen, and then we go back up there. So that's fine. So that did work. The isolation's going in here that we talked about. That's fine. Oh yeah, I was saying in here, so this is going to be isolated. I can't explore. Anyway, it's fine. We still have 2 terrains covered, which is, it's something. Now, next, flowing and silent. 2 fear if invaders are present. In here, gather 1 and 2. Gather a sacred site. In there. Now, what's next? Everything else on the side of Shroud is slow. Can you even see that? Yeah, there's things there. I also have the fog closes in here, but it's getting a little bit cramped over here, so I'll put the fog closes in there. We do have it played. The others are over here in the discard pile. That's over to the side. This is just tapped because I played it this turn. This is slow. We don't have any innates, but of course we do have Spill Bitterness. We're not playing that yet. Gift of Nature's Connection is going to give the 2 water over here, and we of course have 1, 2, and 3 fire, so that will give us that threshold. That's okay. This gives us the sun, which gives us the vigor. Now, vigor, 2 damage per the hand in here. Kill those which are about to build. Push them in here with the threshold. Kill 1 of these towns. 1 fear. Now, call to isolation. Again, range 1 in here. Push these 2 towns in here. Push 1 explorer or town per the hand. There are 2 to hand in there. They go in there. I have the first level of this. Painful, but true. because I get 2 earth on the reclaim plus 1 from jagged shards. So that's all okay. Finally, our last fast power. Spill bitterness into the earth. And I'm going to go ahead and throw this in the card cam again here because this is quite fun. And I kind of half skipped over it a little bit when I was drafting it, but this is cool and this should be fun. And it's been quite a while since I've actually played this card myself, so I'm going to enjoy this. And unless I'm very much mistaken, that is Stone's Unyielding Defiance in the artwork. So we've got a combo. We do have a combo. Spill bitterness into the earth. Range 0, 6 damage. So that's going to hit all of this. 6 damage into the land. We're going to kill it all because I'm about to place a blight. So the 2 towns are going to die. The explorer's going to die. That's going to be 2 fear. That's going to go there. 1 is going to come down. Now, add 2 Badlands / Strife. Well, that'll be 2 Badlands. Obviously. Now, and a blight. Now, because this is stones in the land, I'm going to pay the 2 from Stone to take it from the box. I'm running out of blight here. Big time running out of blight. There's the blight from that. And you do love to see it. Stone's Unyielding Defiance, protecting all of that wonderful presence there. So thank you very much for that, Stone. In up to 3 adjacent lands with blight, add a Badlands or a Strife. So let's have a look here. Adjacent lands with blight. A Badlands or a Strife. Well, I think I'll probably go Badlands in there to make that a little bit easier to kill. Now, why is that isolated? That shouldn't be isolated. That's a whole pile of nonsense there. That shouldn't be isolated. So I'll go Badlands in there, even though technically a Strife in there might be nice. I do want to, as I say, try to clear plastic here. So as much as I can, Badlands would be nice. We already have a like ultra Badlands in that land from the Rising Heat presence, so I don't think that's the one. This is the... Oh, yeah, sorry. We have to add a Badlands in there. That's one of the choices for sure. And then we've one final choice here. And this land's about to be nuked. It's never exploring again. And then sure, it might do the kind of gather thing, but that's probably a pretty safe land and it already contains a Badlands. So I don't think I'll go in that one either. I think at this point it's going to be Badlands into this land. Make that a little bit easier to clear on explore, because we've got some Dahan up there and we can empty that from the Lost in the Swirling Haze that I talked about. So that I think is all of that. Now we hit the in up to 3 adjacent lands, 1 damage to each invader. So first in here, 1 damage to each invader. These cities have 2 health, 2 damage, or sorry, 2 Badlands is going to kill them, and then these all have 1 health. They all die. So that's 2 towns back in the pool, plus 2 cities is 6. 2, 4, 6 fear. And then 1 damage to everything in here. Same story. They all have 1 health. So they all die. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 towns. 2, 4, 6, 7 towns. Sorry, 2, 4, 6, 7 towns. So that's 5 there, plus 2 more. That levels all of them up, as we talked about. Stage 2, all of this goes back in the pool. And we're feeling mighty fine about all of that. Clean up some of this token mess here. And that explorer, of course, is dead. Now, so that's the reminder. And then finally, we'll deal 1 damage to everything in here. The explorer dies, and all of this takes 1 damage. On their back. What am I doing? Okay. Now, that is all of that. Why is that gone so dark? Why does it do that? Looks like my bloody... It needs to auto. Come on, brightness. Auto brightness yourself here. Figure yourself out. Come on. What is that? Turn the light off. Turn it on again. See what it does. Come on now. What about if I do the top light? Oh. Why does it do this? There are some auto settings on this thing. It's super annoying. It does this the odd time, and I have no explanation for why it does it. There's like a couple of settings. There's a bunch of auto settings that it comes with as default, and I had to turn most of them off because it was leaving like loads of trails and stuff. So you can probably see there that's not... There's slight trails, but it's not bad. It's nowhere near as bad as when I got the thing. But every now and then, for whatever reason, because it's got all this fancy schmancy technology that it's supposed to like pick up like all the different light sources and whiteness levels in the room, and it does this kind of automatic blending type approach where it gives you like technically the perfect shot in like every light condition. So it's supposed to be really good in like low light and stuff like that. But actually, this is just stupid and dark for no reason whatsoever. So, oh, here we go. Look, now it's slightly over exposed here for whatever reason. A bloody stupid thing. Like I didn't do anything there. It just come back up for some reason. So anyway, let's see. We'll continue on. It's still at least legible, kind of as legible as those things can be at that distance. But yeah, we'll stick with it for now. I can maybe correct some of that in post production if I think of it. Now, what did we just do? We just nuked a whole bunch of stuff, which is pretty nice. It's unfortunate because this is going to build a lot of towns, which is creating some kind of adjacencies for pocketing purposes over here. But actually, no, more or less everything has a source there. It looks kind of pocketed, but actually there's sources to almost everything, so that's not really a thing. Anyway, that was that was still my fast power. That was this. Spill bitterness. Done. Put it back over here. And I quite enjoyed that, I have to say. That was fun. Especially the combo with Stone in the artwork as well. That was great. Okay, now, that's all of that. We do have an event here. And we should be fairly insulated from this event from a town perspective. But obviously here, from a Ravage perspective, things are looking a little bit dire. First, we have to do the disability here. So on each board, each invader phase, add a blight to a land adjacent to blight. Spirits may prevent this on any all boards. Each board to be protected requires jointly paying 3 energy or destroying a presence from that board. So we'll never be paying the 3 energy. Almost as long as I live, I will never do that. I had to do it once with Volcano. I had to do it in a game once with Volcano, and I had to pay for it like 2 or 3 times, and it was hideous. But as we said, I will sacrifice this presence on this board because it's going to die anyway. So that's this board covered. This board, I'm going to allow it to come in, and I'm going to pay 2 to take it from the box. Because I do not want to lose any presence from really any spirit on that board right now. If I can avoid it. And then on this board over here, I will definitely sacrifice a presence. I'm just thinking whose. So it won't be Shroud, actually, at all, because I need all of them presents from Shroud. I think at this point it can probably be this one from Heat, and that gives Heat an incredible out to solidify Echoes with 4 destroyed presents. That would be pretty awesome if I could hit an amazing solidify off Heat at some stage here, and I will be looking for a major on the reclaim, no doubt about that. So anyway, with all of that said, that's the event portion of that done and satisfied. Didn't have to take any blight. Now, what do we have here? But I read the top part of the thing already, which is great. I always love hitting that distant exploration because I rarely do pocketing techniques, so I usually don't care about this at all. So during the explore step, invaders explore at +1 distance, which is unlikely to matter very much, but we'll put a reminder there anyway. Next thing is, oh no, that's tier level 1, I lied. When ravaging, invaders do +3 damage in lands with 3 or more invaders. Well, there you go. Would have lost the game had I relied on that isolate in the middle. So that's pretty sweet. So okay, fearful mobs is a ravage effect, not an explore effect. And then we don't care about the ravage with the other two. Oh, 3 or more invaders. Yeah, so this will not qualify, and neither will this, which is excellent. Grim Toll, on each board, choose a land with disease. How much disease do we have left here? I think the answer is none. Yeah. So no Grim Tolls, and then Fierce Mine. 1 fear per land with invaders where the hand outnumber the buildings. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, isn't that nice? 7 fear. We'll take it. 2, 4, 6, 7. We're 3 short of 1 more card here, and that's okay. Can't complain about hitting 7 fear off an event. That is for absolute sure. So we didn't get wrecked. Not by a long shot. That was sensational, you might say. Now, let us remember, we may not remove explorers due to fear cards from France 6. Let's go. Stage 2 cards. What did I do there? Did I move my thing a tiny bit? I think I did. What did I do? 1 second. Better. Okay. Each player adds a strife in a different land with at least 2 invaders. Then each invader takes 1 damage per strife it has. A different land with at least 2 invaders. What's this ravaging for here? If this dies in the ravage, this land is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 towns. So that's 12. I'd need to get that down below 8. Right now, strifing one of those towns puts it down to 10. A push effect on the town will not work. Oh no, it will, because pushing in here will kill any town. So any push effects actually. So I think I'm going to make an attempt to get this land down below the fear the loss condition level. So I think that will be pretty good. So let us, I'll target one of these. It now technically has a 2nd damage on it, which isn't going to matter. Well, technically, actually, it might matter. It might give me... No. It might. It might. Okay, so each player adds 1 in a different land with at least 2 invaders. So we can't obviously do this 3 times. It has to be a different land. So that's 1. Over here, this city has 1 damage on it. If I put this strife on that land, that will kill the city. It will also kill my fear farm. But to be honest, I don't really mind that right now. So let's go ahead and kill this city. So it's going to place 1. It's going to take 1 damage, but the Badlands increases to 2. So that's going to kill that city, and that's going to be 2 fear, potentially getting close to hitting myself a fear card here. That's that one. Can I kill another building? Technically, I can, because putting it on here will kill that town. Yeah, that's got to be worth it to take another fear card here. So let's go ahead and place it on there. Yeah. On there, takes 1 damage. It only has 1 health. So that's going to die. That's 1 more fear card, and that is Pretty nice news. That's gone. So I'm going to add this to our, I already had the others over here. So that's that. Very, very nice to get ourselves up to the next fear card here. Now, next. Each player adds a strife in a land with or adjacent to a beast. So that just solves the loss condition for us, because this is not in a different land. In a land with or adjacent to beasts. So I can go 1, 2, I just wonder whether I try to skip the normal, explore and build in lands with beasts. Thank God there's no beast in there. Would have ruined my plans. There's no beast in any of those lands actually, so it's okay. So if I strife this other town, I mean the loss condition is already stopped. Actually no, because it's got +3. Invaders do +3 damage in lands with 3 or more invaders. So actually, if I don't add that last one, it'll be 6 + 3 is 9. So I have to put that last one in there. So now it's going to ravage for 4 + 3 up to 7. So that's okay. So now it is stopping the ravage. So remember, this dies first. So that's fine. So just got the 3 in there. That's the loss condition sorted. And if I push the 2 out, then the blight is also sorted. 1 fear per board with both invaders and Dahan. Well, that's obviously every board, so that's 3 fear. We'll take it. Lands with Dahan have defend 3. Invaders do -6 damage to Dahan during ravage. 2 different effects now during ravage. We obviously wasted some defend and isolate here, but again, I don't really care about any of that. I wanted to be careful, so obviously over here we're ravaging for approximately 1 trillion, so that will not matter at all. So this one didn't do anything except gain us 3 fear, but I'm fine by that. And then finally, do we hit the 1? We don't. Remove stuff from a coastal land. I'm pretty sure this one is going to be okay. Obviously, this is the concerning land here, and I could just remove 3 invaders from it right now. But what I'm thinking is next turn, it's going to be Jagged Shards pushes 2 Dahan in there. I can like this is a safe land. So yeah, I can grow over into this land, and then I can call to isolation one of these. Let's say in here. There's now 2 Dahan in here, 1 in here. Then I go Nature's Connection in this land or this land, whichever one explores, maybe both, but whatever. And then I can push. So yeah, that'll be in there, let's say. Then it'll be push into the other 2 lands. So then down here, it'll be 4 damage, which will kill 2 towns. And there'll be 2 Dahan in the land. And then I'm going to do the... actually, no, because I'll have another presence in the land. So no, 4 damage in there will be 4 towns. And then the Indomitable Claim will clear the rest of the land, basically, with the remaining 4. More or less clear the rest of the land. It'll kill the 2 cities. So, like, I'll kill basically everything in that land with just a vigor of 4 damage. So I don't need to be thinking about removing stuff from this land at all, as far as I'm concerned. In this land, it would have been, yeah, so we said we put 2 in there, and then when we vigor in, that does 6 damage. What does 6 damage do in that land? There's actually going to be more. Well, there'll be more invaders than that can kill. So I might need to think about, in that case, not call to isolation 1 in there and just push the Dahan in, just pick off 2 towns, and then maybe pick off like the city or something on the defend. So I wipe out less stuff in there. And then what happens is then when I push in with the vigor in here, I just push the remaining buildings out. Or I call to isolation in there first, type of thing. So there's a couple of different ways I can go about doing that. But yeah, so it does actually mean in this case that I probably will just thin this land out, because now I'll have less damage, as I figured out. So each player removes stuff from a coastal land. I think I'll just move those 2 towns from there. And now this won't build a city, so this will be a lot easier to clear. And then, in actual fact, let's just remove that explorer from there as well. Yeah, I could look to like remove this or something, but I don't think there's any need to do that. I think this is fine. We know this is a land. Now what it'll do is it'll build a town, push the Dahan in there is going to kill the city, and then a town and an explorer ravage. And that's a lot easier to protect. Then I don't really need to indomitable claim. I might be able to do it with something else or something along those lines. So yeah, that's I think pretty kosher. I maybe can get away with not indoming then. Okay, good. Good. That is the final fear card. So that all went pretty well, we have to say. So let us go ahead and ravage then. So it's no dead. Over here, it's 1 blight, but it's not a loss condition. All of these strife get removed. Remembering again that those invaders all have damage on them, and one of them has 2 damage on it, which immediately dies. One with 2 damage on it is immediately dead. That's a fear. Now, over here, blight. Dead presence. Dead Dahan. This ticks up to 2, because that is a loss condition. This stays injured for now. Might. I doubt it. Yeah, it's unlikely that I can ping my way over there, but it's not impossible to save that. Okay, now next. Dead. 1 more fear. That's the ravage. Yeah. Now there were a couple of reminders there. Yeah, the +3 was 1, and then the other one was the protecting the Dahan, so that's fine. We have the build and the ravage skip now as well, which is okay. So okay, build no, build down here, single town, build over here, 2 towns, and then convert 2 towns, 1, 2. Over here, no. Over here, no. And then finally over here, build a town and then convert 5 explorers, 2, 4, 5 into towns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I have just realized the error of my ways. I do not have a land in that. I don't have a presence in that land for dissolving vapors purposes. Why do I keep doing this? I've no presence in there for dissolving vapors. God damn it. However, given how the fear cards went, I think I can still do this. I think I can do this with only 1 move in there. I think that's enough to make the fog closes in and the left and 8 work. Could be wrong. So that gives me 1 move and then 1 move. So, okay. Where am I now? Sorry. So we did the build. We did our conversions. This built, no conversions, and then no, no, no. So now we gather. Board land order over here, here, no gather, here, gather you. No, you're not next. Over here first, this land. Can't gather because it's matching. Over here, gather one of them in there. Immediately dies because it has 1 damage on it. That's a fear. Goes and it gets 1 health straight away. Now, down here, this board. First. Hold on a second. I'm all over the place here. Wait 1 second. There was no gather. Then here there isn't a gather because that's not adjacent. So that was a lie. This doesn't have anywhere to gather from. No. Then we went over to this board. This can't gather. This did gather. And now finally board F. This is the first land. It has nowhere to gather. This is the second land. It has nowhere to gather either. There's actually not that many towns left on this board here, funny enough. And then finally, so that's the build. That's the after the build. We didn't build any coastal cities, so there was no triangle trade. So let us go. Oh no, hang on. There was, what does this say? Invaders skip their normal explore and build in lands with beasts. Oh yeah, there were no beasts in any of those sands, so that's fine. Now we go explore. And again, we skip the explore in lands with beasts, which could be helpful. Jungles and wetlands, okay. I think we're okay with that, somewhat, kind of. So, first thing, let's get the old Explorer Rooney on there to remind ourselves about this France 6. And let us then remind ourselves that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blight on this board. We've at least 6 blight on every board. So that Life's Web, torn undasunder, or whatever the bloody hell that card was last time that killed us. The one that forced the blight with 6 blight on each board could wreck us again here. Wreck us so badly. Like, there are so few cascade options on this board left. That could just kill us from like 8 blight or something. We can cascade once into that land. And we could cascade across into that land. But like, look at how few cascade opportunities there are. That's also a cascade land. And then that and that are cascade lands. Otherwise, the whole board is covered in blight. So I think we could survive that, but only just. We're also very close. We're very low on presence here for the blight forcing cards as well. So not the blight forcing, the blight add cards that allow you to sacrifice presence. We don't have many presents left to actually sacrifice here, which is pretty rough as well. But anyway, let us go ahead and explore and try to get this game over with before that matters. So it's jungles and wetlands. So here, that mess again. Okay. Yeah, well, okay, here. Unfortunately, I'm going to add 2 in here. We're going to add none in here. So that's this board. Now, this board is 1. This is isolated. This takes 1. And then this takes 2. And as we've said many times in the past, once France starts hitting stage 3 cards, things start to look pretty challenging. That's 1 there, and then this land is not isolated, it was defended. So that, no, actually I lied, that does not explore because it's got a beast. So that doesn't explore with a beast. This one does not have a source right now, which is excellent news. This one up here does have a source, so that's going to go bam, and that is a nice opportunity for the Lost in the Swirling Haze we talked about. This was isolated, actually had a beast, so it wouldn't have explored, but that's fine. This one doesn't have a beast. This one doesn't either, and then none of those 3 had beasts either. So we picked off a single beast prevent explore, which is okay. Not bad. Mountains would have had 1 there. There's actually not many beasts on this board. I thought we had a bunch, but actually, now that I look at it, we don't. I think it might have been the previous game I played of this. I had loads of beasts. I think that's where I was getting confused. Okay, so that's all that. Our defend is gone. That's not going to matter. And then we are going to France 6. We can remove all these reminders. They can all go back there. Now we'll take our 3 things. And we might have better France 6s here, given that we're hoping to wipe out all of or a whole bunch of towns, and that could prevent some Habsburg 6 stuff happening next turn, which could be quite nice. So let us think about that. So next turn is going to be ravaging in sands. These will all be dead, but I can't get the explorer, unfortunately. I don't think I can. Actually, they're not all going to be dead. It did matter. The presence did matter. We definitely have to dissolving vapors this land, that's for sure. Oy. But then up here, I can only move 1 in, and then it'll be 1 damage, then 1 more damage, then 1 damage. Oh no, 3 damage, and then the fog the fog closes in is 1 more. Yeah, so I can't get all the towns. Yeah, I just can't get the explorer, but I can get the towns. Okay, so those towns will be gone. These I want to push in here because I don't want to push them in there. So I think I can go on that board France 6, because then I'm going to push 3 more in there, and it's not an active land. So just I can kill them later, basically. So I think that's an obvious one. Down here, if I... Oh no, I'm about to push those to hand out of here. So I was going to say I could just do the trick in there, but that's not going to work. So that's fine. So unfortunately, actually, this board is forced, which is a pity because it's going into a land that I had protected with wiles. So we don't like to see that. That's a real pity. And then this board over here is actually only 2 options. One of them goes there and puts us at big risk of Ravage Blight Cascading next turn. A +1 damage would really wreck us. But if I put it in there, it's going to build. I sort of feel like I don't want to take any chances because, as I said, the Blight Cascades on this board are tragic. So I just do not want to add any Blight here. I want to protect those Blight Cascade lands as long as I can. And this gives me a chance at beast damage to stop the build anyway, so it's probably not bad. I think I put it there, yeah. Yeah. You hate to see it. Here this will build, but we've got our presence in the land. That might not end up moving anyway, so, you know, something could be potentially done about that. So I think that's okay. Okay, so we've done our France 6. We've gotten there. All of the stuff is moved, and now we know more or less what we're doing. Actually, Colin the Herders for 8 is the only one we didn't know what we were doing. That's okay. So, Lost in the Swirling Haze. I can push up to 1 to hand in here. Then I can push up to 2 Explorer / the hand twice. So the second to hand gets pushed in there, and then the 3 Explorers get pushed in here. So essentially moving 5 pieces, and one of them is forced to be at a hand. So I pushed all 5 there. Done. And those 2 to hand go in there for vigor purposes, of course. So that's that. That's done. Now, we have 2 moves left, And as we said before, that'll be 1. And by the way, putting that in there does work with the isolation because it's add, not explore, obviously. So it'll be, that's 1 move, and then the other move is here. And then it's dissolving vapors in here, kills all of these, and does a fear itself. Of course, reminder again, these all do have -1 health. So 1 fear for the card, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 towns. 6 more fear. Where was that? Did I just do that? I think I just pushed that down there. Yeah. I just went 1 fear and it just kind of stopped there. So that was the 1 fear, and then it's 6 more. So 3 plus, so that's 5. And then finally 1 more down. So that's dissolving vapors done. And then up here, as I said, the fog closes in. Sorry, suffocating shroud. 1 damage for each adjacent land with your presence. 1 damage to a different invader, and then 1 damage again. So that can kill 3 of these invaders because they all have 1 damage on them. That's the suffocating shroud done. That's 3 more fear, and then finally the fog closes in. 1 damage to a different invader. That kills that town, and that's 1 more fear. Okay, so all of that is done. Our fear farming has fallen by the wayside here, of course, but that's fine. Shroud will have one fear coming off at the end of the turn. Jagged shards. So now we need to decide what we're doing between the jagged shards and the call on the herders here. So jagged shards can just get those 2 in there, and we think that's kind of a no-brainer. Range 1 into that land. Add a bad lands. And then push those 2 to hand. Kind of a no-brainer. So then next turn, one, 2, 3, 4, 5. So call on the herders for aid. If I target this land and gather these 2 to hand in here, then I can push 5 things. And then I can push 3 to hand and 2 explorers. Yeah, that's perfect. Target this land, gather up to 2 to hand. So there was 2 in there, gather them in here. Now for each Dahan present, I can push an explorer, a town, or a Dahan. So I'm going to choose to push. So it's 5 things. 3 of them will be Dahan, 2 will be explorers. The explorers are going to get pushed into here. 1, 2, I think. Seems okay. Then I'm pushing 3 Dahan. The 3 Dahan go 1, 2, 3, I believe. And then next turn, 4 damage in this land will be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And then up here, 10 damage would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 towns. There'll be a single explorer behind, and I can either call to ISO that. I can, yeah, there's a couple of things I can do with that. So that's pretty good. Yeah, beautiful. And of course, here we're going to vigor in this land, which wipes those as well, and then pushes into those 2 lands. So all of that is really rather fantastic news. Everything is done. We'll go to the end step, and we will gain 1 single more fear off the stranded, because we still have a thing over in this land, and then we're cleaning up, making our way back to growth. And I'm feeling the win. I'm closing in on the win, but I'm also closing in on a loss in some ways as well. So I've really got to get this done. All of this is gone. All of this is gone. We'll be reclaiming back with 4 card plays, but very, very little energy, which we talked about before. Yeah. So, growth, shroud of silent mist, reclaims, looks for a... Yes, I have very little energy. I also have very few zeros as well. So yeah, I'm going to look for a zero. So about to say, do I, so what's that? 1, 2, 3, and 4. But to say, do I look for a panic major to have in my pocket for next turn so that I can find a way to play it next turn? But no, I need zeros. So reclaim power cards, gain a power card. Look, if I hit a zero cost here, I'm almost surely playing it this turn. Vital Lands Rejection, that's not it. Flesh Rot Fever, no. Gift of Twin Days, no. All ones, of course. And 3 fire cards. So I'm likely just taking the Twin Days by process of elimination here. So that's fine. Yeah. Like Vital Lands Rejection could, in theory, work with the Vigor. So it's not outrageous to say. But Gift of Twin Days just gives me an energy. And I think I probably just need an energy right now. So it's also just a good card. So let's go ahead and take Twin Days. That gives me 1 energy plus the 1. 1 and 1. We'll think about that momentarily. We're going to reclaim here, and as I said before, we're going to look for a major with heat. 1, 2, 3, 4. And actually, I just remembered I have to play Indom this turn. Yeah, because Indom, I need to get the presence in this land. That was the thing about Indomitable Claim. If I didn't, then the 4 just kills the city and the explorer with the town left behind. It's probably more or less okay, though. I forgot about that aspect of things here. Ah, that's annoying. Because in that case, I can just push this up into here, which means I don't have to do anything with that land, and it would just solve. If I go in here 1 and 1, that solves this land. It pushes in here and does 2 damage, and then the Indom solves the rest. I think that's probably better. I think. I'm not in love with it. And the point, I guess, at that stage is if I'm playing the Indomitable Claim. Oh, well, yeah, I was going to say, if I'm playing the Indomitable Claim, I'm playing with the other 2 minors. Colin Hurt is Raid is just great to play, plus the Gift of Searing Heat gives energy. So yeah, I'm kind of locked in to those 3 cards, so I can just take a free shot at a major here anyway. Yeah. Okay. Pillar Living Frame, Dissolve the Bonds of Kinship, Plagues Ships, and Blood Rack Plague. Are any of those better than Spill Bitterness into the Earth? It's not that likely, given that I can threshold the Spill Bitterness and I can do a combo. I can have this in my pocket for a combo turn. Try set it up with like Stone, where Stone eats the Blight so we don't cause the Cascade, and then do what I did before. It's a way to solve 3 lands. So yeah, I think I don't take any of this crap. This all goes in the bin. Swing and a miss, that's fine by me. 5 plus 1. 1, 2, 3. Plus 3. Okay. As we said, it'll be those 3 cards. The Spill Bitterness stays in my hand. And that'll cost 4 plus 1. Okay. Are we hitting any thresholds here? I suppose now maybe we are. 1, 2, 3 fire. 1, 2, 3 earth. No. Well, yeah, sorry. We're hitting the 2nd level only. We don't quite hit the 3rd level. because we're going to indom off and then we're one short of that fire, which is kind of stupid, but okay. That's fine. Next turn we can look for a minor on the reclaim and maybe hit it, but we look to be closing this out pretty soon. So okay, now Stone of course is reclaiming, and then going bottom track this time. That gives me 6 energy. 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, needless to say, Vigor the Breaking Dawn. Call to Isolation is probably involved. I had to guess. You know, maybe it isn't. I don't really have much place for that to work. The Jagged Shards is definitely involved. I wonder whether Scarred and Stony Land needs to come into the picture. Well, look, let's be honest. Gift to Nature's Connection is one of the other cards for sure. Sorry, knock those 3 over there. No, I mean, I need to play Stubborn Solidity or Call to Isolation at this point, so it's one of these 2 cards, and it's probably just Call to Isolation. Stubborn Solidity, yeah, it's just not, there's no defense that I need here. So, yeah, it's probably just these cards again. Gift of Living Energy, again, just not making it in. So, Earth, Earth, double Earth, so that will give me this. But it actually isn't relevant. Well, I suppose it is. If I go over here with Stone, I can technically pay the 1 to place the Blight, but then that stops that being a cascade out, so I can't do that. And there's nowhere else here that I can sort of do that trick. And I have to move down here for Vigor purposes, because right now I can't reach this land with Vigor. So I need to move down this side of the board. So yeah, interesting. So this is going to give me this. I'm giving that out to somebody. This is going over here, and then that's fine. That can also work as well. So right now, yeah, we've still got big land, city, 2 cities. This will be clear. So we're kind of clearing everything except for this, which could get cleared by the hand damage, but we still have 2 lands that just won't get cleared at all. There's no way these lands can get cleared. So we need a big mage or something to hit this land. We can't get Stone in here to nuke it with the innate. However, if I go Presence in here now, this one, and then next turn go Presence in here again, I can Flowing and Silent to pull the Sacred Site of Stone in here with Shroud, and then that would let Stone nuke this on the Ravage, which is a plan. So that's definitely what I'm doing. So that's where my presence is going with Stone. We gained the 6 here, so we're keeping this. This is all going here, and we're going to indom in there, as we know. That's fine. Now, next up, we did our draft, and we did all of that. We can Flowing and Silent now every turn if we want to, because it's a 0-cost perfect element, and we'll have a reclaim as of next turn, almost certainly. So that could be a nice way to go about doing things. We don't need any defend or any of that, so we don't need our Haunted by Primal Memories. Dissolving Vapors, do we also have any need to start trying to reclaim loop that thing? Or not reclaim loop, but reclaim 1 that thing? Like where would that matter here? This is going to be solved. and it's not going to have anywhere to gain from. This is the problem. This is a problem land. So we could make our way over there with mist, dissolving vapors, this land, and also flowing and silent. So after we make this sacred site um with heat, do all of the trick with the vigor, the breaking dawn, deal the damage. So it'll be 2, kill the city, then pull the sacred side in. So then we're left with a defend a 20 in this land. So it's totally safe. It's only going to kill the town and not the explorer, but that's fine. And then we pull the sacred side in here. So now this will be city, town, 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 and then dissolving vapors can wipe almost all of it. We would be 1 point short because the city wouldn't die to that, but we could ping that with like the left and 8 or something. So that might be a thing. This is the problem land. Otherwise, how else are we solving this land? We aren't going to have the call on herders for aid because there's only going to be 1 Dahan here. So that's not really a reliable thing here at all. Yes, sure, we could indom next turn back in there, but that seems kind of pants. Also have this problem land over here. How are we solving that problem land? Between call on herders for aid and the right and 8, I can probably clear everything except the 2 cities out of there next turn. That means that ravages for like 8 points of damage. Next turn I can maybe go Tickets Erupt. I mean, not really. Don't have the energy for that. Oh no, Gift of Searing Heat gives me energy. So next turn I could go Tickets Erupt, which kills the city. And then it's only 1 more city left, and I can solve that potentially with Unnerving Paw if I just make a Sacred Site. So that's kind of a solution to that land. Together with, of course, Call on the Herders, pulling 2 Dahan in, and then pushing stuff out via Dahan, because then there's going to be, well, there'll be 3 towns actually. So maybe in the slow here, we get something in there, push 1 Dahan in, push a couple of those explorers out when it hits the inevitable mountain, and then the Call on the Herders can push those 3 things out, probably all in here. Yeah. And then that, yeah, okay, so that's solved, more or less. So the Gift of Searing Heat is going to be the 2 energy. So that's that horror show solved up there. We can't really think about solving this. This is another problem down here. This could be solved with Vigor next turn. Did we have a plan for Vigor? Don't think we said we had a plan for Vigor yet. I was kind of keeping that side of the board in mind for Vigor next turn. This was solved by the Dissolving Vapors and the Flowing and Silent, plus a ping of the innate type of thing. This builds a town, and then we can 5 the land, push in here, and then solve that land type of thing, which is something. So I have a Sucking Ooze. That I can play, and then next turn I can reclaim the Flowing and Silent from the bottom. That'll be another 0, so I'm a bit short on money, but that's okay. I think I can maybe go Nature's Connection and Gift of Searing Heat both give me energy, and then I think next turn then I'll be able to play like a whole bunch of stuff. I think that sounds pretty good. Bottom track, of course, there to 5 plays type of thing. So I think that sounds pretty decent. And then this gives me just like, it only gives me the second level of this, but that's okay. It's kind of what I sort of need. Not really, because pushing 2 explorers out there doesn't even come close to solving the land, but that's okay. And then it only gives me level 1, but that is all I need to solve this, which is where I'm getting at. This will be solved. This will be solved. This mess is solved by stone on the following turn. This, I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what that is. It's maybe Gift of Searing Heat on the reclaim next turn to give 1 energy for Shroud to ping in there. That's something like that, maybe. Probably don't even have that energy, because next turn I'm only going to have 5. 3 is Tickets Erupt. 1 is probably the Fog Closes In. Then Flowing and Silent. Anyway, we'll find a way. It might get solved by a fear card this turn, so that's okay. And then, so then we also have a problem here, which we're hoping to get solved by a fear card. Thankfully, at least this and this don't have gathers, so they're already solved. So a fear card to solve that would be great, because that also won't have a gather. So none of this will have gathers actually on that side of the board, if we can remove that. Same sort of story here, and then kind of again same sort of story here. So where do we isolate and move is the question. We'll also have Sucking Ooze here to isolate, which would be pretty good. There's essentially nowhere for any. There's no gather happening this turn at all. Because the only lands that can be gathered out of are going to be wetlands and jungles. Actually, only this wetland here. So I think that's all pretty okay. So we can isolate one of the wetlands so that it doesn't put another explorer in there. Probably this one. No, definitely this. So that'll be Sucking Oozed for sure. And then the other land that we want to not be a problem. I'm not sure what the other land we don't want to be a problem is. Maybe this one. Maybe this one. Yeah, I don't think we want that to explore either. Single explorer in there ruins the maths. We also don't really want that to explore either, because this won't be dead by the time the explorer hits, unless we get a fear card. Fear card could do it. Actually, isolating this land turns off explores into there and there and there. Yeah, so this is our isolate. Way better. Okay, so we know our isolates. Our isolates are going to be this land, and then we're going to Sucking Ooze that land, and that's pretty good from an inland adjacency perspective. It's funny because we isolate this. Actually, that's the only land that gets hit by this. There's a whole bunch of pocketing going on the inside of this island. Now that I look at it, like almost everything is pocketed. Pretty good. Okay, we have the plan, except moving our presence. That's the one thing that we do very much care about here. So we want to keep a presence in here. Range 1 into that land is kind of a thing. We need to get over here, is the point. So that can just be 1 move, 2 moves. So that's 1, and then 1 of these moves done. Where else do we care about being? So we sucking ooze in there, and then we flowing and silent in there. Next turn we flowing and silent in there. So we're kind of down this side of the board. That's all good. We're only going to have level 1 of this innate, so that's all we kind of care about. We want to be able to get in there, as we said, in the slow. And we also don't want to lose this fear farm. So we kind of want to be in here and here. So going in there and in there in the slow is fine. But if I move in, no, I can't move in there. If I move in here, then I can do this with 1 move in the slow as opposed to 2. That's probably better. Yeah, I think so. Actually, in actual fact, I can just do that and then move. So yeah. Okay, so the fast move and then the other move are done to get me down in there. So I have 1 move left. That's okay. Now, next. Any more track bonuses? No, we gained all of our energy. We didn't pay for vigor over here, of course. We paid for that, and we didn't pay over here, so we pay for that as well. So all of that's fine. So go ahead and start resolving stuff. Sucking ooze in here. Where's the need another isolate token, and that's 2 fear. Dissolving vapors is slow. Flowing and silent. In no, not yet. Gift of searing heat. Give 2 energy. Nature's connection. Give 2 more energy. And take a sun. Call to isolation. I'm actually not sure we had that planned out, but I can use it to solve that at the very minimum, which is pretty good. So that's okay. I think that's what I will do. So indomitable claim. In here, defend 20. And add a presence. Bottom track in there. That now makes everything have -1. Next, vigor. In here, 4 damage. Kill them. Push 1 in here. 1 up here. This kills this city. That's 2 fear. Pushes in here, and this now deals 12 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 towns. That's 5 more fear. 2 plus 3 more. Another fear card. All of those towns are dead. And the explorer is dead. Basically just solved 3 lands with that 1 card. I mean, vigor is just such a stupidly broken card. It's absolutely sensational. So all of that's good. Call to isolation. Push you in here. So as we said, we have the level 4 of this. We also have level 1 of the other thing, but again, that's not going to matter because we're not anywhere where it really matters. Technically, I guess in here, if something pushes in there, so in theory, we will target that land. Yeah, sure, why not? We'll target this land with the right innate. I don't have a reminder. I'll put this here. Okay, fast, all done. All done, all done. Sorry, now we flowing in silence. That's not done. 2 more. Pull the sacred side out of here. That goes in there. Sweet. Done. Now, got this event. We need to pay for this. And by pay, I mean obviously we have to do stuff. We're not taking blight, as I said before. Almost certainly not taking blight, so we need to sacrifice presence. I suppose I'll sacrifice this from stone. Ugh. I don't want to sacrifice either of them two because they're protected by doing a reclaim type of thing. So I definitely can't do this. Suppose I don't need that there, do I? Problem is, a Badlands in the land, so I can use like pings of damage to just clear off, invaders there, which is pretty good. Or like move in there, ping invaders in there. Like having my presence near these Badlands is good with Shroud. I don't have that much presence left with Shroud here, so I'm not in love with removing all of that. I suppose I don't need that sacred site with heat, do I? I don't think so. So I'll do that one. That's that board. This board. Oh, we never did the other move. The other move I talked about was after I did that, I wanted to move in there. I talked about that already because I have to move then across. So that was the second move, but I'm not sacrificing this presence with Shroud for sure. Oh, wow, this is pretty tricky. I suppose I do have a blight, um, a cascade pocket here of 3 lands. So technically I could take this once because I don't really want to sack any of these presents here. Not this turn. I can maybe do it next turn. So taking one blight now into this land might be prudent. That leaves me with what? 2, 4, 6 left. And I'm hoping to never have to take another Ravage in this game if I can manage it. So I think that works. And then on this board, none of these 3 can go. This can't go. So it has to be one of these. Rising Heat getting absolutely decimated, but it is what it is. Not for the first time. Same thing happened in the last game as well. Okay, we did it. We satisfied all of that. Let's go ahead. So Slave Rebellion does actually technically come up next as the next event, which might help us get over the line if we can't do it now, which is pretty nice. So what do we have? Healthy Island, no chance. On each board with invaders, add Blight to an inland land. Oh my lord above, will you look at the center crumbles? Would you look at it? 3 presents from each board to be protected. Absolutely fell. 3. That's a joke. Well, there goes our Blight Cascade over here. I can't sacrifice 3 presents on this board, so I have to add Blight on this board. My whole plan revolves around these and this. So I have to Blight in there. Thankfully, I have one thing, but that's now the Blight breakout, the Cascade breakout gone. Over here, technically I can blight in that land, lose that presence, and then do this trick with the 1-2 that I talked about. Puts me very close in. The problem is right now, keeping blight on the card isn't that relevant anymore. It's kind of only for this type of scenario, because blight cascades are going to kill me. Like ravages are going to kill me here because they're just going to cascade everywhere. So there are very few times I'm going to be able to take ravages left in this game. And it feels like throwing away a bunch of presents right now is basically impossible. Like throwing away 3 presents on this board is catastrophic, because that's going to be one of them anyway. And then it's like, what, do I sack this sacred site from stone and then stop any targeting over here for the rest of the game? I can't lose a sacred site from heat because I need to keep them around for final combo flurries. If would be my guess. And as I said, I can't lose this. So it's either sack this and these 2, or just sack this but add a blight. And then I now have essentially 1 cascade corner, and that's it. That's the only unblighted land left on the whole board. The only unblighted land left on the whole board, and multiple lands have multiple blight in them. Does this have 4 blight in it, this land? Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's absolutely beautiful. And I still haven't chosen for that board. I of course have to sack 3 presents on that board, so I'm coming back to that one. But yeah, this is vile. I think I have to do this. I can't lose 3 presents on 2 boards, so that's dead. 1 and dead. Good Lord above. Oh, it's amazing. Oh, it's so good. Okay, and then finally this board, I have to, like, this is so, a 3 present. Are you kidding me with that? Vile. So as I say, sort of singular presence here of stone and heat don't really matter. So I think I can probably go them and them. That's 2. And then probably this other one from stone is 3. And that sort of leaves me with something going on with stone. Actually, no. I think I'll keep that with stone, because this could be an important ravage land, whereas this one is less likely to be an important ravage land. So lose that. So that was what? 1, 2, and 3 from heat. And now heat has no access to that side of the board. And stone can at least grow in here to have a ravage fight back if necessary. But to be honest with you right now, if this slave rebellion doesn't win me the game, I may well just lose the game. Next turn. Because I'll probably just have enough lands ravaging that are problematic. Well, maybe not. Maybe not, because I've so much pocketed on the inland. Maybe that's not true, actually. Because I'm going to miss quite a few explorers here. So, okay. Anyway, that's my decision. They're the blights that I sacked. I don't really want to get rid of any of the presence from Shroud, because they can nip around and do little pings of damage, as I say, which might come up and might be relevant. So that's that. That was fairly vile. Stricken. Invaders do not ravage in lands with disease or strife, which is none. And then finally, each player may push something from a land with Dahan. Yeah, that might come up actually here. Each player may push 1 explorer/town from a land with Dahan. So I definitely want to do it from there. That's one. I think I want to do that in there because now this is fully solved if mountains comes up, because I'm about to push those two out in the slow. So that's pretty good as a second option. And then, like, yes, I can get that in there. That's the kind of what I was thinking as the last option, because that's about to hit that. But if I hit like one damage from the hand, that will solve that anyway. And I've got two fear cards, so that's not as much of a concern for me. But it's probably the only other real useful choice that I can see. So I probably will do that in there. You know, it actually might die in here, and now it's not going to die in there, but that's kind of already a bit of a land that needs to be taken care of, so that's fine. And I also have got loads of the hand over there for vigor purposes, so that's good. I think that's all okay. So yeah, it's very challenging on the blight and presence sacrifice front, but I think that was okay. It didn't force blight, which is kind of the main thing. So let's go ahead. We've got two cards here at stage 2. On each board, choose a land with Dahan, Strife, or Beasts. Downgrade a building there, or skip the next build action there. Sweet. That could be good, could it? Not really, actually. If I downgrade this, it's just going to build a city anyway, so that doesn't do anything. Sure, I can skip the ad of the town, or oh yeah, the ad of the town. But then I was going to kill that anyway. But now that can actually allow this to explore. Now, if this explores, I still have it solved next turn. So I probably just skip the build in there, which is pretty good. So skip that build. Put this reminder over here. So skip that build. Can I downgrade anything in a town land with a beast? No. Or a thing. I can downgrade this, but that just loses me a fear, so I won't be doing that. So skip the next build action there. This turns actually nowhere where this matters. On each board. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's fine. I can just skip the next build action in this land. And then finally on this board, I can skip the next build action in this land as well. Okay, it's fine. Each player chooses a different land. In chosen lands, gather up to 2 to hand, then 1 damage if the hand are present. Okay. Not bad. Gather up to 2, then 1 damage if the hand are present. Oh, good to say that just kills this, but it doesn't, unfortunately. So I can solve this build, and I can solve that one, which is great. So in here, gather up to 2. Gather these. Maybe I'll do 1 and 1 for vigor reasons. Having them spread out there might be good. So I'll gather 1 damage. That's that land. Over here, similar thing. Gather, I'll do 2 this time in there. 1 damage. And then, was there anywhere else? I can gather that because I was going to do that on the slow, and now that can be dedicated elsewhere. So come in here and then ping, and we do have this solved anyway with the call on the herders for aid. I think I just pinged it. I was going to say I could make that city. Yeah. No, because Unnerving Paul wants to let that ravage next turn. So yeah, I'll just ping the Explorer. It's fine. So that's that. And did I want to gather... Oh yeah, because we were going to call on the Herders Red to gather the two of them in, weren't we? Yeah. But in actual fact, now that I do this, I just gather those two in there. Yeah, and technically we then don't need to gather this, which is just kind of crap. No, let's just do it the other way. I'll do it that way. It's fine. Okay, done. That's me trying to over optimize things. I need to just not do that. Okay, let's see if we can push this to a win tonight before I get to bed. Let's go. Ravage. No, 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 no. Here. Dead. One fear. Now, build. Build. Replace. No. Build. Skip build. Over here. Build a city. And then I have to add a town. Oh, interesting. I'll add the... So I'll do this first before I build in this land. And then I'll triangle trade in this land. Yeah, adjacent land with the fewest things. So I'll try... Oh, no, because then I'm going to... No, that's nonsense. I won't do that. That will build two. So if I triangle trade in there and then I built... It'll build two towns. And then when I do the gift, or when I do the call on the herders, I can push three things, but there will be too many at that point. Yeah, no, that's nonsense. Don't do that. Triangle trade will go into this land because it will die anyway to the dissolving vapors, which is way better. Now build here, town, and then upgrade these two to two towns. Now, so that's build a city, triangle. Yeah, okay. Now this is just empty, so it's fine. And then this is empty, so it's fine. Over here, it's empty, 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 which is all beautiful. So that's all of our build actions done. Did we build a city? Oh yeah, we did. Triangle trade over there is the only thing that we did, so that's fine. Now we do after build. Board land order over here. No, 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 because it's matching. Over here, no, 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 no. And then finally down here, no, 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 because there's no towns together and these two match to each other. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and explore. Sands and mountains should be close to closing this out here, I would imagine. Sands and mountains. So let's go ahead. So that gets removed from there. This is isolated, not isolated. It's there's no source. There's no source here, even though there's explorers in the land. There is a source down here. On this board, then it's no. This is isolated, so I actually missed on my isolation, which is fine. That gets removed. It is adjacent, but it gets removed, which is great. This mountain does hit. It's a viable vigor candidate by the looks of things. This is the one we talked about, so this is isolated, so that doesn't hit, which is great. And then this is isolated, so that doesn't hit, which is great. And then down here, we do hit 1, 2. Wait a second. Did I... Where was that explorer? Oh yeah, I pushed it out. I was going to say, did I do the France 6 thing where I removed an explorer, but no, I didn't. I had to push that explorer out, so that's fine. So here, this is isolated. No, it's not isolated. It's pocketed. As is this. This is not pocketed, so this will explore twice. We've got a couple of lands there that are looking like they're gonna do some damage from a build perspective, but that is okay because I think we hopefully should win before then. Now, France 6, so we'll move all of this along. Again, we have no stage 3 escalation. So France 6 is now, yeah, not going to really matter here, is it? There's France 6 over there. On this board, it can be in there. And then on this board, it can be in... there. Done. So let's go to slows. So we said we're going to call on herders for aid over in this land. We gather these two Dahan, and then we can push up to things. So we push the two of them, and then a Dahan can just stay there. So it's fine. That is that. We also have this 2 damage innate from a sacred side. Anywhere interesting where that can be done? 2 damage in here, I guess. Again, well, so Vigor on the Reclaim solves this and this. That's those buildings gone. This is going to be gone right now from Dissolving Vapors, and then the Ravage with the Stones Unyielding Defiance in this land to win the game. I'm in the exact same spot as I was last time, where all I need is one Ravage to go through with the Let Them Break Themselves against the Stone. Oh, hey. Oh, yeah. I can gather... I can Flowing and Silent into the land. And then the half was enough. I was going to say I need the full leveled up in 8, but actually I don't. I only need I can gather in, make that a Sacred Side of Heat. That will mean that loads of damage will be done. But ideally I would like to make it full anyway, which means I wouldn't have the threshold on Vigor. So in that case, what we want to do here is we want to go right and 8 damage, 2 damage in here, which kills this city. That's 2 fear. Then we want to go, I mean, technically before we did that, we go Jagged Shards in this land, add another Badlands, which also kills the Explorer, and then we push these 2 in here. So that's that, the Jagged Shards, range 1 into that land. So Stone is done. So yeah, it's coming down to a... oh no, sure, Slave Rebellion is the first event. Oh no, I have to do Slave Rebellion and then another event. How the hell does this Slave Rebellion work again? Can this wipe this land somehow? I doubt it. What does it do? On each board, destroy a town. Add a strife to any 2 buildings. How far away from me are we? Well, we're miles away from stage 3, so we have to kill all of this. Add a strife to any 2 buildings. Then every invader takes 1 damage per thing that it has. So in actual fact, this is nonsense. Let's just focus our damage in here, because this stuff is all going to kind of die, isn't it? If I use the right and 8 to just kill one of them towns, then on each board, destroy a town kills the other one, and then I strife this city, which will die to the rebellion. So yeah, let's undo all that nonsense. So give those 2 fear back. Put that city and explorer back. Let's not be silly here. Let's try win this without having to get to that other event. So those go back, these go back. Now Jagged Shards is still online. So yeah, in that case over here, I should have... no, actually... oh... yeah... yeah, I killed the Explorer. Probably should have just killed the... or done 1 damage to the city, but that's okay. So we still have the jagged shards. But now it's like, can we somehow get a bunch of the Han in here? Well, we can get one in with the town dies anyway, so that doesn't need to be pushed in. What did I just do here? I pushed an explorer and a town in. I'm going to gather those things in here. Let's see if I can do better than this. So the Riding 8 over here kills one of these towns. Okay, that was that. The rest of that dies to Slave Rebellion. So that we know. Now, is there anything else I can do? If I push all these 3 to Han in here now, and then I jagged shards these 2 in here, then if I go jagged shards in there, not jagged shards, Vigor of the Breaking Dawn in there, deal 1 damage each to the 2. Just 2 damage to this city will kill it, because then they each take 1 damage per strife that they have, and then they take 1 damage per a single Dahan present, which will kill both of them. So that will be enough. Then in here we had 3 Dahan, 1 more makes it 4, so then I'll do 8 damage in this land. And at that point I of course have my my sacred site in here. So what do I actually have in this land? I've got a city which healed when? Last turn. So that's healed. 1, 2, 3, 4 cities, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 towns. Well, let's go ahead and make this easier anyway. Before I go back and do that maths, let's dissolving vapors right now in here. 1 fear, 1 damage to each invader, kills all of these, and leaves the city on 1, and then I left an 8 the city away, which gives me 4 towns. That's 4 fear. And then 2 more for the city. Now, so that makes that easier. So now we know that those are all dying to the thing. This town is dying to the Slave Rebellion, where it just destroys a town. And then on this board, 1 of the towns will die to the Slave Rebellion as well. So it's the rest of the stuff I have to care about. And I just said I can do 8 damage into the land. That will kill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 towns, and deal 1 damage to the other 3 cities. Then what do I do? So 5 towns are dead. 3 of the cities have 1 damage on them, and they need 1 more damage. I can get another Dahan in this land. So instead of 8, it will be 10. So if I do 10, it's 5 towns. Each of the cities now take 1 damage each, and 1 of them takes 2. So it's 1 of the cities is dead. And then I strife the 2 cities, which will kill them as well. That's so close. It's so close. And unfortunately, oh wait. Beautiful gift of twin days. Ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, children of all ages, I have it. Deterministic win, and it's by gift of twin days. Right, let's show it. So I had 2 moves left with mist. So let's do them. 1, 2 into this land. Right an 8. I can move 3 to hand. Push 3 to hand. 1, 2, 3. Push them all in there. Now, jagged shards push from the earth is gets these 2 out of here into there. Technically it adds a Badlands, so let's be technical. That's all of that. Right and 8 is done. All of our slows are done. We now have 5 to hand in there, and that was what I needed, I believe. No, slows aren't done. So Colin the Herdis Raid, sorry, is now, instead of pushing invaders, it's now just going to push these 3 to hand in here. So gather 2 and then push the 3 all in there. Now, remove that for now. That town is still technically in there. Yeah, I think I have it here. Done. End step will technically gain 1 more fear off that fear farm, so that's all kosher. And all this money all goes here. Oh yeah, actually I just noticed as well I have another way to deal damage. So yeah, I forgot about the gift of searing heat that also deals kind of 2 damage as well. So yeah, we're all good. We might actually even we need the slave rebellion, so that's okay. So those are all gone. The sucking news is also gone over here. That's done. All of that's done. Okay, stone. Reclaim, bottom track. We know the gist. Sacred site in there. All of this is back in our hand. We're going vigor, call to ISO, nature's connection, and then whatever. Doesn't really matter. Living energy, why not? Let's get it into play 1 time before the end of the game. Gone. Now, reclaim with rising heat, and we'll go for another major. We'll see if we can find that in spicy. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just for the sake of it. That and spicy in there. Unearth the Beast is spicy, Insatiable is spicy, Flocking Red Talons is spicy, and Tiger Hunting can't target any land on this board except for 1. But that's fine. Flocking Red Talons also will, in theory, Flocking Red Talons can do like a ping of damage or 2. It really won't matter. Why not? We'll take the Talons and we'll throw away the Indom, or the this Spill Bitterness nonsense. That's in the bin. Talons, I don't think actually any of our card plays matter with Heath here, so unless they do, I'll come back and check them, but I'm pretty sure we win deterministic with Slave Rebellion. I'm leaving it up there on the screen. Now, next thing is I can reclaim or just place 2 presents, and why not for the laws go bottom. I think this also does it. What do I have to care about? I need to play Twin Days. I need to redraw the Flowing and Silent on the reclaim. So the reclaim 1 will be Flowing and Silent. That's that. After that, it actually really doesn't matter. Yeah, they're the only 2 cards that I need. Yeah. I'll unnerve and Paul anyway, just in case for some reason that matters, but I don't think it does. And then sure, we'll Tickets Erupt as well. So we get 1 energy and we'll just pay for all of this. 1. And then what am I doing? I'm just taking energy out of the pool. That's not true. I took 1 energy for the top track, and then the rest is in my pool, and that's thing. And then 1, 2, 3. That's all good. Over here, then we are, as I said, I don't think heat matters. So now, so place the presents. 1 and 1. Now I'm going to move 1 from the bottom track from there into there, and that's all we really care about here. Not going to mess around with isolations or anything because we don't care about them. Move this stuff out of the way here. Over here, all we care about, so we have the threshold at Vigor the Breaking Dawn, so that's kosher. After that, actually, I don't think we care either. We need Call to Isolation. They're the 2 cards that we need. So, Twin Days lets me repeat Call to Isolation, so I'm going to do it twice. Target this land, take it to hand, and push it in here once, and then twice. So that's Call to Isolation done twice. Next thing, Flowing and Silent forms in here. Gather the Rising Heat. What do you call it? In there. And 2 fear, why not? Let's keep it going. Tickets Erupt, yeah, whatever. We can Tickets Erupt and kill some things. Sacred Site in there. 2 damage, 4 damage. Kill 4 explorers there. Get dead. Oh, look, we'll remove it. We'll remove a blight, but now we have a second land on the board that doesn't have blight. No, you know what? For the photograph or for the final thing, the final flare, we'll add 3 of these instead. Why not? 1, 2, 3. And you know what I'm even going to do? I'm even going to add a blight in this land off the event thing, so that I actually get a blight in every single land, just for the giggles and all the rest of it. I will blight every single land on my board. Now that's that. We said over here that we're going to push. I just want to be absolutely certain about this. Vigor the Breaking Dawn. Target this land. 2 damage in here per. So that kills all of those explorers. Get dead, sons. Push 1 of them in there and 1 of them in there. In here, 2 damage, which goes on that city on your back, son. Yes, and then now the Slave Rebellion is going to hit. It's going to be the stage 3. It's going to say, destroy this town. It's going to add a strife to both of these cities. Then they're each going to take 1 damage per strife. 1 of the cities will die. Then when it gets to the bottom, invaders with strife take 1 damage per the hand present. That kills the other city. No. I just remembered this is the same board. All this nonsense. Oh no, wait. It's every. Destroy 1 town. So actually, I can't. Oh, god damn it. And then I'm going to have to play this slightly differently. It does matter here, unfortunately. So destroy town. I probably want to do that as my destroy town, and then I need to add a thing to any 2 buildings. So that was 1 of them over there as well. Oh yes, sorry, what am I talking about? Tickets are up needed to go on this land. Jesus Christ, I had a plan and then I killed a whole bunch of explorers. Put those explorers back. Get back out there, lads. What was it? There was a bunch of them. There was about 5 of them, wasn't there? 4 of them. Goosey boy, you're all over the place. You're tired. You're tired. 1, 2. Get these. Over here. Now, I haven't actually done this vigor yet, so get back there, get back there. Now, tickets erupt. Absolutely all over the place here. Tickets erupt. Oh, there's no blight in this land. Oh no, we blight from the. It's a combo. It's a combo. It's the untended land crumbles blight combo. I can't wait. So right, tickets erupt kills this. Is that correct? It has to be. Then we push the Dahan in, which deals 2 damage to the town. Yes. Okay, now this works. Yes. Okay. So tickets erupt, 2 damage to this. Technically, I suppose I could also. Yeah, no, there's probably a better way. Gift of Nature's Connection. Give me to plant, and that gives me an extra 2 damage. So it kills this, and it deals 2 damage to the town. Yeah. Okay. What have I done here? Did I undo? Yeah. So there was what? Yeah, I got up to 5, didn't I? It was 3, and then I pushed 2 more from the call to ISO. So that's 5 before the vigor. Okay, so I killed this city. God damn it, I'm all over the place. I knew I had something here, but I'm all over the place. Kill the city, deal 2 damage to the town. and generate one more fear and add 3 of these bloody things. Right. Now I know what I'm doing. Finally. Isolate can go away. We don't care about isolate. Unnerving Paul. 1 fear. Why the hell not? Now, I was about to say, did we need the gift of searing heat? But I don't think we do. We technically have it, but I'm pretty sure we don't need it. That would have been 1 extra damage in here. I thought I was going to need it, but I actually didn't because the +2 was better. So now again, the strife is going to kill the city. The blight is going to kill the town, and then this is going to get killed by the rebellion, and then this is going to get killed by the strife. So the strife and the strife, the 2 strife will kill and destroy. Will remove all the remaining buildings on that board. So now this again is our only problem land. So we are going to now go vigor in there. We already killed the explorers. Push in there, put that city on its back. Push in here and deal 12 damage. So firstly, this town is going to die to the slave rebellion. So I'm putting it to the side. 12 damage in here will now kill 1 town, 2 town, 3 town, 4, 5 town, 6 town, 7 town more. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5 towns. That's 5 of our 12 damage. We now have 7 remaining damage, which kills 1 city. That's 2. Another city, that's 4. Another city, that's 6. And we have a single point of damage left, which can just put the city on its back. And the town and the city will die to the slave rebellion. Deterministically. That's all we need. We'll generate 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 fear, which is almost a fear card. Give 1 back, and that's a fear card. We don't need to care about any of those things because we've done all of our fasts. Let us go to the invader step. First, untended land crumbles on each board. Add a blight to a land adjacent to blight. Well, look at that. Isn't that a land adjacent to blight? Let's go in there. That'll die, but that's a sacrifice I am willing to make at this particular moment in time. That dies. That town immediately dies, which is a point of fear. The other 2 lands we need to sacrifice some presents. We'll go sack up there. We'll go sack over there. That is all of those. Rising Heat taking another big hit there. Now we will we'll go ahead and move to the event. And would you look at that? It's Slave Rebellion, stage 3 on each board. Destroy a town. Over there, destroy that town. On this board, destroy that town. That's 2 fear. Add strife to any 2 buildings. Bam. 1. Bam. 2. And bam. 3. And then each invader takes 1 damage per strife it has. 1 damage plus 2 badlands. City's dead. 1 damage. It only has 1 damage remaining. City's dead. 1 damage. It only has 1 health remaining. That's 6 more fear. We'll put that down there. And 5 more just to make it all finalized. That is a stage 2. What do you call it? A terror level 2 victory. Not a stage 2. It's very much stage 3. A terror level 2 victory. And oh boy. Oh, did that take a little bit of thinking. Oh, yes. Another one bites the dust. 23 down, 5 to go on the 6-6 challenge, the World Tour, the Achievement Challenge. Yeah, that was oh, I didn't pay for vigor, did I? I didn't even gain energy. Doesn't matter. I'll gain 6 and I'll pay 3 for vigor and I'll bank a whole bunch of energy. Yeah, that was, I didn't actually technically even reclaim. I cheated. I skipped the growth and I just went straight to the event. So I more or less cheated my way to victory. I mean, look, let's be honest. I probably also actually cheated somewhere along the way too. But yeah, that was That was a good one. That was an enjoyable one. Vigor the Breaking Dawn, folks. If you had any doubts before, that's the card. That's the one. It is a strong, strong card. Indom did a bit of work. Again, it's also a very, very strong card, Indomitable Claim. But it didn't, it wasn't dominant in the way that it can be if you find it early. It's also a card that doesn't necessarily scale like super strong into 6/6. On the likes of Starlight, yeah, I mean, if you find that as your turn one major draft on Starlight, you can probably beat almost any 6/6. Uh, Depending on the team comp and how the rest of the game goes. It's not a no-brainer. It's not game over. It's game over into any single 6 by a country mile. Starlight can't possibly lose if you draft that on turn one against any single 6. But double sixes, it's not an I win card into double 6. To be fair, neither is Vigor the Breaking Dawn. It's not I win in the same way that the likes of Cast Down and the Briny Deep, even Exaltation, even Instruments sometimes as well, like some of those really crazy majors that do banana stuff. Vigor isn't quite like that. It is a crazy powerful card. I have this in my top 5 majors. Because it's just, you saw it did so much work in this game, and like even earlier on in the game when I found this and I looked and I was like, all my Dahan is like spread around the edge of the board, and I'm like, this is going to take a bit of work to get this to come together, because it's not, they're not in nice pockets in the same way that you really want them to be when you're playing with this card. But Call to Isolation did some nice work towards the end there. Obviously the Jagged Shards works really well with that too. So we had enough, and obviously the Ride and Aid as well with Shroud sort of did little bits and pieces. Plus actually the Call on Herders for Aid as well. So there was enough to hand movement in the kit that I could bring it together. And even so, you can see it's still pretty much all the hand around the edges of the board there. So yeah, super nice. The Heat and Mist combo, really, really good. Really, solid and viable. That is not a meme. I kind of thought it might be a meme. I looked at it and I thought it might be like, this is kind of, a bit of lols. I can't remember if I said this at the start of the video, but I was chatting on the Discord and asking people what they thought about that combo into 6/6. And I mentioned them sometimes on the channel here. Lonk is one of the kind of sort of most experienced players on there, and I have a good bit of fun, me and him sort of bouncing back off each other and constantly disagreeing and stuff like that. But he was kind of laughing and saying like, yeah, that sounds like catastrophic opportunity cost to try bring that combo together, with all the kind of actions and durdling around that's required to make it work. But in actual fact, as you would have seen here, there's very little durdling involved. It's literally just flowing and silent form start by. I felt very confident that this was going to be a broken card into this setup. Can't remember if I said it in this video or the previous one. I probably said it in both, but like starting out, I was like, keep an eye on this card. This card is going to be important, and it was highly important, as you saw, highly relevant, really, really, really strong here with both spirits. So that was the MVP for me. Obviously, Vigor was kind of the winning card, but probably Flowing and Silent Forms was secretly the one of the keys to victory there. So really nice. I love Shroud so much. I've said it before. Love the spirit. One of my favorite spirits in the game. It's clearly one of the weakest spirits in the game, but Stranded is a massive upgrade. And it's so much fun to play, and I like now that I've gotten a win at 6/6, and I like that it kind of got its flowers, or got its flowers, so to speak. So with that terrible pun, I will leave you and love you and thank you very, very dearly for being here and being with me until the end of this yet another long old 8 hours, or God knows how many hours at this point. But yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for sticking by with the repeat, or the rematch, should I say. And we got there. We got there. We got him. That's my last France win. I think I'm done with France now. I think that's another one chalked off. I think the last 5 that I have are more or less all Russia, HME, and Brandenburg Prussia, some variant of those three. I think there's a single Habsburg livestock somewhere in the 5, but the rest are just all the combinations of the 3 that I said, which is pretty much the 3 worst in the game. So that's going to be it. Thank you again. If you enjoyed it, do of course consider hitting the old like, subscribe, share, comment. All of that kind of good stuff. It does sincerely help. So that'll be it. I don't know when I'll be back. It won't be for another 3-handed 6-6. I can be almost certain of that, but there may be another 2-hander in there. We shall see. That's going to be it. I better finish my Coke and go and try to sleep after all that sugar. Probably not going to be particularly possible, but we'll see how it goes. Take it easy. See you next time.